As is love doesn't exist. Left all alone, the baby bear was lonely and scared. The baby bear was so lonely, he even welcomed the frightening sounds of the terrifying thunder outside. Oh, even my fingers are seizing up from the cold. I guess it's my fault for skimping on the heat this month. Happy belated birthday, Siyeon. It would have been nice to have dinner together on a day like this. That's nice of him to remember, even I had forgotten it was my birthday.
Our beloved daughter, Siyeon.
We love you, sweetie.
I know we can't go back to the way we were. But seeing their text made me ache to see them. I can't believe how nervous I am to be entering a house I grew up in. Each time I pass this house in Icon, I can't help but remember the summer I turned 18.
Oh my, is that you, Siyeon?
You are the girl who infiltrated our family.
What are you doing here at our place?
My entire life turned upside down because of Eunhye Kim. My parents brought Eunhye saying that she was a distant cousin, hiding the fact that she was actually their real child. She's going to stay with us a little while. You're the same age, so be good friends, alright, Siyeon?
Nice to meet you, Siyeon. May I have everyone's attention, please? Mom. Dad.
No one disliked Eunhye and her sunny disposition, and she started taking all that was mine, one by one. Starting with my parents' love for me.
Oh.
Siyeon, you here.
I was in the neighborhood for work and thought I'd stop by.
Oh, is that so?
Is someone here?
That voice. And my fiance.
What are you doing here?
What's with everyone's long faces? It's so lovely seeing Siyeon again. Lighten up.
That's when I realized so foolishly late.
Of course it is. Come inside and have dinner before you go.
No wonder I wanted to make so much food today. I must have sensed you were coming.
From the awkward expressions on my parents' constricted faces, to the dinner table filled with Eunhye's favorite dishes. And the 4 wine glasses perfectly set for just the family. And the birthday cake adorned with beautiful lettering. Happy birthday. We love you, Eunhye. It was clear that I was an unwelcome intruder, crashing their beloved Eunhye's birthday party. 2 winters ago, on my 25th birthday, I learned that I was with Eunhye at birth in the hospital nursery.
What? Gwigyen's fiance isn't Siyeon anymore? I will never allow it.
Gwigyen's grandfather, who arranged our engagement, was firmly against his new engagement to Eunhye at first.
But Eunhye is our true bloodline, and the true descendant of the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy, sir.
We've only just found out that they were switched at the hospital.
But as it was an arrangement between families to begin with, he relented in the end. My parents were quick to file correctional paperwork and legally have me become independent from their care. As if to laugh at my misfortune. The tied the knot last spring, surrounded by everyone's blessings. It's no wonders everyone's so uncomfortable around me. I would never have come if I knew those 2 would be here.
Oh, Siyeon. How's work going as a children's book author? Income isn't steady, is it? I'm worried for you.
No, it's fine. I like what I do.
Why don't you come work in our company? You can write on the side. Come on, Appa, couldn't we make an opening for Siyeon at our company?
Thank you, but there's no need. I can't believe she said that. I have my work at the cafe and I'm not doing so poorly financially.
That's a relief. But you let me know whenever you need help, alright?
Is it possible that she's that dense?
I can ask my father-in-law or grandfather-in-law to make a position for you, no problem.
Sure, thanks. Or is it genuine kindness?
Ahem. Mom's been cooking all day for Eunhye's birthday, so let's enjoy this meal, shall we?
It's so delicious, Mom. You're the absolute best. I love you.
Thanks, Eunhye. How do you like it, Gwihyun? They're mostly Eunhye's favorites, but I hope you enjoy them as well.
Your cuisine is always impeccable, ma'am. And I may be becoming more like Eunhye since we got married, because I'm enjoying these dishes more and more.
I'm so glad to hear that. Be more like your husband, Eunhye, and eat up. It'll be helpful in your plans for a baby.
Mom. Why would you bring that up? I'm so embarrassed.
I was determined to be content with just seeing my parents' faces when I came.
You know your mother doesn't ever cross a line on touchy subjects like this. Today as an exception, I suppose. Be understanding, Eunhye.
But still. Why am I so lonely? I also had a reunion of my own with my birth parents, more than 20 years after the switch. My birth father was too ill to see anyone, let alone recognize them. And my birth mother was in a state of severe depression. We're together now. It'll all be okay. I'll try my best for you too, Mom. Everyone else left my side but my birth parents.
Siyeon, my daughter, I'm so sorry.
They were my only hope. It'll all be okay, Mom. But our time together as a family was cut short. My birth father passed last winter of his illness, and my birth mother soon followed his footsteps this past spring. And I was left all alone.
Come to think of it, didn't you say your little brother's arrival is today, Appa? We should have invited him over to join us for dinner.
That's right. It would have been nice to have Ijin join us.
By the way, Siyeon, Ijin asked for your number, so I gave it to him. That's okay, right?
Ijin asked for my number? Sure. I recently got a new number and was determined to move forward from my past life. Eunhye and Gwihyun are of no relation to me now. As is the case with his younger brother, Ijin Appa.
I thought you'd be playing the damsel in distress, having your fiance and parents taken from you. You seem surprisingly fine.
Ijin doesn't sugarcoat things, nor does he say anything he doesn't mean. When everyone I knew turned their backs and left me when I became Siyeon Choi, Ijin was the only one who remained the same.
I hear Siyeon Kim became Siyeon Choi? No wonder your first name and last name didn't sound good together.
Are you picking a fight with me? He was always mischievous with me, but on the last day of my birth mother's funeral. I'm really alone now. All alone.
Hey Siyeon Choi. You good? Sorry I'm late.
Ijin, who was of no particular relation to me, turned up at the funeral. That not even Gwihyun come to pay his respects at. Ijin?
I should call you Bad Luck Choi instead of Siyeon Choi from now on.
Did you come to say things like that? But even his mischievous remarks were welcome company.
You did good.
Those 3 words I found such comfort in them. Facing all this all alone, you did good, Siyeon Choi. It took all my might to stop those tears from streaming down.
I best be off.
Have a safe trip and I'll see you at home, Appa.
Why didn't you join Gwihyun on his way home, Eunhye?
Well, it's not every day Siyeon's here. Siyeon. It feels like the old days, doesn't it?
What? Right.
Let's go to my room and look at old photos. I have something I want to talk about.
After Eunhye arrived at our house, my parents developed a new habit. I didn't realize there were so many photos of the 2 of us. Did you? They took photos of Eunhye and me every chance they could and kept them in albums. Come to think of it, they probably wanted to keep a record of their long-lost daughter that just returned to them. Knowing that I might get suspicious if they only took pictures of Eunhye, they made me a standing prop.
Look at your aloof face here, Siyeon. Your face was always so awkward in photos.
Was it?
Always. There is not one photo of us where you're smiling. You resented me for coming to this house back then, didn't you?
No, I thought you were just a cousin then. I was the only one left in the dark for 7 years, thinking you were a long-lost cousin. Truthfully, I still resent my parents a little for telling me the truth too late. If only I had known a little earlier, I wouldn't have stayed Gwihyun's fiance for so long.
Our dear Siyeon, you grew up so healthy and beautiful.
And more than anything else, I would have had more time with my birth parents. And perhaps I would have had more time to try and stop their tragic deaths. This photo.
Oh, that, you probably haven't seen it before. That photo was taken with Appa and Eunhye after we got married.
It was only later that I heard Eunhye rushed straight to my birth mother's funeral when he landed in Korea from the US. It was a strange feeling knowing that everyone I had ever relied on through the tough times had left my side and that the only person who kept me company to the funeral's end was none other than Eunhye.
Hey Siyeon,
Yes?
how would you feel about living in the United States?
What do you mean?
If that's alright with you, do you want to join me?
You're joking. Why would you suggest something like that?
I don't joke about things like this.
Looking back on it now, I think he was serious. This man doesn't know how to say an empty word. I'm alright. Joke or not, thanks. But I didn't think it fitting to rely so much on Eunhye, and didn't want to be any more of a burden, so I declined. It's all in the past now.
Why'd you close it? Done so soon?
Yeah. Gwihyun and Eunhye are both in my past now. It's getting late, I should get going.
Wait, Siyeon. I have something to say. You said you couldn't understand why our parents told you the truth so late, right? I wanted to tell you. There's a valid reason for it. That's why I couldn't say anything either.
Wait. Do you mean you couldn't either? You mean you knew the whole time?
Yeah. I knew the truth ever since I came to this house. Our Hanum parents didn't want you to know. They were worried that you who grew up in a wealthy household would suffer if you had to come to their impoverished home after their business failed. And our parents couldn't just abandon you after all they had raised you from birth. So it was decided that everyone would hide the truth for your sake.
For me? What about all this was for me?
I also knew about your relationship with Gwihyun before coming to this house. I knew that Gwihyun Jong, the eldest son of Midnight Sun Food Inc., was betrothed to marry Siyeon Kim from a young age. Then one day, Mom said to me that Gwihyun Appa's true fiance is me. She said she felt bad for you, but that she was going to set everything right and to be at peace, dating Gwihyun, and she got me the job as Appa's secretary.
What? I always thought that it was a coincidence that she became Gwihyun's secretary and happened to fall in love, working together. All this time, I thought their relationship was a coincidence. This was all Mom's doing.
Then Mom said she couldn't see the fake daughter joining the Jong family when the real daughter, I was right here.
So Eunhye approached Gwihyun on purpose, knowing full well that he was my fiancé. The betrayal hit me like a ton of bricks. All this time I thought Eunhye was a victim just like me, but she was a partner in crime. Why are you telling me all this now?
I'll be straight. Gwihyun's brother, Eunhye, don't meet him even if he reaches out to you, Siyeon.
And why do I have to listen to you?
You know they say opportunity makes the thief. You might start to covet Ijin out of grief over Gwichyen.
What?
Mom always says poor people value money more than their pride of self-respect. Of course, I know you're reasonable enough not to be like that, but poverty can change you. All that aside, I don't think you'd want people calling you a forlorn fiance going after her rich ex's brother, do you? Also, don't come back to this house. Can't you see how uncomfortable my parents get? You're an adult now. You don't need them anymore.
Are you done?
Yep.
Then it's my turn, Eunhye Kim. You didn't even turn up to the funeral of the parents who raised you. I don't know how you or the parents in this house can turn so cold towards people they called family for so long. But whatever the reason, I don't accept advice from cold-blooded people like you.
Hey. You really think it's a coincidence that I came to this house right after the business of the dad and Hannum failed? You really believe that it was the hospital's innocent mistake that you and I were switched at birth? You don't think it's even a little bit strange that my parents didn't so much as raise a complaint to the hospital over losing their precious daughter?
What are you saying?
I really wasn't going to say this. Grandma made us swear not to tell you before she passed.
Eunhye's paternal grandmother, whom I knew to be my grandmother my whole life, never said a kind word to me.
When Mom was pregnant with me, Grandma went to the temple to pray for a smooth every day. And one day a monk stopped her and said,
It is a pity that the lifespan of that baby is so short. Your bloodline will end with that child. But there are ways to extend your granddaughter's life. If you're willing to listen and do as I say.
So Grandma did as she was told and got a hold of a nurse in the hospital's newborn nursery. And switched me with you, who just happened to be born the same day.
What?
Apparently, the monk told her that if I were to live 24 years under another roof, I'd be healthy the rest of my life. But when the business of the father I grew up with went south, that's when Grandma confessed her secret to my parents. But if they were to tell your birth parents, they'd look for you right away, right?
Where is our real daughter? Where is our real Eunhye?
I had to fully reach 24 years under your roof, so it all had to be kept a secret until then. So, they convinced your parents under the guise of a good deed, by bringing me in when they did. I had to stay under your birth parents' family registry until I turned 24 years old, you see.
Welcome, Eunhye. But earlier, you said my parents knew. Why are you making up these lies?
Siyeon Choi, I'm telling you the truth because you're so pathetic. Me? Cold-blooded? My parents and I didn't change overnight. We've known. I'm sure you can sense which is the truth.
Say it.
What? What are you saying?
Say that it's all a lie you've concocted. She's lying. If these aren't lies, that means that my birth parents and I for 25 years. We were all playthings under the control of this icon family. If this is all true, what's to become of my dead parents, who died burdened with guilt and no knowledge of the truth?
Of course, I feel bad. How was I to know they'd die so quickly? But it's not like you and your family only got the short end of this deal.
What?
You grew up rich and beloved by this household and Gwythyens instead of me. And grandfather in Siyeon bought you a considerable amount of land out in Gyeonggi province. You've enjoyed so much on my behalf. What are you complaining about?
These parents sold that land, saying the possession tax was too high. Soon after Eunhye arrived, with that money, they built a building in the middle of Gangnam in Eunhye's name. If the icon parents had felt any remorse over Eunhye's grandmother deeds and decided to pay their debts by helping my birth parents, they might be alive today. My heart could burst from the anger and resentment I feel towards Eunhye's family. Eunhye Kim. You were also loved instead of me by my Hannum parents. I heard you guys went on vacations abroad each summer and you were tutored in every subject. But when the people who raised you hit hard times, you didn't even think to visit them, let alone help them. And you say you're not cold-blooded?
I'm not. You don't think I felt bad? Don't act like you know everything. When Dad collapsed, all Mom did was cry. What was I to do?
Don't make excuses. You felt like your impoverished parents were a burden and wanted out.
Speak for yourself, Siyeon Choi. You're the one there for scraps.
No, I'm not. My parents and I aren't like you and your parents, using others' lives for your own gain with no remorse. I guess this is why they say blood is thicker than water. You take after your grandmother and parents in your selfishness and shamelessness.
What did you say, Siyeon Choi? You'd better shut your mouth.
I'm not done. Today's my birthday too. And I haven't made a wish yet. I'm going to make it now. Join me and help make it come true. My wish is that you'll be as miserable as I am. No more, no less. Exactly as miserable as I am, Eunhye.
How dare you curse me? I was taking pity on you, and this is the thanks I get?
Eunhye.
Mom? What's the matter? You look pale.
It's terrible, Eunhye. Just terribles. He's.
What happened to Appa?
Gwihyun got into a car accident on his way home. And died on site.
My wish for Eunhye to be as miserable as I am came true in the worst possible way. This isn't what I wanted.
Siyeon Choi? How dare you show your face here? You killed Gwihyun Appa. You killed him. It's all your fault. It should have been you that died instead of Gwihyun, Siyeon Choi. So go fall in a ditch. Die.
Thanks to careless, bitter words, Eunhye and my 27th birthday became the day of Gwihyun's death. She's right. I should have been the one to die, like Eunhye said. Please, may my eyes not open tomorrow morning. That's strange. Why is that it's his words I'm thinking of at a moment like this?
Hey Siyeon, if it's alright with you, you wanna join me?
Why now? I guess my life's filled with regrets.
Up, it's time to wake up, Siyeon. Come on, my sleepy princess, it's time to wake up.
It's icon mother's warm voice. It must be a daydream of my most happy memories.
It's New Year's, honey, we have to go pay our respects to your grandfather in Suwon.
I don't want this dream to ever end.
Gwihyun is off to military service soon, and Ijin is going to the US, so today's the last time we'll see them for a while.
Right. Gwihyun Appa. Is the funeral over? Where's my head?
Gwihyun's funeral? What are you talking about, Siyeon?
And what are you doing here, icon mother?
Mother? You never call me that. Are you still dreaming? Wake up, my girl.
Ouch. Wait, it hurts. Why does my pinched cheek actually hurt? It can't be. Am I actually alive? Wait, this is my room back when I used to live in Icon. My desk and dresser just as it was years ago. I look about a decade younger. What is happening? Am I dreaming? Is this a dream?
Siyeon?
Or is Gwihyun dying because of me, the dream? Wait, but I died in a fire, didn't I?
Calm down, Siyeon. You must have had a nightmare, my darling. No one's dead, not you nor Gwihyun. You're okay.
Her embarrass feels so unbelievably real.
You're alright, Mommy's here. There. There.
And so warm, just as before. Mom, I couldn't believe that I was in a dream any longer.
I hear Siyeon was quite the sleep talker this morning.
Don't even get me started, honey. She was looking for Gwihyun's funeral, and she even called me icon mother.
What kind of New Year's dream did you have, my princess?
To be honest, I can't believe I've returned to winter vacation of my 17th year of life. It's all a memory now, Eunhye's betrayal and Gwihyun. My birth parents who bring tears to my eyes just to think of my 27 years of life that was mired in misery. None of it exists but as a distant memory in my head.
Are you listening to me, Siyeon?
Oh, sorry. What did you say?
You know Gwihyun is off to military service and Ijin is headed to the US soon, don't you? These are precious days you three have together. So be nice and make memories.
And don't avoid Ijin anymore and be nice to him too. When you and Gwihyun are married, he'll also be family. It'll only get more awkward if you don't lay the foundation now.
When I'm married to Gwihyun. Although I know full well what happens between those brothers and I. Alright, I will. Gwihyun Jong, the 18th eldest son of the Sirigang branch of the Siri Jong clan, known for rare heirs. And his brother, Ijin Jong. These two may be brothers but are complete opposites. Gwihyun was mature from a young age. Whereas Ijin, 2 years his younger, was an infamous troublemaker. He was particularly mischievous with me, that I still remember one of his pranks as clear as day.
Hey, Siyeon Kim. Wanna see something cool? What is it? Keep your eyes wide open. Look, it's the biggest carp in our house. Pretty cool, right?
This gigantic carp out of water was wriggling and flapping with all its might to stay alive. And looking at its dying eyes gave me such a fright.
Wow.
It remains a traumatic event to me to this day. And what's funny even now, is that everyone but the person who made me cry was the one to apologize.
Ijin was rude and out of line. I apologize on Ijin's behalf. I'm sorry, Siyeon.
You must have been quite surprised, little lady.
To the eldest grandfather of the Jong clan.
Ijin must have wanted to show you our finest carp. Can you forgive him?
And the culprit stubbornly refused to apologize.
Ijin Jong, you keep your arms raised and think about what you did.
And had a big talking to by his parents.
We're leaving in 10 minutes, Siyeon.
Okay.
We were just about ready to go home.
Hey, Siyeon, come here. Why? It's another one of your word pranks, isn't it? No, it's not like that. Come on. Here, take this. You take it, I'm giving it to you. This yours? Yeah, it belongs to this house. It looks like it belongs to his mom. He might throw a snake or a bug at me if I don't take it. Thanks.
I later learned that this wooden comb that I was too scared to refuse was a precious heirloom, handed down to the heirs of the Jong clan.
You have to think of me every time you brush your hair with it, okay?
He had stolen something so carefully kept for its rightful owner, Gwihyun, as the clan's next heir, to give it to me. When I had discovered the comb's maiming, it was already too late, as Gwihyun had left me to marry Eunhye. If I let things be as they are, I'll meet the same fate.
Siyeon. You don't look well. Are you feeling carsick?
No, I'm fine. Hey, Mom, you know that land the grandfather in Suwon bought me when I was little? How much is that worth now?
I'm not sure. but I'm sure it's grown a lot. Why the sudden question?
No reason. In just heard you have to pay a lot of taxes if you have a piece of expensive land.
You're right, possession tax is quite costly, but there's no need to sell it when it's on the rise.
I recall they hurriedly sold what was worth about 20 million won per 35.58 square feet at half its price. That's at least 10 billion won, about 7.7 million US dollars.
Sure. That's your land, so you can do with it as you please. But that's unlike you to be interested in investment properties, Siyeon. Are you developing interests in financing?
Yep, I want to be very, very right.
You never know what can happen to a person.
I've never heard Siyeon talk like this.
I know. Our little princess is all grown up.
If I let things be as they were, everything I have will become Eunhye's.
It's not like you and your family only got the short end of this deal. You're the one hanging around my birth parents for scraps.
And a few months from now, my birth father in Hanam will collapse and fall ill from the shock of his business failure. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it, whatever it takes. On this day in the past, grandfather in Siyeon brought up talk of my graduation, college admission and upcoming marriage with Gwihyun. Traditionally, the eldest grandson of the head family would get married at a young age, so the conversation was not to be taken lightly. But what was more memorable than the marriage talk that night?
Hey, Siyeon Kim.
What?
I'll be straight. Do you like my brother? You want to marry him? Do you even know what it means to be the wife of the eldest son of the head family? You marry my brother, you'll be locked up in the head house and live like those women of Joseon dynasty. You'll spend the rest of your days polishing old crocs. You've seen how many crocs there are in our yard, right? You sure about this?
Sheesh. I am more worried that I'll have to see your face for the rest of my life if I get married to Gwihyun.
Really think it through. You know he's not the only son in the Jong clan.
I remember being so caught off guard by that look in his eyes. I couldn't do or say anything but run away. And now...
We're here, Siyeon. Let's go.
Yes, Dad.
Welcome, welcome. Thanks for making the long journey. I see our Siyeon is here. Hello, sir.
Hello. I've returned to that exact same day 10 years ago.
Come on in. It's chilly out. Yes, sir.
Mom?
Huh?
I'm feeling a bit carsick. Can I take a walk first?
Alright, but don't be too long. It's cold out.
Okay. This house is just as it was 10 years ago.
Hi, Siyeon.
That voice, it's Gwihyun.
Welcome. How was the ride?
He's alive. Gwihyun is really alive. Gwihyun Appa.
You must be having a tough time with your studies, huh?
Appa. I.
What is this? A long-lost family reunion?
Ijan Appa. I'm not scared of him anymore.
Why would you say something like that? Apologize to Siyeon right now.
What? Just calling it like I see it.
No, I'm actually glad to see him. The old me would have ignored him or ran away.
You did good, Siyeon Choi.
But Ijan was the only one by my side when my birth mother died and I was in a deep pit of despair.
What are you looking at? Are you actually waiting for me to say sorry?
No. I'm just glad to see you. I'm just so glad to see you both. I may be fearful of what's to come. Gwihyun is alive and I can tell Ijan that I'm glad to see him. I'm grateful for this moment alone.
It takes very little to make you glad, doesn't it?
There must be a reason I was 18 years old. I won't let things end as tragically as it did the last time.
The adults need to have a conversation. Could you step outside, Siyeon?
Yes, sir. I already conversation is about. They're going to be married until I am 26 years old. Not knowing that it's all a part of grandmother's ploy to wait until Eunhye turns 26.
You're out early.
Ijin. It's the same as I remember. The adults are having a conversation. This is where he stood waiting for me then, too.
I'll be straight. Do you like my brother? You wanna marry him?
He's a straight talker, just as he was back then. Why are you asking me that?
You talk like it's someone else we're talking about. You're the one marrying my brother, right? Do you even know what it means to be the wife of the eldest son of the head family? You marry my brother, you'll be locked up in the head house and live like those women of Joseon dynasty. You'll spend the rest of your days polishing old crocs. You've seen how many crocs there are in our yard, right? You sure about this?
It's exactly the same as 10 years ago.
Really think it through.
This Ijin cannot even imagine the fact that I won't be able to marry Guihyun. Well, it's like Guihyun is the only son of the Seorae-jong clan.
What do you mean?
I don't want to polish crocs. Nor do I want to prepare a dozen ancestral services a year. I mean just what I said. I don't know what kind of effect these words will have in my future, but I know the results of letting things happen as they did before. Perhaps if Guihyun fought hard enough to marry me, his grandfather may have relented in the end. But Guihyun never saw me as a woman, and we never really dated. To him, it wasn't me but my title as the great-granddaughter of the great Donghan Kim that was important. I can't be abandoned like I was before.
Give me your phone.
What, you're going to take my number?
I already know yours. I'm going to give you mine.
How do you know mine?
Your dad. Wait, what's this heart in your calendar?
What? Guihyun Appa's birthday. I didn't write that, that was the past me. What are you looking at? Give me back my phone.
I thought you didn't want to polish crocs, and whatnot. Your words and actions don't seem to align.
Right, and your words and actions align perfectly.
You know how to be fresh now, huh? Talking back at your age.
You're only 2 years older than me. Don't act all grown up. You're only 20.
Only 20? You think teens and people in their 20s are the same?
The past me would have hated confrontations like this, but I don't exactly hate this. There are plenty of universities in Korea. Why are you going all the way to the US?
Now that I've heard what you said, I may be regretting it a little.
I guess I won't be seeing you much when school starts.
I'll be back every vacation.
Today's the last day seeing him. In my past life, this was the last day I saw Ijin.
But still, I won't see you unless I come here.
Why wouldn't you come here? Because my icon parents stopped bringing me to these trips. Not after they discovered their real daughter, Eunhye.
Siyeon.
Do you remember when we were little and you threw that carp at me?
Oh, that.
Why did you do that?
I thought you liked the carps. I caught one so you could look at it up close.
So you've liked me ever since?
Are you unwell?
Nope. Then why are you acting like this? Acting like what?
Your head. I think you need a serious checkup. Don't laugh, I'm serious.
I didn't realize it then. That Ijin, while he may have a standoffish expression, always had such warm eyes. Grandmother tells the icon parents and Eunhye the truth. Eunhye moved to Icon. They hurriedly sell the land in Gyeonggi. Eunhye starts work Guihyun's company. Let's make a list of all the hardships to come, and the biggest hardships in the nearest future is my birth parents' company goes under, the factory closes, and my birth father collapses from the shock. My birth mother told me about the end of the company.
Our company took a dramatic turn for the worse when the food company we supplied went bankrupt and all their promissory notes became worthless. Your father tried everything he could to stop the promissory notes from becoming worthless, but it didn't work out. If we could have just stopped that, we would have found a way to find a new vendor and become operational again.
That was the incident that collapsed my birth father and resulted in Eunhye moving to Icon to live with me. The beginning of all my misfortune. It's January now, so I guess there's about 6 to 7 months until that happens. If it were up to me, I'd sell the land in my name to take care of it. But I'm underage, which means I can't do anything to that land without the Icon parents' consent. How do I take care of this? A text from an unknown number? Wait, that's...
Hi, Siyeon. Did you get home okay? It's me, Gwihyun.
Gwihyun texting me. Gwihyun has never texted or called me personally. What is happening?
Grandfather wants to have dinner, just the three of us, before I head up to the military. Let me know what time works, and I'll come to Icon to pick you up.
Siyeon grandfather is the chairman of Midnight Sun Food Inc. and he cared for me deeply. His help might come in handy one day. There's no reason for me to refuse this opportunity. Let's say I'm free anytime. How did you get my number, by the way?
Not even Ijin knew, so I asked Professor Kim.
What? Why did Ijin lie to him? It's unexpected that Gwihyun would ask my father for my number to text me. Wait a second. Come to think of it, the number, the texting, the dinner plans with grandfather, none of these happened in my past life. All I did differently was be a little kinder to Ijin. Did that set off a butterfly effect and cause all these things to happen? Even my smallest actions might change the future. That's right. I could even enjoy my conversation with Ijin, unlike before. Right. That wooden comb. If I return the comb, which I couldn't do before, that might change something else. Now where did I put it? I remember Mom keeps all my stuff from when I was little in the storage. Siyeon's kindergarten. Found it.
Welcome. Grandfather will soon be here as well. Let's wait for him inside.
Sure. Is Ijin not joining us today?
I think he had plans. Did you want him to join us?
I just thought, the more the merrier.
I don't think he'll be able to make it in time.
Oh well. I wanted to return the comb, but I guess I won't be seeing him today.
I thought you didn't like Ijin.
I don't dislike him. Ijin may be a little rough around the edges, but he's actually a good person.
Really? What about me?
You're an all-round good person.
Why, isn't that sweet?
I can't exactly ask Gwihyun to give Ijin this comb. Guess I'll have to return it another day. I often wonder, don't you ever feel like it's all so unfair?
Huh?
You know, to marry someone the family wants you to marry when we might actually fall in love with someone else one day. Ever since we were little, both Gwihyun and I were told countless times of how we would grow up to be each other's other half, during the Japanese colonial period. Gwihyun's great-grandfather fought for independence in Manchuria, while my great-grandfather wrote for the cause, awakening the masses to the independence efforts. What's more, the Midnight Sun of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. comes from the title of a poem my great-grandfather wrote for an independence newspaper during the period. Perhaps the most famous line from his poem, "I wait for you in the midnight sun," likened the Japanese occupation to the dark night and the hope of independence to the glistening moon. The poem's message was that as the moon brightens the dark night, the resilient hope of independence will patiently outlast the dark times. The two dear friends swore to become one family with the marriage of their children, but their plans were thwarted as they both only had sons. That was until I came along a generation later. No one dared even fathom that either Gwihyun or I could even entertain the thought of marrying anyone else. Our opinions had no part in the matter.
Do you feel like it's unfair, Siyeon?
More than fairness, I feel like we're all tied up in this abstract promise from years ago, you know? And to be honest, it doesn't have to be me, it just has to be a great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun poet, right?
Well, I guess that is the most important part, but that's not everything. I am a human, you know.
If you ever meet someone you truly love, you don't have to feel apologetic towards me. I hope you come to value your own happiness more than the promise of our families.
This is all so unlike you, Siyeon. Why are you saying all this? It's like you're a different person.
Is it? What's not like me?
I can't put my finger on it exactly, but you're different. Oh, I don't mean that I don't like you anymore, don't get me wrong.
Of course, he feels that I'm different. I was always cautiously tiptoeing around Gwihyun in the past, and here I am, saying whatever I want.
Find someone I truly love? Grandfather would have passed out if he heard.
Really?
Of course. He's only got eyes for you as my match. He's cared for you so dearly ever since you were born.
Gwihyun's right. He's cared for me as if I were his own. How much do you think he cares for me now? I bet he'd grant you any wish. What about you? To what extent could you grant the wishes of your future fiance?
Is there something you want? Tell me and I'll buy it for you, no problem.
There is something, but I don't want knowing.
Here, take my credit card you want.
Sorry, but it's not exactly something you can pay for with a credit card. What I want is something way bigger. I don't doubt grandfather's sincerity, but I can't go to grandfather with this kind of request. What are you willing to do for me, Appa? Really?
Yep, I told grandfather and it was all finalized earlier today.
Thanks so much, Gwihyun. I had no idea things would work out this fast. Thanks to Gwihyun's swiftness, he was able to get grandfather's approval, and my birth father was able to successfully get a deal with Midnight Sun Foods Inc. after a meeting with the purchasing team. Now my birth father's factory will be able to dodge the chain reaction of bankruptcies that was due to happen in 6 months' time. This also means that I've stopped the death of my birth father following his shock from the bankruptcy. I don't know how to say how grateful I am to you.
Don't mention it. Speaking of which, I haven't mentioned a word of you being a part of this at all, so don't worry about that. I do have one question.
Yeah, what is it?
You said that the president of that company was like a lifesaver to you. Are you going to keep that story a secret from me too?
That story being that the president of the company you helped is my birth father and the person raising Eunhye right now. I'm sure he'll come to know the full story someday, but I can't be the one to tell him now. I am sorry, Appa. Someday. I'll tell you someday in the future.
No, forget about it. I shouldn't have said anything. It's late. You should go to bed, Siyeon.
97, 98, 99.
How'd you convince grandfather?
100. What?
What did you promise him in exchange for him granting that request?
It's a done deal. Why do you want to know the details? There was no way grandfather would grant the request of helping out a tiny company of no relations. And I couldn't bring up Siyeon. So I shared my conundrum with Aijin, not knowing that he would actually succeed in convincing grandfather.
I'm not going to tell Siyeon that you were behind this.
Yeah, whatever. She asked you not to tell anyone, right?
Don't you feel a sense of injustice that I'm taking the credit?
Not at all. Anyway, doesn't Siyeon seem different? She keeps doing wild shit.
Watch your mouth. She's going to be family one day.
What, does Siyeon want to become the head wife of the Jong clan?
Well, it's not like Professor Kim is going to allow her, the last of her family line, to marry anyone else. And no other household will value her and the Midnight Sun legacy she symbolizes more than ours.
Bloodline, legacy, value, ugh. Some excuse. Is Siyeon even capable of voicing her own opinion?
I told you to watch your mouth, Aijin Jong.
That's why I was trying to go to the States. I feel like I'm in a madhouse with all this clan, bloodline, arranged marriage talk. Talking about the match made between our forefathers like it's some sort of holy prophecy. It's like y'all are neck deep in a cult, you know that?
Ijin Jong.
I couldn't stand it anymore, so I was just gonna bounce.
I don't want to polish Crocs. Nor do I want to prepare a dozen ancestral services a year.
But then she said she doesn't want to polish Crocs, so
What are you talking about?
I'm gonna take another year before university.
What?
I'm not going to the US.
If you wanted to go to a college in the country, you could have just done that. It's too late to just decide you're going to take another year.
Those were the conditions of the deal.
Enroll in a university in the country. Don't go to the States. And major in business administration.
I guess I should be grateful the old man gave me an excuse to stay.
Looks like I have to turn left up there.
You want the home address of President One-Day Choi? Sure, I can find out. But why?
I wanted to see them just once. To see my birth parents healthy and well. Maybe I'll be lucky and get to stare at them from afar. So, they lived in a nice palace. They must have had such a hard time, moving into my tiny studio apartment with me. I wonder which one is apartment 301.
Hey, you there. Aren't you Siyeon?
That voice.
It is you, Siyeon. What are you doing at my house?
Grandmother? Grandmother, you live here?
What is with you, child? You're not here to see me? I live in apartment 302 of this building. What is it?
I knew grandmother lived in Hanam, but it was beyond my imagination that she lived next door to Eunhye. Her love for her true granddaughter is awfully impressive. I was just passing by. And I remembered you lived near here, so I was looking around. There were so many clues pointing to the truth, if I were to look.
The kid next door looks awfully busy with her studies, tutors, and after-school academies, and whatnot. You're in the same grande, and you look quite leisurely.
You know the next-door neighbors well? My grandmother, whom I was told prayed for my safe birth at the temple every day of the pregnancy, never actually showed any interest in me after my birth.
That's right. She's nothing like you, bright and so well-mannered.
How nice. It would have been even nicer if she were your granddaughter instead of me. It makes no sense that she's so invested in the next-door neighbor's daughter and so uninterested in her own granddaughter.
What are you saying, child? Bite your tongue.
Can I stay a while, now that I'm here?
Well,
you don't want to invite me inside, do you?
Nonsense. Your grandmother's just busy, that's all. I have an appointment. So go home for today and next time.
I don't think it's a matter of next time, grandmother. It seems you'll always be too busy for me. I'll be off then. Goodbye.
Hey. Siyeon.
I haven't even taken 10 steps. She couldn't wait to get away from me. I guess her impatience and selfishness are evergreen. I can't believe she could do such a thing. Do such an unimaginable horrid thing to my birth parents and secretly live next door to them to be close to her true granddaughter. She probably wants to keep an eye on her precious Eunhye. No wonder she knew the moment the parents' business went bankrupt and brought Eunhye to Icon. How can a person be so cruel?
Siyeon Kim? It really is you. What are you doing here?
Ijin? What are you doing here?
Just passing through.
Why is someone living in Suwon just passing through the streets in Hanam? Did Guihin tell you?
Tell me what?
Never mind.
Anyway, wasn't that your grandmother who just went inside?
Yeah,
So your grandmother lives in this building?
hold on. So, what are you doing here in Hannum?
I'm taking another year to prepare for college admission, so I'm here looking for a private institute to study at.
Another year, you're not going to college?
I will. It's tough to make it in Korea with just a high school diploma.
No, I mean, I thought you were going to college in the States.
Do you want me to leave?
To be honest, I was glad to hear he wasn't leaving for the States. I am glad, but I'm a bit confused because I don't know why he's staying.
Hey, you two. You're blocking the door. Move out of the way.
Eunhye Kim.
Well, aren't you a polite little kid?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't think you were older than me.
This Eunhye was the same social butterfly.
Do you live here too, Appa? I live in apartment 301. Or did you just move here?
She didn't mask her curiosity toward Ijin at all.
You live in apartment 301?
I guess his height surpassing 6 feet and his handsome face does make him an objectively attractive guy. No wonder Eunhye would show interest. The problem is the first time Eunhye and Ijin met in my past life was at Eunhye's wedding.
What does your father do?
Huh? Oh, he owns a company.
But this time around, Eunhye met Ijin before Guihin, and a lot earlier at that.
Do you have any brothers?
Nope, I'm an only child. What about you, Appa? Are you in college? Which apartment's yours?
Is this okay? Why do I feel so anxious?
I'm taking a year before college and I don't live here. Her grandmother does.
Oh. Is it the grandma in apartment 302? I know her so well. I'm going over to her place right now. She's making me chicken stew.
Does your grandmother live in apartment 302?
I can't let them find out now. No wonder grandmother had a bag of groceries. She was on her way in to make Eunhye some chicken stew.
Then where do you live, Appa?
Suwon.
Suwon in Gyeonggi province? I've heard of it. How long does it take from here?
That's none of your business.
Watching these two talk reminds me.
Guihin's brother, Ijin, don't meet him even if he reaches out to you, Siyeon. I don't think you'd want people calling you a forlorn fiance going after her rich ex's brother, do you?
Of how Eunhye hated the thought of me meeting Ijin in the past. What would have happened if Eunhye met Ijin before meeting Guihin in the past? The more I look at Eunhye's face, the more I'm reminded of the last time I saw her when she was demanding I bring Guihin back from the dead. I feel the pull of my old depression.
It should have been you that died instead of Guihin, Siyeon Choi. So go fall in a ditch. Die. I have a question. Can this girl talk, Appa?
Watch your mouth. She could be older than you, you know.
Are you? I'm going to be in second year of high school.
High school in Korea is 3 years.
What month were you born in?
December.
When in December?
Stop it.
What? I'm trying to make you an yoni.
Yoni is a term used by females to address older females. No need, just drop it. I don't need Ijin complicating the matter by finding out our birthdays are the same. Too many coincidences are sure to raise suspicion.
So you do know how to speak. Are you going to be in your second year too?
I'll be heading out now. The surprise of seeing Eunhye aside. I found myself feeling disappointed by Ijin. In the past, he had asked me to come with him to the States, and said that Gwihyun wasn't the only son in the Jong clan. He was always mean to me, pulling pranks. Why is he acting so differently towards Eunhye? I feel an ache in my chest. This isn't the first time. This happened with the Icon parents and with Gwihyun in the past. It was that way with those who were closest to me. Why did I ever think Ijin would be any different when we weren't even that close? Oh no. I think I'm about to cry.
Hey, Siyeon. Wait up. God, you're fast.
Ijin. He followed me.
That apartment 301 kid. I definitely haven't met her before, but why does she feel so familiar?
Because she looks like her birth parents in Icon.
She was really something. She asked me, a stranger, for my number. Are kids like that nowadays?
I guess she likes you. So, did you give it to her?
Yeah. I had some questions I wanted to ask her.
Hey. Why did you really come to Hanam?
What about you? You're not even that close to your grandmother.
What makes you think I'm not close to my grandmother?
Because it's ridiculous to turn your own granddaughter away saying you're busy, then make the kid next door chicken stew.
Can't you just play dumb and let it slide?
I wasn't exactly going to rub it in your face or anything.
Well, you shouldn't have said anything at all. I'm not really angry because of grandmother.
Why are you so mad?
I can't stand the fact that Ijin just gave Eunhye his number like it was nothing. I hate that someone saw something so embarrassing.
I'm not just anyone, am I?
I guess not. After all, we are going to be brother and sister-in-law one day.
Ha. I can't believe this. I wasn't going to make a move or anything. You're the one who started this. You're the one who said that my brother's not the only son in the Jong clan. You're the one who acted like you were going to miss me if I go off to the States. And now you're saying what? In-laws?
Huh. I don't even know why I cried.
Sigh.
I just know that it was something more complex than just sadness.
I'm sorry.
Ijin, who didn't apologize to me even when he threw that carp at me.
Tell me what I've done to upset you and I'll apologize.
He grew up to become an adult who knows how to apologize. I can't tell him the real reason I'm mad. But really, why did you come to Hanam?
I promise no one knows about this but my brother and me.
So Gwihyun told you that President One Day Choi lives here in Hanam.
He didn't tell me exactly, I just happened to find out. I heard you called him a lifesaver, and got curious what a teenager like you could owe a stranger your life for. On the off chance that it was something horrible. I couldn't just stand by and do nothing.
So you came all this way to President Choi's house?
I didn't know you'd also be here. Nor did I have a clue that your grandmother lived here.
Ijin can't even fathom that I'm upset because I'm jealous about Eunhye. You know, someone once told me that I had the worst luck in the world.
What? What punk said that nonsense you?
No, it's not like that. His words may be a bit crass, but he was really kind. And he was always by my side when things got rough.
Is this your ex?
No, we didn't date. We weren't really anything at all. Why do you think he was so kind to me?
Are you dense? He was trying to get your attention.
Why?
That's probably because he liked you.
To be honest, I had an inkling that Ijin had feelings for me in the past. But I pretend no to notice. I thought it would be preposterous for me, Gwihyun's fiance, to have eyes for Ijin. I regret that. Why didn't I ever consider Ijin's unwavering feelings for me, until it was too late?
Siyeon, are you crying?
I wonder if Ijin grieved my death. I can't bear this ache in my chest at the thought that the Ijin in my past life will never know how sorry and regretful I feel. Ijin patiently waited until I was done crying.
Alright, fess up.
Fess up, to what?
You embraced me while talking about some other dude. How do you expect me to take this?
What is that icy face for? Well, technically, they're both Ijin, just in different times. But I can't tell him that. I can't think of a good enough excuse. I'm just stressed out from studying.
I still don't get it.
Or maybe I'm delusional.
So you're saying you're out of your mind?
I was trying to smooth it over with some made-up excuse, but it's no use. The only men I really know in my life are Gwihyun and Ijin. So it's not like I can tell him that it's someone he doesn't know. There's nothing I can do even if Ijin doesn't believe me.
Also, another thing. What exactly is going on between you and President One-Day Choi of apartment 301 back there? By the sounds of that girl, it seems like the only man in that house is President Choi and he's old enough to be your dad. What could possibly be your relationship with him that you wanted to help him?
Well,
Your crying's not about that old geezer, is it?
old geezer? How rude. He's old enough to be your dad.
My level of respect for him depends on your answer. So spit it out. Why did Midnight Sun have to give Youngjin a lifeline? What massive debt could you possibly owe President Choi? Should I go ask him myself?
That would be useless. He doesn't know the answer. The reason I haven't told you why I wanted to help him is because I don't want to. You must have a secret or two you don't want anyone knowing.
He didn't do anything bad to you?
No, never. It's not like that.
Fine then. I was just afraid they were blackmailing you or something.
You really came all this way to Hanam to look into this?
You made an objectively suspicious request. Of course, I was going to look into it.
Gwihyun didn't ask a single question.
And your point is?
Just that two brothers can be so different. Gwihyun concluded the suspicious request with one phone call, telling me things went well, and respect my wishes by not pressing further when I didn't tell him the reason behind it. Ijin, on the other hand, couldn't stand his suspicion, and came all the way to Hanam to find answers.
Of course Gwihyun and I are different.
It was so like Ijin and I was glad all the more because of it. By the way, I talked to Gwihyun and he said that he's going to be stationed in Payu for his military duties.
You talked to my brother on the phone?
Yeah, a few days ago. Gwihyun had called to tell me the date and location of his enlistment, and I told him to be safe and stay healthy. I got the feeling he wanted me there to see him off. But I didn't quite feel like seeing off someone else's future husband. I guess the whole family will be seeing him off on his enlistment day.
It'll be the whole motley crew, including even some of the clan elders.
I'm sure they're all worried. He's their precious heir.
Thank God he's not the only son, for generations in a row. Not that it makes much of a difference.
Sons have been scarce in Ijin's family for generations. If Ijin hadn't been born, Gwihyun wouldn't have just been the eldest son but the only son for the fourth generation in a row. Are you glad you're not the eldest son?
Most days, but not all the time.
Oh, I almost forgot. Hold on 1 second. Rummage. Here.
What's this?
You gave it to me when we were little. Remember? Your great-grandfather gave it to your great-grandmother when he proposed. I heard that it's an heirloom, passed down to the wives of the family, and that your mother was really upset when she discovered it was gone. Make sure you sneak it back in and put it where it belongs.
How do you know that story?
I actually found out during the wedding talks with Gwihyun in my past life. I overheard our moms talking.
Just keep it. I gave it to you.
What? But... Alright, I'll keep it safe. Just let me know whenever you need it. I didn't think he'd refuse so quickly.
You're telling me to take it back from you and give it to someone else?
The thought of giving it to someone else shook me to my core. I'll keep it safe, for now.
Good.
I often think of this day. The day Ijin and Eunhye first met. How Eunhye blushed as she looked up at Ijin and how I blankly gazed at them. Each time I think of this day I get the odd, unpleasant feeling that I'm glancing into the future. Time flew past and it was summer vacation before I knew it. As expected, nothing happened. You kids can't play all day just because it's vacation. You'll be third years in half a year. Time flies. My birth father's business took off and was soaring as if taking flight. Thanks to their successful business, Eunhye never turned up to our icon home. Nor was the secret of our birth revealed. My icon parents still love me the same. But that fact doesn't delight me one bit. This emotion I'm feeling is neither joy nor sorrow, but closer to apathy.
Hey, Siyeon.
But not everything was quite the same as before.
Let's go eat something.
Ijin stayed in Korea instead of going to the States. Okay. I came out to this neighborhood twice a week for classes. What do you feel like eating?
Fight heat with heat. How's chicken stew?
And my academy happened to be close to Ijin's institute. So we ended up meeting up to eat a couple times a week.
Then I'll have grilled chicken. Let's go somewhere where they have both.
Sounds good. I used to like chicken stew.
The grandma in apartment 302? I know her so well. I'm going over to her place right now. She's making me chicken stew.
But I haven't touched it since that day.
If there are any tricky problems while studying, you can ask me. I'll tutor you.
I'm not so desperate to get help from someone going through college admissions again. The food will get cold. Let's eat.
Siyeon, did you already forget? If I wanted to go to college in Korea, I would have. I got into universities in the States that are way harder to get into, and just didn't go.
I know. Why didn't you go? It seems like such a shame. Ijin was accepted into every university on the East Coast that he applied to.
My family was glad when they first heard that I was staying in Korea. Until they saw my acceptance letters and they started backtracking.
Although I was glad that he stayed in Korea. But the part of me that remembers my past life felt like it's a missed opportunity.
Oh right, I'm going to go to the military right after I start college.
What a great plan. Well, you'll have to get in first. You've got it.
Being all sarcastic when you should be cheering me up, huh?
Here, have a chicken leg.
For me.
Eat this and cheer up.
I heard giving your drumstick to someone else is a sign of true love.
What? Flinch, I had no idea. I take it back.
I thought you gave it to me because you didn't like it. Nom. Nom.
I do like chicken legs.
So it is true love.
No, that's not what I said. Grown, he can be such a prankster sometimes.
Here, Siyeon. Slide. If you like them all that much, it's all yours.
I couldn't help but laugh.
Here.
Thanks. Ah, that's nice. There's not a bit of shade anywhere. Wipe. Whoever invented the air conditioner is a genius. They should give them an award.
Willis Carrier's long gone.
I just meant it's way too hot. Huh.
What?
Nothing, it's nothing. I know it wasn't heat stroke, yet I was a bit dizzy. Eunhye texted me from time to time and we met up to eat if our schedules aligned. Can you be out like this when the college entrance exam's around the corner? We somehow ended up spending a decent amount of time together, without having quite defined who we were to each other.
I could see you every day and my grades won't be a problem. Want me to prove it?
No thanks. My grades will be the one that suffers. But I knew Eunhye's feelings for me.
That's a shame.
His feelings were so apparent in his eyes, that it was difficult to pretend not to notice. Eunhye was accepted into a prestigious university in Seoul, and he simultaneously put in his request to serve in the military. Eunhye effortlessly shrugged off the family elder's advice of attending one semester and waiting until Gwihyun's military service was complete before entering himself, and submitted his application for leave of absence on the first day of university. And today, Eunhye appeared with a buzzed haircut.
I came to tell you face to face that you don't have to come see me off to the military.
He's entering tomorrow, so I expected him to reach out but didn't think he'd show up at my door. Why are you in such a rush to go to the military?
The sooner I go, the sooner I'll return.
I should have known when you kept reiterating that your university is the only one in the country that allows leave of absence upon entry. He's proactive, I'll give him that.
Aren't you nervous?
It's just military service. Everyone goes. By the time you're done, I'll already be in college.
Why don't you also take a year off? Take another year to retake the college entrance exam?
Wow, telling a third year to spend another hellish year is brutal. I'm going to college this year. I'm not repeating this year like you did.
Haha. Alright, relax. I'll take care of myself.
That's a given.
I'll exempt you from your pen pal duties, so study hard.
He's saying that knowing fully well that I won't write. Once you enter tomorrow, when's your break?
Probably not until the summer? Around your summer vacation. Let me know when you're out. I'm sure you'll be busy meeting up with friends. But it'll be nice to see you if you have the time.
Okay.
Come to think of it, you're not even shedding a tear for me, Siyeon. You were quite the leaky faucet last year.
Why would I cry? It's not like you're being incarcerated. Never mind. Take care of yourself. When training gets tough, think of this poor third-year student, stuck in the library all night long, and buckle up.
Haha. Sure. I'll try and remember.
Oh wow, I didn't realize it was so late. You should go. You have an early morning.
I came all this way, couldn't you even pretend to be a little sad for me?
To be honest, I've got enough woes of my own to be sad for someone else. Nor do I have the time. I gotta go back inside and study.
Alright, I'm leaving.
Was I too harsh? But he has to get up early to leave tomorrow.
Hey Siyeon.
Yeah?
I'm gonna miss you.
I can wait a year and a half. I'm very patient, you see.
What an interesting thing to say. It sounds to me like
what?
Like you're saying you'll wait for me.
I'll wait for you. So you have to be well and stay healthy, okay? Reach. I want to hug him and tell him everything will be alright. But that would probably be a bit too much. Pull. Smooch.
I'll be back in no time.
I'll be waiting. So Eunhye defined the relationship between us before heading off to his military service. I made the dangerous promise of saying I'll wait for him. Those 4 words, I'll wait for you, solidified me as his patient girlfriend, awaiting his discharge. Eunhye introduced me to an online community where the women waiting for their boyfriends gather. The beautiful wait community for those patiently waiting. By doing so, he's officially dubbed me an awaiting girlfriend. He expects me to carry out this role? I'm still in high school, gosh. Ha ha ha. In the online community, there were girls talking of love and longing of their boyfriends in service, which seemed so much greater than the void I was feeling. All this passion and care. I almost feel bad for Eunhye for giving me the same title as these ladies. I think he picked the wrong girl.
Siyeon, I'm coming in.
Shut. Yes, Mom.
I thought you might be feeling peckish, so I brought you some snacks.
Thank you.
Look at you, studying so hard on a weekend. I'm proud of you. Here, take a break to fuel up.
I can't stare at Mom's loving, doting eyes for too long, knowing that her love is not really for me.
It's tough, isn't it?
Everyone else does it. It's fine, really. To be honest, I feel the most at rest when I'm sitting at my desk to study. Time whizzes by when you're working on problems almost by rote.
You can tell me if you're having a hard time. You know, I almost feel sad that you've become so grown up so fast.
Well, I'll be an adult soon. I may have returned to my body in the past, but my heart hasn't. To receive all the love of my icon parents, the memories of my past life are just too fresh. Knowing that their love has an expiration date makes it all the more difficult to treat them like I used to. Speaking of which, Mom, I want to move out next year.
Move out? What do you mean? You'll barely be 20. Why should you move out when we are alive and well?
I'm not saying this on a whim. I've been thinking about this for a while now. I'll be an adult next year, and I can't live under your wing forever.
Moving out at 20, no way. I won't allow it. You can't move out before marriage, and I'm sure your father will say the same thing. I expected as much. Then let's ask grandmother. She is the eldest person of our family. If grandmother doesn't oppose, let me move out. We don't need to bother asking, I'm certain she'll disagree and rage. She's of a different generation. Do you think she'll let you live in this cruel world on your own?
I brought up the grandmother in Hannam on purpose. We can at least ask. She might have a differing opinion. This was a calculated move on my part, as I'm sure she'll welcome my moving out with open arms.
Are you that eager to be away from your mom and dad, Siyeon?
No, Mom. I just want to become a healthy, independent adult who doesn't have to rely on their parents' love. And if it's too tough, I can always come back. A little white lie to appease her. I have no intentions of returning. It does seem soon, but it's for the best for everyone to become distant when things are well between us. It will be 100 times better than watching their affection leave while living under the same roof. Besides, it won't take but 5 years. Until they replace me for good in their hearts. In a way, my icon parents are also victims of grandmother's actions. I understand their aching love for their long-lost child, who's come home too late. But in my past life, they were grandmother's accomplices. In keeping Eunhye's identity from me until we were 25 years old. I understood all this in my head, but not quite my heart.
I still don't like the idea of you moving out.
I know they felt slightly remorseful while they neglected me, so I am set out to reserve the same sentiment. Alright. College is the more important thing ahead anyway, so let's pick this back up after my exam.
Good. Let's talk about this later.
Don't worry yourself too much, Mom. And just like that, I took another step towards a different future. It's been a few days since Ijan's gone off to military.
Siyeon, are you going to study in your room after breakfast?
No, I'm going to head to the library. I don't know this number. Who could it be? Hello?
How have you been?
This voice. Ijan.
Are you home? Or headed to academy? No, wait, are you busy with midterms? How have you been feeling? How's school? I've been eating and sleeping so well, I'm starting to think I found my life's calling.
Why are you talking so fast? Is someone coming after you?
I placed second during my training and this is my reward. I only have 3 minutes.
He's using his hard-earned reward on me and not his family.
I worked my ass off and only got a few minutes.
I don't know if I deserve such attention. It feels good and yet a corner of my heart prickled. You take good care of yourself, okay? Ijan used to have such biting tongue.
I'll be able to use my cell phone once I'm placed at a base. That's sooner than you think, so hold tight and stay focused on your studies.
And now he's the sweetest man. I am, don't you worry. I'm always at the library. I'll be fine, worry about yourself. A 3-minute call? Now I'm the one talking fast. Don't do anything others aren't doing. No, it must be that I didn't pay him close enough attention in the past.
Are you worried over me?
No, I just don't want you to stand out.
Oh no. You like me too much.
What? Maybe Ijan was this sweet all along.
Haha. I gotta go. I'll call again soon.
Alright, take care.
You be well until I call again.
Ijan penetrated my day and evaporated as quickly as he appeared. A strange sense of emptiness filled the silence following the call. Phew. That's when I realized Ijan was taking up quite a sizable space in my life. I'm off to the library, Mom.
Wait, Siyeon. I'm sorry, but I think you'll have to study at home today. Grandmother's coming over in a little bit.
Just like this? Dining with grandmother on any occasion other than the holidays was very rare in my past life. That very same distant, standoffish grandmother started coming over a lot more after Eunhye moved to Icon. In the past, if came home earlier than everyone expected, I'd often come home to find the Icon parents, grandmother, and Eunhye gleefully enjoying dinner together.
You go ahead, Grandma. You now, I'm already 19 years old.
You're still a baby to me, Eunhye. To me too.
I still remember the look on their startled faces as they found me standing, their glee leaving their eyes.
Siyeon.
Siyeon.
My heart drops even thinking about it.
Help yourself, Mother.
I will. Here, Siyeon. I got the fish bones out for you. What are you doing all that for? She's all grown up. She might look it, but she's still a baby to me. Be practical. She'll be 20 in the blink of an eye. Back in my day, we got married at 18, had children, saw to all the housework. I had your husband here when I was Siyeon's age.
Oh, but times have changed, Mother. They're all like children before they get married.
No, Dad. I agree with grandmother, you're an adult when you're 20. So I think it would be okay to move out and live on my own when I turn 20. I've waited all meal for this topic to come up.
Move out, what are you talking about?
I've been telling Mom that I want to move out once I'm in college, but she won't budge on her opposition. What do you think, grandmother? Do you feel the same way?
Siyeon. You mean next year?
Yes, I'd like to if you all will allow it. It's not like I stop being your daughter if I move out. I've already made my case. I don't like it.
I also disagree. Why leave your perfectly spare thought for your parents, who'll be worried sick for you?
As my parents made their argument of opposition, grandmother stayed silent. She must be dying to side with me, the pebble in her shoe her own accord, but she must be racking her brain for a clever and likely reason. I guess it's time to pull this card out. If you feel that way, another solution is to get married to Gwihyun early and move out that way.
That cannot be. Marriage at 20, that's absurd.
I don't mean next year. But in 3 years' time, I'll be 22 years old and Gwihyun will be 26. That's an old enough age, isn't it?
Who gets married at 22 nowadays? You have to be at least 26.
As expected, she couldn't help but react when I brought up getting married to Gwihyun. You just said that you got married at 18. Surely, 20 is old enough.
I'm of a different time. You're not.
Why don't you want me to be married early, grandmother?
Well,
my marriage to Gwihyun is set in stone anyway. Don't just oppose and please give it another thought. Whether it be marriage or moving out, I want to be able to choose. It's my life, after all.
sure, moving out early and dipping your toes into society as a young adult is not a bad idea. Son, let Siyeon move out next year.
But mother,
Find her a nice, small studio apartment near her college next year. She says it's her wish. Who's going to stop her?
sure, I suppose. It'll have to be in a nice, safe neighborhood with access to public transportation.
Honey,
She'll still be our daughter. She wants it so bad, so we should let her. But Siyeon, you have to get into the college you're aiming at, all right?
I will. Thanks, Dad.
You're still thinking of majoring in literature, right? You've always wanted to be a children's book author. Your great-grandfather would be so proud of you.
I'm still contemplating my major. Becoming a children's book author was my dream a long, long time ago. The only reason I decided on that goal, it was fitting for the great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun legacy and for a picturesque, perfect housewife. But now that I know marriage to Gwihyun is not mine to lose, I have no reason to entertain that dream anymore. Gwihyun wants me to join him at Midnight Sun Foods Inc. after graduation.
oh, that's a great idea. You'll be married to work together too. Shall I put in a word with Siyeon auntie?
Seeing Mom's face change so quick to joy reminds me of something Eunhye said. So it's true that Mom asked Siyeon auntie for Eunhye.
Don't do such thoughtless things. What would the Siyeon household think of the Kim family, acting so classless?
This is the person who forced Icon Mother's hand to get Eunhye her position at Midnight Sun Foods Inc.
Is something funny?
Of course, it's funny. I agree with you, grandmother. Sure, we're just trying to honor the oath between our forefathers. But it'll look to outsiders like we're dying and clinging on to become in-laws with Midnight Sun Foods Inc. I won't ever go into Midnight Sun Foods Inc., even if it's just to keep the pride of the Midnight Sun legacy alive. You're right, it is a classless way to earn favor with Gwihyun.
I mean, sure.
I wonder what strategy she'll use now to get Eunhye close to Gwihyun. At least she won't be able to shove Eunhye into his office like she did before. But you do really wish for Gwihyun and I to get married, right?
I told you, it is an age-old oath that our two families be tied together by marriage.
Then should I get engaged to him first?
Who gets engaged these days?
You're right. I'll just wait until I'm of marrying age like you said, grandmother. Grandmother's counting down the days until Eunhye fills her 24 years, but I'm counting the days until I become legal. The day I'll be able to make decisions without the consent of my parents. By the way, Mom, have you ever been to a temple, a cathedral, or a church?
I mean, of course, but why do you ask?
My friends told me that parents of third years would go to temples, to pray and light lanterns for a successful exam. Youngkyung's mom goes to early morning prayers every day. This is my long shot at getting any bit of information out of grandmother.
Right. I've also been thinking of going somewhere as the date of your exam approaches. Oh, right. Mother, don't you go to a temple somewhere in Gyeonggi from time to time?
Mom thankfully asked the question for me.
What about the temple I go to? Well, you're so devoted to that temple. You never forget to pay the chief monk a visit each year.
The moment Mom mentioned the chief monk, I got strong feeling that he's the reason Eunhye and I got switched. But it was ultimately grandmother's doing, upon monk's instruction to have Eunhye raised under a mother roof. I thought it would be a long shot, but ultimately, the person who twisted my fate is that monk. I hear it's more effective the longer you've held on to the faith. I want to go there. I think I'll feel better if I do. I have to talk to that monk.
Sure, let's go. Anything to make you feel better. Let's go and light lanterns, light candles, and do whatever we can.
Thanks, Dad.
Don't mention it, sweetheart. Why don't you join us, Mother?
What a fuss.
Grandmother made her disgruntlement known at Dad's suggestion, but it seemed as if she secretly wanted to go. A week later, the whole family went to a big temple on the outskirts of Gyeonggi with grandmother.
Do you feel better now, Siyeon?
Yes. I lit a successful exam lantern and put it at a prime location. I feel loads better. It was an old temple with history and size, and as such, many visitors filled it. Thanks everyone.
Looking at how happy Siyeon is, it's all worth coming all the way here with the whole family. It seems like our business here is done. Shall we head back now?
Wait, when is grandmother going to visit with the chief monk? I've been keeping my eyes on her the whole time, but she hasn't seen him yet. I need to find out who he is.
All right, off to Seoul we go.
Wait a minute, son. Drop me off here.
Where is this place, Mother?
No need for you to know. It's not too far from here, it won't take long.
You keep secrets from your son?
That's the temple. This monk Jongseon is the person I've been looking for. 165 to 24, Dambang RD, Namdong District, Singnam, Gyeonggi Province. Monk Jongseon. Grandmother didn't want to take me to her temple, and took us to a different one instead.
Let's see. It says it's about 20 minutes from here.
I need to write that address down before I forget.
We're here, Mother.
I'll see to my business and stay the night in this neighborhood. It's getting late. Don't bother coming out of the car and go straight to Seoul.
All right, Mother. We'll give you a call when we get home. Okay, let's go home, Siyeon.
Dad, wait.
What is it, Siyeon?
That man must be Monk Jongseon.
Are you feeling alright? Siyeon, do you want to take a break before we hit the road?
No, I'm okay. We can go.
That can't be.
Yes, the child in that car is the child my son and his wife are raising. Don't worry. They're raising her as their very own. We just came back from a temple visit to pray for her college entrance exam.
What a high price to pay. All because this humble monk dared to defy the heavens. And what a trick of fate that it's the child of all people.
Sir?
It's nothing. Let us head inside.
Time flew by, and before we knew it, summer vacation began. Apart from going to the academy twice a week, I spent most up Yvat's Alpay study cafe after breakfast.
Where are you? At that study cafe?
Ijun. Ever since he's been placed at his base, Jun's been texting me every day. He calls when he has the time, but he usually sends these short check-in texts, being considerate of me since I'm preparing for college application. Yep. But aren't you busy right now?
I'm on break.
He can use his phone when he's on break? Should I ask him when he's taking his first leave? When I peruse the online community cafe sometimes, I can't help but be drawn to the posts of members whose boyfriends entered the military around the same time Ijun did. Among those boyfriends, there were some who had already come out on leave, but Ijun hasn't taken a single leave yet. When are you taking your leave? I heard people who entered around the same time already got theirs.
Do you miss me?
He catches me off guard every time he asks me something so direct. June treats me as if I am Mai's girlfriend, but I can't treat him the same way. It's a separate matter from the fact that I like him. That's probably why Ijun sometimes acts like he's fishing for affirmation of my feelings for him, like he's doing now.
Do you miss me?
The closest thing to the truth would be, I miss you, but I'm not sure I should, but I can't exactly say that. Would it suffice if I say, I'd be glad to see you? Another vague response. He's got enough reasons to think of me as a coward now.
Hey, Siyeon Kim.
That voice.
How glad would you be to see me, exactly?
Ijun?
That's right, Private Ijun Jong in the flesh.
Oh no, I'm so glad and happy to see him, I might cry. I have a favor to ask, Appa. Can I hug you?
As you wish. And you acted all coy.
I could hear the rapid beating of Ijun's heart. Did you come straight here to see me?
Yeah, it's girlfriend over family for me.
But it's your first leave. The family elders must be waiting for you.
I told them I'll come home after seeing my girlfriend.
Did you tell the elders about me?
Should I know have? I asked you a question.
I would rather you didn't.
The reason being?
Because the elders won't understand us dating. It just feels too soon, we don't know where this is going.
That's not a good enough reason.
I just want to be cautious. Also, I'm a senior preparing for my college exams. The elders wouldn't exactly be over the moon about me dating at my age.
Are we even dating?
It's my fault that Ijun feels this way about us. I told you I'll wait for you. And I join you that online community you told me about. I'm learning a lot about the proper attitude for those patiently waiting, you know.
Did you know that if you betray your boyfriend while you're waiting, you're cursed for 3 generations?
And I heard that if you betray your girlfriend after she's waited for you, misfortune will follow your family line for generations. Oh good, it seems to be working.
I don't even know the meaning of the word. Betrayal.
Well, that's a relief. I can put my Mino at ease and focus on my studies then, huh?
My leave's for 5 days. I'll come pick you up each morning. Let's spend each day together. It'll be library dates.
Don't you have friends to meet? It's your first leave.
I didn't want to be disturbed, so I didn't tell anyone about my leave.
So no one else knows you're on leave besides me and your family?
Oh, there is one other person. That weirdo.
Weirdo?
You know, the one who lives at that place in Hanam you went to visit last year.
No way.
That girl, the daughter of President One-Day Choi of Yongjun Foods. She knows.
Eunhye Kim. You still keep in touch with her?
I have never reached out to her. But she calls or texts from time to time. It's annoying, but whatever.
I had no idea he had still been in touch with Eunhye. You can just tell her to stop.
She's the daughter of the person you consider to be your lifesaver.
It's her father whom I consider to be, not her.
So what? You are thankful to him but hate his daughter.
It's not a matter of life or hate. I'm not getting through to him. I had better change the subject. Anyway, I'm going to have lunch. What do you want to do? If you are going to head home.
Do you want to get rotisserie chicken?
Sure.
You are going to give me your chicken leg, right?
Fine. Since it's your first leave, I will give you my chicken leg. I laughed it off like it was nothing. But my blood ran cold. The thought that the relationship between Ijin and Eunhye was continuing made my heart sink. I'm home. The whole house is dark. I spent the day with Ijin at the library before having dinner, and got home a couple hours earlier than usual. But no one's home. Right, they did mention they had be having lunch at grandmother's. But still, they should be home by now. This silent home felt strangely ominous. They are still not home even after I took a shower and cleaned the bathroom. As I was thinking how strange everything felt today, I remembered something else. Mom, who so consistently calls to check whether I have eaten between my studies, hasn't asked me what I ate for lunch or dinner today. Not once. It's so unlike her. What's going on?
The person you have called cannot be reached. Please leave a message after the tone.
Dad's not picking up his phone either. Did something happen? Oh, it's Dad.
Your grandmother is sick. It looked like we will have to stay the night in Hanam. Make sure you lock the doors and sleep tight.
The text itself wasn't strange, but I could feel something was off. Mom who hasn't called all day and Dad who didn't pick up my call. And the two of them staying the night at grandmother's because she's sick. Something very similar happened in my past life. The summer I turned 18. After sending the same text as this one, my parents didn't come home for days.
She's going to be staying with us for a while. She's your age, so be good friends, alright?
And returned home with Eunhye. No, it can't be. There was a reason back then. Hanam father's business is doing well now. So there is no reason for grandmother to reveal Eunhye's existence so early this time. Things are different this time. I will ask when they are coming home. Will you be home tomorrow?
I will let you know.
It was really a yes or no question, and he still gave me a vague answer. My parents have suddenly changed after going to see grandmother. They thought that their staying out tonight may have nothing to do with grandmother's health. Kept me frozen on the spot for a while. The morning came and went without a word from my parents. They had normally call as soon as they woke up. Mom was so devoted to make the best conditions for me and my studies. She had cooked different dishes each and every meal when I was home.
Eat up, sweetheart.
The fact that someone like her hasn't called or asked after my meals once must mean there is a big enough reason for her not to. I thought Ijin last night that I can't meet him today due to an urgent matter.
When will you be free?
I don't think I will find out until the evening.
Should we grab dinner then?
I'm not sure when I will be done. I feel bad for bailing Ijin when he's out for his leave, but there's no choice. There's a person that I must meet today no matter what.
Where to?
To this address, please.
I have never seen someone so young visiting that temple.
Are there many people who go there?
No often, but I have had a fair number of elderly passengers who were headed there. And they would all tell me they have known that monk for a long time. So I figured he was a famous monk.
There seems to be more people who seek out that monk grandmother's calls Venerable Jongseon. The fact that someone who has no online presence had so many visitors over the years must mean that they all find this monk trustworthy. I remember the way his eyes locked with mine during our visit. He looked surprised when he's never seen me before. If I can meet him today, I will be able to find out why he looked so startled. Other than the sound of my footsteps and the insects chirping away, it was silent. My anxiety grew as my steps neared the temple. Because I couldn't call beforehand for I don't have the monk's phone number. Please. Please be here. He is. What do I do? Should I call him out loud? This is the person. Who is behind my twisted fate? And the switch between me and Eunhye at birth.
Venerable Jongseon?
Ah yes, I'm sorry. I have a guest, and will have to bid you farewell for now.
That's all right. I will visit you again.
Have a safe journey.
Do you know who I am?
Yes, I do. Please come inside. Your grandmother didn't mention you had visit. What is it that brings you here today?
Please excuse my visiting without prior notice, but I have always wanted to meet you, and I finally found the time to come here today.
Why would you want to meet an old monk like me?
Because you are the person who changed my fate. Grandmother heeded your words, and changed the fate of another family just for her granddaughter's sake.
How did you know that?
That's not what's important. The important thing is that I must know the reason why we can't return to our rightful places before 25 years of age.
O Bodhisattva, Goddess of Mercy.
I felt something rise within me as I saw the old man close his eyes and begin to pray his mantra with his beads. Rage and a sense of injustice. Tell me, why do my birth parents and I have to live as strangers for 25 whole years, for this grandmother and her granddaughter? Did Buddha really teach that you can ruin another's life so remorselessly? For your own selfish gain? Grandmother is a devoted Buddhist. A devout follower of Buddha who kneels to pray after committing something akin to murder. I fail to see what part of Buddha's teachings apply to such horrid deed.
It's all my fault. Being swept by my own emotions, I let slip something I shouldn't have, and that karma is my own, and no one else is to bear. Please let go of your anger.
If I could, I had run and tell my birth parents the truth right now and restore our family.
I know that what your grandmother and I have committed is a grave sin, and that it cannot be forgiven. Be that as it may, you cannot do as you wish.
Why not? Because you think her granddaughter will die if I do that? Do you really believe that would happen?
Yes, I do. But that is not the sole reason why. I couldn't turn a blind eye to that family's painful future.
Please save this child, sir.
I had no idea that a small act of what I thought was kindness to delay their family line from ending would result in all this. My foolish meddling may have prolonged the life of her granddaughter, but it also added to the bad karma of their family. But now I realize that my involvement in your life, and your ending up with your family, all happened according to Buddha's will.
I have no idea what you are talking about.
Everything will return to its rightful place in time. But please remember that you living as a member of the Kim family is a part of a greater plan from above.
It sounds like you are saying that the heavens have arranged for my misfortune.
All in order to realign the tangled fates, I am sure. Everything will be as they should be. I hope that you will have mercy and forgive her.
The only text I received was from Eunhye asking how my day is going. There was no word from my parents all afternoon. I was headed home, but I changed my mind the moment I saw the bus headed for Hanam. I'm sure I will be able to find out what's going on with my parents at grandmother's. Whatever it is, I'm not afraid. The monk said that everything will be as they should in time. But I had rather everything be revealed now.
Who is it?
It's me, grandmother. I heard you were sick.
What are you doing here unannounced? Neither your parents are here.
My parents aren't here. Where are they?
I didn't know. I'm sure they will come home if you wait patiently. Go now. I'm unwell.
By the sounds of it, something definitely happened between her and my parents. It's probably what I suspect it is.
There is something you two must know.
She revealed the secret that Eunhye and I were switched at birth. If my guess is right. Why did she decide to tell them so soon? I should pick something up on my way home. Now, where could my parents be? I can't think of anywhere they could have gone. Eunhye Kim. Of all the times we could run into each other. She saw me. I don't think that was her ignoring me. I don't think she recognized me at all. I should get going.
Is that you, Eunhye?
The warm voice from the speakers made me freeze in my steps.
Mom. It's so hot out, open the door.
Of course. Come on in, honey.
I have never heard her voice sound so lively. The time I spent with my birth mother in my former life was very short.
So you are our daughter. Siyeon.
And that short time we shared was filled with grief and pain, without anything to call a fond memory. The only memories I have are of her weak, tearful voice, and moments that make my heart ache in suffocating pain.
I'm so sorry, Siyeon.
Hearing her lively voice, I realized that she has never smiled or laughed once in my presence.
Is that you, Eunhye? Of course. Come on in, honey.
I finally got to hear my mother sound so happy, and yet, my heart. I ached so much that I thought it might burst. Hello.
Are you still out?
The moment I heard Ijin's voice, the grief within me surged to the fore. Ijin.
What happened to your voice? Are you sick?
I put on a cherry voice to sound not so weepy, but I didn't work quite as well as I hoped. It must be because I'm hungry. I haven't had lunch yet.
You haven't had lunch yet? Where are you right now?
I was just too busy. I am on my way home now. What about you? Where are you?
The internet cafe near your place.
What are you doing at the internet cafe in my neighborhood?
Waiting for you to call. My impatience won out and I ended up calling you instead.
Ijin. I'm starving. No one had forced me to skip lunch, but even the pang in my stomach added to my sorrow.
Is there no restaurant nearby? Find somewhere to sit and wait, and send me the address. I will be right there.
Okay, the address here is. The thought that Ijin was on his way calmed me down. I feel so much better now that I have got some food in my. It is Ijin. Looking at his dumbfounded face made me laugh. Ijin.
What did you eat here?
An instant ramen, a triangle kimbap, a strawberry milk, and iced coffee.
And that's a meal?
Kind of. But I can still eat. You haven't had dinner yet, right? Let's go somewhere where they take a while to serve.
Why are your eyes so puffy?
I cried because I was so hungry, but I'm better now.
Seriously?
I do feel better. That's the truth. But it wasn't because my empty stomach was full, but because I got to see Ijin's face, all worried for me.
What had you so busy that you starved yourself?
The feeling of his entire, undivided attention being on me was so sweet.
Your parents would be shocked if they knew you had instant ramen for dinner.
In that moment, my head was filled with just one thought: I am happy. You are in the military. Are you really in the place to worry about a civilian's meal?
It's not just any civilian I'm worried about. I'm worried about my girlfriend.
Hold on, let me check the time. I get butterflies in my stomach every time he calls me his girlfriend.
Do you have to go home early?
Nope.
Then let's walk and have you digest all that food. Let me know when you are hungry again. We can eat then.
Okay. Strolling with Ijin with the cool breeze in our faces. I didn't think about my icon parents or my Hanum parents once. He put me at ease and made my heart flutter. Looking at his face, tanned from his training, I noticed a stark difference, although I had only been a few months since he entered the military. His broad shoulders and toned arms gave him the aura of a man rather than a teenager. Gwihyun will be done with his military service soon.
Yeah, probably.
Time flies, doesn't it? I feel like I only heard about him enlisting yesterday, but now, he almost done with his service.
What a thing to say to someone only just taking his first leave from his service.
By the time you are done, I will be in college. And if all goes to plan, I will be living on my own. The moment I had the thought, I was reminded of my parents who hadn't called all day. Can I look at their faces again, and act like nothing has happened? I have to play pretend again with this family who is not really my family. The thought of it suffocated me.
I'm going to move to Seoul the moment I'm done with my service. But I'm not getting in the dorms, they are too suffocating for my taste.
Are you going to find a place near your school?
Nope. I'm going to find one in Icon.
Well, If I'm the reason you are doing that, you might not need to do that at all.
And why is that?
It's just a vague plan at this point. I will let you know when I know it for certain. I don't need to let him know when things aren't set in stone yet. And he's sure to give me an earful when he finds out I am moving out on my own while he's in the military. I'd be lucky if he stops at giving me an earful. Knowing him, I wouldn't be surprised if he called Icon father to give him a piece of his mind as well.
Siyeon's barely an adult. You two should have stopped her.
But I'm willing to bet 2 chicken legs on the fact that he will be singing a different tune if he finds out I'm living on my own after he's done with his service.
I want to tell Gwihyun about us.
Gwihyun's knowledge of our relationship increases the chance for the elders of both families finding out. And when they find out that the girl who was raised to be Gwihyun betrothed is all of a sudden dating Ijin, no one will understand. And when they find out that I'm not the real great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun legacy, they will consider my existence a burden.
You don't want me to?
I don't disagree with us telling him the truth, but I just want to give it some time. One way or another, they will become uncomfortable with my existence, but I want to delay that moment for as long as possible.
Once he is done with his service, he will return to university and start learning the family business. And the talk of your engagement with him also start getting serious.
I know what Ijin's worried about. He's worried that the relationship between Gwihyun and I will become more cemented and public. After all, the weight of marriage talks while we are children is starkly different from the same talk when we are adults. If we have to tell anyone, I will find the right time to tell grandfather. I know very well that there is no chance of me marrying Gwihyun before I'm 25. And even less of a chance after I turn 25.
I don't want to have to deceive Gwihyun.
But Ijun knows none of that. Of course, he is concerned. And whatever the case, Gwihyun is Ijun's one and only brother.
And nothing good could come to you, the longer we keep this hidden.
I know what you mean. Since I have made a decision to be with Ijun, it's on me to make my stance clear with Gwihyun. And Ijun's rights? The longer I keep things hidden, the worse things will be for me. As it will make me look like a double-crosser, two-timing the brothers for my own pleasure. But all these worries are nothing compared to those I will have if the secret of my birth comes to light. But there is no one but myself to blame. After all, I was the one who decided to dive headfirst into this relationship, knowing things might get complicated. Unable to ignore my growing feelings for Ijun.
Give me your hand.
Why?
Why do you think? How do you use chopsticks with these tiny hands?
I have never heard my hands are tiny.
I feel like I might crush it if I'm not careful. I have won first place on one of those punching machines before, you know.
Really? We had the same grins on our faces, as we squeezed each other's hands and started to walk the darkening streets together. My heart was heavy but fluttering all night. The lights on. They must be back.
A fierce heat wave is to strike the entire country, accompanied by passing rain in certain parts.
The sight of my father watching TV in the living room appeared foreign. He's usually reading a book at this hour. I'm home. His face had changed completely since yesterday.
Welcome back. You must have had a long day. Go wash up and get ready for bed.
I knew the moment I heard his weak, tired voice that my parents had learned about the secret. There was a familiar air between us that I had experienced before. Where's Mom?
She went to bed early. She was tired.
The only difference is that Eunhye's not here this time. Normally, Dad would have noticed my arrival home right away, and he would have rushed to greet me at the door, taken my bag, and asked me about my day. But the dad I came home to today has no budged from his seat on the couch. His grandmother okay?
Yes, she is better.
That's a relief. Good night. I felt a wave of guilt although I had done nothing wrong. A part of me wanted to tell them that I already knew the truth, but then I remembered that I wouldn't be able to answer them when they asked me how I found out. Whatever the case, the fact that icon parents raised me doesn't change, and considering my gratitude for them, there is no reason not to wait until I am 25 years old. But I can't act rashly, as the relationships and interests among the Jong family, the icon parents, and Hanum parents are intertwined in a complicated way. All I had to do was keep my mouth shut, and it would all pass. And then there is the issue of my relationship with Ijin. I thought that all I wanted from this life was for my Hanum parents and Gwihyun to be okay. But my unexpected feelings for Ijin added a significant change to my plans. What am I to do now? Come in.
Have you had dinner?
I have.
Siyeon, your mom and I have to take care of your grandmother for a while. Do you think you will be alright living alone for a while?
I understood the underlying meaning of his words immediately.
A live-in housekeeper is starting tomorrow, so you don't have to worry about household chores.
It seems that the icon parents decided to observe Eunhye from grandmother's place next door, instead of bringing her here this time. How long will you be away?
I'm not sure. We will have to see. I'm so sorry. I know it's not an ideal time. What with your studies?
It would be quite a while before I saw my parents again. It's alright, don't worry about me. I'm home. They returned towards the end of my summer vacation. But even then, Mom wasn't home much. And when she was home, she sat staring blankly in a daze. With the housekeeper around, there were no noticeable differences to our living environment. But the mood had shifted to a somber one, and all conversation had practically stopped. I didn't question the sudden change, and my parents had no emotional capacity to notice that anything was off about my lack of questions. They must be too occupied with other thoughts to think of my feelings. A heavy silence filled the dinner table, as always. Until it was broken by Mom, who seemed to have more energy than usual.
Siyeon,
Yes, Mom.
you know the land in Gyeonggi province in your name?
I didn't expect our first conversation in weeks to be about this. Yeah, what about it?
I was talking to your father, and I think we have to sell it.
I guess some things don't change even with the different circumstances. Upon finding out that I wasn't their birth daughter, the first thought they had was to deal with the valuable land in my name, just like before. I'm sure the fact that the high-value property was in my name instead of Eunhye's was not sitting well with them. I guess the thought of money and property woke her up from that daze she was in.
Siyeon,
Sure, go ahead and sell it.
I'm sorry, it's just that, like you mentioned a while ago, the holding tax alone is quite costly. And a potential buyer offered a good price, and so it just seems like the perfect opportunity.
She may list her excuses, but I know the real reason behind this. She wants to sell the property before I come of age next year, when I will have the full rights to do with that land as I wish, even if it's at a dirt cheap price. I guess it's not exactly dirt cheap, but still. It's fine with me, but I think I will have to let grandfather and Siyeon know.
Is that really necessary? He gave it to you after all.
Which is why he should be in the know. She looked startled, like the most unexpected words were coming out of my mouth. When the grandfather in Siyeon hears of this, he is sure to raise an eyebrow, and wonder why they have decided to sell their land when they are doing fine financially. And my parents will have a tough time explaining themselves. But that's not my burden to bear. I just don't want him thinking that I still have the land he gifted me when I don't. I don't want to feel that sense of debt, you know? If you don't feel comfortable telling him yourself, I will do it. I will tell grandmother too.
She already knows. We told her.
In all the chaos during their stay in Hanam, they must have prioritized the issue of this land. I know that land isn't rightfully mine, but I can't help but feel some type of way. Mom, about me moving out next year.
Yes, I haven't forgotten. Your dad and I were thinking of finding you a nice place after your exam.
She was no longer against my moving out. My parents and I became strangers. As if 19 years of living as a family meant nothing at all. Are you going to Hanam again today?
Huh? Yeah. After your grandmother's being sick, we can't help but be worried over her being all alone.
I know it's all an excuse to see Eunhye again. Mom's never shown much concern over grandmother's health before. Eunhye probably doesn't know about any of this yet. They wouldn't have told her when her college entrance exam's around the corner. Have you considered living with grandmother, then? Maybe moving into her place in Hanam could be an idea.
But will you be okay alone?
I'm going to move out soon anyway. You don't have to worry about me. She couldn't hide her excitement. For the first time in a while, the conversation ended with smiles on all of our faces. Time flew past and winter arrived. In that time, I got into college, and Gwihyun finished his military service. Ijin had 2 more leaves from his service. Things remained awkward with my parents, but we all pretended nothing had happened, and maintained a superficial relationship. As soon as they heard about my admittance to the university, my parents went to look a place for me to live. At first, they were looking at studio apartments for rent, but they soon changed their mind and looked into buying an apartment for a longer living arrangement.
If we find a rental, she will have to find a new place in 2 years. Wouldn't that be too much of a hassle for Siyeon?
That's true. We should just get Siyeon a place that's all her own, so she will be more comfortable.
I'm so glad you feel the same way.
They talked as if they were worried about me. But the tone of their voice told a different story. Are you worried I will ask to move back into your place in Icon after the 2-year lease is up? The two finally decided on an apartment with good sun exposure, good access to public transportation and shops, and bought the place in my name. And thus, the problem most weighing on my heart was solved.
Here comes delicious fruits for dessert.
Ironically, as soon as the date of my move was decided, my relationship with the Icon parents unexpectedly improved. Their words were sweet and kind like before, and they showed genuine concern for me.
Is there anything you need for your move, sweetheart?
I don't think so. Oh, Mom, I was thinking of going to visit Siyeon grandfather tomorrow. I will be busy for a while after I move, so I thought it had be best if I paid him a visit before all that.
You are going to Siyeon? Alone?
Yeah. Gwihyun's done with his military service, so I thought I had visited him, and his grandfather, too. Once school starts, things will get hectic and I won't get a chance to go down to Siyeon for a while.
Siyeon, you are an adult now. It won't look too proper for a grown lady to go to someone's place alone, when they are not even your family.
Well, Siyeon grandfather is practically my family. I just figured you would be too busy. But if you want to show me, all the better for me.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
What I mean is that you don't need to feel pressured to visit grandfather into one for a while. He is bound to talk about your engagement, and it won't be the most welcome conversation at your age, right? I didn't think much of it when you were younger. But now that you are older, this talk of marriage frankly feels worrisome and burdensome.
Mom was trying to convince me with her sweet words, but her point was, I don't feel comfortable with you going to Suwon to talk about marriage with Gwihyun and grandfather. Mom.
Yes, honey?
And having said what I said about not minding marrying Gwihyun early, when having our independence talk, she does have reasons to be anxious. If you don't feel all that easy about my marriage to Gwihyun, I will go down and tell grandfather that I won't get married to him.
Now, hold on a minute, Siyeon. It's not an issue to be dealt with so carelessly.
If I'm not to marry him, I should let them know so that Gwihyun can find another match. I don't feel comfortable about keeping him from meeting other people, if I'm not to marry him anyway.
What utter nonsense.
Her enraged reaction was very telling of her greed. Until they were sure of Eunhye's safety, the icon parents wanted to hold on to me, so that I could hold Gwihyun securely for Eunhye. So that when Eunhye's existence is revealed, she can take my place. Is this about the land? Because we'll have to return the money we made when we sold it if the engagement is called off.
What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with the land.
How can I not think of that? Suwon grandfather gifted that land to me as a part of my dowry, after all. It would be extremely awkward if I went and married someone else. I didn't mean to say all this. Or is it that you know of a way to call the marriage off, without returning the land? But I felt resentment towards my icon parents who were showing no consideration for me or my birth parents, and wanted to poke at their conscience to make them feel guilty.
I can't understand why you are being so touchy about this. We are doing this for our one and only daughter. Is it so wrong for me to worry about the future of my own daughter?
This is for your one and only daughter, huh?
Yes, of course.
So, this is all for me?
Yes. I tried my best to raise you the best I could for the last 20 years. I cared for you and your well-being with all my love, as if your life were my own. Isn't that enough? What more do you want from me?
Honey.
Her shrieking ended in a flood of tears, and what started off as a lovely dinner ended in an ugly mess. The next day, Mom was nowhere to be found. She must have left early.
Siyeon. Your mom left for your grandmother's in Hanam early in the morning.
Oh, I see.
Your father is home though. You can have breakfast with him.
Thanks to Mom's early morning. I had my first ever experience of having breakfast with father alone. It's so quiet.
Siyeon. Let's go to Suwon after breakfast. It's been a while I've seen the Jongs, and I'd quite like to visit them as well.
Okay. Let's do that, Dad.
And don't dwell too much on what happened yesterday. Your mom's a little sensitive lately, what with your moving out. I hope you can understand.
Yeah, I do. I said that I understood, but I knew that what was tormenting Mom wasn't my upcoming move. She was tormented by the reality that she couldn't bring Eunhye home immediately. Last night, she burst into tears during her rant about raising me the best she could. But I know that her rage and resentment shouldn't be directed at me, but at grandmother in Hanam. And she would do well to heed the fact that my mother in Hanam is raising Eunhye as her own with her all love.
You know, you will have some time before your first semester in college starts. What do you want to do? You can travel or taking lessons on a subject you like. What do you think?
I'll think about it after my move.
I'll wire you some money, so you can try whatever you want. You've worked so hard on your studies, you deserve it.
Thanks, Dad.
I will wire it to you tomorrow. It will be enough money for you to live the next 5 years uncomfortably. So think about what you want to do with your life and plan for the future.
Why only 5 years worth? If I'm not financially stable in 5 years, will you not help me then?
What? Of course we will help you.
Watching the people who raised you lose their affection for you is not an easy feat. It just sounded to me as if you were saying you had only take care of me until I am 25 years old. And knowing how much we have drifted, I couldn't take Dad's proposal at face value. But I know that's not like you. In observing my icon parents, I am reminded that there is no such thing as an absolute good or absolute evil. I know that they think they have fulfilled their duty to me by buying me an apartment and paying for my living expenses during my college years. And they must think this is the price they have to pay to keep Eunhye safe, and also enough compensation for robbing me of 5 more years of being with my birth parents. They must have heard through grandmother and Hannum that my birth parents are well off, and that Eunhye is being looked after in the best conditions. And I'm sure they find comfort in the fact that grandmother is keeping her watchful eye. It was a bitter realization that the only thing keeping the icon parents from being happy was not being able to bring their birth daughter home immediately.
It's so good to see you, Siyeon.
You too, grandfather. How have you been?
Hey, Siyeon. It's been a while. I heard you got your university admittance letter. Congrats!
Thanks, Gwihyun. Congratulations on completing your military service.
Thank you.
I heard that Gwihyun was learning the business while preparing to return to his university studies. After university, Gwihyun will enter Midnight Sun Foods Inc. to hold the prestigious title of Chief Director of Strategy.
I will go ahead and have a chat with grandfather first. Why don't you greet your Suwon auntie in the meantime?
Okay. The room auntie is in is quite as distant from the guest hosting area where they will be speaking, which tells me that Dad doesn't want me to eavesdrop on his conversation with grandfather.
I will see you in a bit.
Shall we?
No, you stay with grandfather. I will be back.
All right, then. You know, my mom was busy all morning preparing a lot of things for your visit. She will be delighted to see you and your reaction.
Oh, she didn't have to do all that on such a cold morning.
I'm sure she just wants to make the best impression on her future daughter-in-law, especially when she will be the next lady of the house.
Please don't mention the word daughter-in-law or lady of the house for the next 5 years, okay?
Why not?
I will tell you why not later. Go already.
All right, so what is it you wanted to stay?
Sir, I wanted to talk to you about.
If it's a discreet conversation among the elders of the house, I will wait outside.
No, it's all right. Make yourself comfortable.
Yes, continuing. What were you going to say?
We sold the land in Gyeonggi province that you bought for Siyeon.
Really? Does Siyeon know this?
Yes, we asked for her thoughts before we made the sale.
I'm sure it was an announcement more than a discussion. You beat her to the punch before she could make her own decision about it.
We are going to take good care of the money from the sale to put towards our daughter's marriage to Gwihyun.
Why the unnecessary hassle? Bring it to me. I had rather keep it to give to her later.
Sir, I care for my daughter more than you do. I won't do anything with that money for my own gain.
While we are on the topic, when will Siyeon be joining my family? Gwihyun's done with his military service and Siyeon's an adult now.
My mother is quite adamant that we wait until her granddaughter is 25 years of age. Please respect her wishes on this one matter, sir.
She's quite set on that, isn't she?
My daughter is the last descendant of her great-grandfather. You may have both Gwihyun and Aijin, but the only descendant that bears the Kim name in our family is our only daughter. Please understand my mother's unwillingness to see her granddaughter off in marriage so soon.
Well, if you put it that way. It will be 5 years until Siyeon turns 25.
That is true.
Please don't mention the words daughter-in-law or lady of the house for the next 5 years, okay?
5 years? That's what she was talking about.
Is anything the matter?
No, it's nothing.
And I have another question to ask you, sir.
Yes?
I heard that there's a company called Yongjin Foods among the subcontractors of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. It's a small business whose main contract is with Midnight Sun.
Yongjin. That was the company Siyeon mentioned years ago, that Aijin pleaded with grandfather to subcontract.
What about you? To what extent could you grant the wishes of your future wife?
Is there something you want? To tell me and I will buy it for you, no problem.
There is something, but I don't want my parents knowing.
Hearing the name of the company Siyeon asked me to help in secret come out of her father's mouth is an interesting turn of events. Yes, there is. Gwihyun, you are learning the business. I am sure you have heard of it as well. Yes, I know of Yongjin. We have done business with them for the last 2 years. Their products are high quality, and they are diligent in keeping with the delivery dates, contributing to our maintaining quite a good relationship with them. That's right. How do you know of Yongjin?
My mother is good neighbors with Yongjin Foods president's family. Midnight Sun Foods had came up in their conversation, and they were quite delighted by the coincidence.
Really? It's quite a coincidence, but what about it?
My mother is quite fond of them, and was wondering if they had any worries in terms of business.
All business owners have the same worries. They all worry about their business going bankrupt. But Yongjin is doing fine with Midnight Sunday. I don't think there is a need to worry about them.
I see.
Right. Is there anything else you wanted to ask or discuss?
Yes, sir. My mother would like to invite Gwihyun to dinner.
Invite Gwihyun?
Yes. You see, she heard that he was done with his military service and wants to see him.
What do you think, Gwihyun? If Siyeon's grandmother invited me, I'm more than happy to go. All right then. Go ahead and set a date. Yes, sir. Come in.
Excuse my intrusion.
Come on in. Did you have a nice chat with Gwihyun's mother?
Yes, I did, although it was quite short. She's pretty busy.
Now, then, if you two can show yourselves out, I'd like to talk with Siyeon alone.
Is it about something we're not allowed to know?
No, it's our secret. Well, what are you still doing here?
All right, then we'll see you later, sir.
So your parents sold your land in Gyeonggi province?
Did my dad tell you?
Yes, he just confessed to me, the wretch.
They told me they wanted to sell the land, and that there was someone willing to buy it for a good price, so I told them to go ahead.
It seems like he's planning on giving you the profits when you get married. But that's not the same as having something in your possession now. Didn't you feel put out?
Honestly, a little bit. But I didn't think I had a choice because the parents of a minor reserve the right to make decisions regarding their children's property.
Don't be too disheartened. Your father will give it back to you when the time comes. He wouldn't take from his precious daughter.
I've never seen a case where someone actually returned what they said they would, so we'll see.
If you were so upset, you should have objected to the sale. I'm sure they would have listened.
Maybe I should have. I responded to him as if to a joke, but I know it can't make that demand as I'm not their real daughter. But I guess if I were their real daughter, they wouldn't have put the land up for sale in the first place.
What to do? You'll have to wait 5 years for him to return to you the land or whatever else of equal value.
5 years.
Yes, your grandmother wants you to remain by her side for 5 more years. She went so far as to say you were the last descendant of the Kim family, so I couldn't help but relent at that point.
5 years. That's why Dad came with me today. He wanted to have these conversations with Grandfather. While I was away, Dad told Grandfather about the land in Gyeonggi province and proclaimed that I cannot be wed to Gwihyun for 5 years.
So I told you father to bring me the profits from the land sold. I just find it absurd and rude that they would take what I gave you just because they're your parents.
You did? He has every right to feel upset. He did give it to me himself. My parents were in a rush to sell the land before I became a legal adult, but it'll all be Eunhye's in 5 years anyway. So I guess it'll be a win for them either way.
How about this? Since my giving you money doesn't seem quite right, how do you feel about taking stocks instead?
I'm sorry?
I'll give you stocks to midnight Sunday. It'll be our little secret. 0.1% of the entire company's worth should make you feel better after the loss of your land.
You want to give me stocks of Midnight Sun Food Incorporated?
That's right. I don't want to leave you empty-handed, whatever the reason may be.
Siyeon grandfather is a kind man. In my former life, I heard that his grief was great when he heard of the switch between Eunhye and I. If Gwihyun had wanted me instead of Eunhye in my past life, grandfather may have wanted me as his match, while pairing Eunhye up with Ijin. Come to think of it, Eunhye had vehemently opposed my meeting Ijin.
All that aside, I don't think you'd want people calling you a forlorn fiance going after her rich ex's brother, do you?
Eunhye may have caught on to grandfather's intentions of pairing me up with Ijin already. Grandfather, are you being so kind to me because I am my father's daughter?
It may have been for that reason at first, but now, I like you far more than I like your father. Why do you ask?
Will you still feel the same way even if I don't marry Gwihyun? There's no guarantee that I'll marry Gwihyun 5 years later. Do you still want to give me your stock? I won't feel like I'm left empty-handed even if you say no. The kindness and warmth you've shown me so far are more than enough. I'm thankful for his kind words, but if that present is for the great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun legacy, it's not mine to take. It'll just increase the number of things I have to return when they all find out who I am.
What makes you say that so out of the blue, Siyeon? Do you not like Gwihyun? Is that what this is about?
No, it's not that, grandfather. I know that Gwihyun has it all. I'd be hard-pressed to find someone as perfect. But I also know that he wouldn't even glance in my direction if it weren't for my family name.
I don't see the problem. Gwihyun has always considered you his match.
I think that's because he's been told that all his life. And, to be honest, I like Ijin more than Gwihyun.
Ijin?
I've never seen that look on his face. He was set on matching me with his eldest grandson, the one to carry on the family name, so maybe that reaction is called for. Yes, but I hope you'll keep this between us. Diligent, upstanding, and logical. Gwihyun is the model child, the precious eldest son of the family. On the other hand, Ijin is wild and does whatever he wants, but he has an effortless charisma that draws people in and makes them want to work for him. As the two brothers grew older, their different personalities became more apparent, and the traditional family elders unexpectedly preferred the rule-abiding Gwihyun less than they did Ijin, who was as much of a troublemaker as he was personable and clever.
As you know, Gwihyun is old-fashioned and will never do anything outside of reason. I can guarantee that he will never have eyes for anyone else but you.
He's not wrong. Gwihyun will follow reason in choosing the real great-granddaughter of the Kim family.
And the reason I chose you to be Gwihyun's match is to give him more authority as the eldest and heir to this family. As Midnight Sun Foods Inc. started with the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy, Gwihyun will only be able to consolidate his power with you, the last descendant of the Midnight Sun legacy, by his side. To be honest with you, I can't help but feel taken aback at the fact that you have eyes for Ijin.
Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. Don't worry, grandfather. Gwihyun will have no problem earning his perfect match.
Thank you, Siyeon.
His reaction told me that he's probably interpreted my words differently from their intentions. What I meant is that Gwihyun will end up marrying the real great-granddaughter, Eunhye, but I think he took what I said as me saying that I will marry Gwihyun regardless of my current feelings.
1% ought to do it.
Excuse me?
Your share of stocks, I mean. This has nothing to do with Gwihyun but everything to do with the joy you've gifted me for the last 20 years. I won't forgive anyone who lays their hands on this gift, even if they're your parents.
Grandfather.
As for what you do with this 1% is entirely up to you.
Lunch is ready.
We've kept you waiting long enough. Let's go eat.
Yes, sir.
Siyeon,
Yes, Gwihyun.
what did you and grandfather talk about?
He asked me if I was upset over my parents selling the land he gifted me. He also told me not to worry, that my dad promised to return it to me.
Are you upset by it? Do you feel like they took away what was supposed to be yours?
I only told him what he already knew. No, I'm alright. It'll find its way back to its proper owner, anyway.
He didn't mention anything else? You were chatting for quite some time.
He was upset that the marriage talks will halt for 5 years. Grandfather did tell me not to tell anyone about the stock.
Is that all?
What else would there be? Did you talk about something else before I came in the room? Wait, what's that smile supposed to mean? Do you not want to tell me, or are you not allowed to?
I should ask you the same thing.
I don't know what you're taking about. I do feel a bit guilty, not being entirely truthful, but grandfather made me promise not to tell.
It was about young Jean.
Young Jean. It was something entirely different from stocks, what Gwihyun was curious about.
That's right, young Jean. Your father was asking about it.
My heart sank at this entirely unexpected topic that he brought up.
Your father said that your grandmother is close with young Jin's CEO and his wife. He asked grandfather to let him know if the people at young Jean are struggling with anything.
And what did grandfather say? Anxiety flooded my head as Gwihyun told me of their conversation.
He just said all business owners are the same, that they all just struggle with the worry that their business might go under.
Right. Why is Icon father curious about the Hanum parents? Does he purely want to thank them for raising Eunhye as their own? But that might be too optimistic, considering the violent mood swings Icon mother has been having, and the painfully gloomy countenance of Icon father as of late. Neither of them currently has the capacity to extend acts of gratitude.
Oh, by the way, when should I visit you and your family in Seoul? When would be the most convenient for you?
Huh. You're visiting us in Seoul?
Yeah, you know, because your grandmother invited me.
My grandmother invited you?
You hadn't heard? Your dad said that she wanted to see me now that I'm done with my military service.
I'm sure they were going to tell me soon.
How does next Friday sound to you? Your father left it up to me to pick the date.
You don't have to ask me. Pick a day that works for you.
Do you have plans that day?
I do, actually. Next Friday is when Eunhye has his next leave. He's already finished half of his service and is now a corporal. I felt my fingertips tingle with excitement as I recalled his boastful voice, saying, "Just wait and see what Corporal Eunhye Jong has to offer."
That's when Eunhye has his leave.
Is it?
Yeah. But he's always so busy during his leaves, so much so that our family and I hardly get to see him at all.
I'm sure he's busy seeing all his friends. I should just pretend not to know a thing and give him a nonchalant reply.
Well, he sure is popular among his guy friends, and not to mention his girlfriends.
Something tells me that Gwihyun is trying to fish a reaction out of me. Oh, really?
You really didn't know?
Well, how would I know anything about his social life? I pretended that tidbit about Eunhye's popularity didn't hurt my feelings. But I did make a mental note to talk to Eunhye about his popularity. And the next Friday, Gwihyun came up to Seoul as planned. Grandmother invited him to her Hanam home along with the Icon parents. But she didn't invite me, not that I ever expected her to. Even if she did, he would have made an excuse not to go. I'm too preoccupied with packing my things for the move anyway, not to mention seeing Eunhye today. Is it time already? I should get going. It looks like I'm a bit early. I wonder if Eunhye will take that exit. There he is. Eunhye, you're here.
I see you're wearing sneakers instead of rubber shoes. Well, at least you haven't run off in them.
I could smell the cold winter air on him. Wearing rubber shoes in the winter would give me frostbite. Here, hold this hand warmer and warm up. What do you want to drink? Something warm?
Actually, I have a better idea. They're freezing, huh?
Yos. His ice-cold hands sent shivers through my body, and set my heart racing.
You sound so funny. How've you been?
My cheeks flushed so hot, I started panicking a little. Eunhye was smiling as he always does, but the air around him somehow felt different than usual, and it made it difficult to breathe. Seconds felt like hours. Alright, military man, what'll you have to drink?
I'm good. If you've had your coffee, let's go.
We could stay and warm you up a little, you know.
I'd much rather hold your hand in the cold.
I have gloves.
What? You gotta share the pain. You can't enjoy the warmth of your gloves alone. Anyway, how does it feel to be a college student?
It doesn't feel real yet. I know some people find their fellow students on social media and message apps, but I don't really feel like doing that. I'm sure I'll find out more at the orientation.
You'll have so much free time now. What do you want to do?
Says who? I plan on being very busy.
Oh yeah? Doing what exactly?
I'm going to work part-time at a friend's cafe, I have exams to prep for, etc., etc.
Work part-time? Exams?
So I have a close friend whose parents run a cafe. It'll be hers later on. Anyway, I've agreed to work part-time there. It's all settled.
Why do you want to work there?
For the experience. It's a lie, of course. My only purpose in working is to make money. There's the money that Icon father gave me, but I don't intend on using it. I'll have to return it all someday, anyway. I feel this pressure to gain financial independence in order to not rely on that money.
When are you going to pay back your debt?
I'm so sorry. Please, if you could give us an extension.
I can't erase the memory of the unhappy, impoverished times I shared with my Hanum parents.
And what's this about the exams? Are you going to get your driver's license?
No, I'm going to take the civil service exam.
What? Didn't you want to be a children's book author?
Not anymore. I have changed my mind. I'm still writing here and there. Just no children's stories.
Why do you want to be a civil servant, and all of a sudden?
Because your future is set you pass the exam. It guarantees a stable career, as long as you are diligent and don't make a big mistake. You don't have to worry about bankruptcy or getting fired.
Did your dad lose big on an investment, or get scammed big time while I was away? Is that why you're suddenly acting like this?
What's wrong with how I'm acting? It's totally normal for someone who just became an adult to start planning for her future.
That's not true. None of the kids your age that I know are like you.
Well, there's always a first. This isn't the complete truth. I'm planning on applying to work part-time packaging goods at Yongjin after I move. I want to see my birth parents in person, even if it's from a distance. I was hesitant at first, unsure if that's okay for me to do, but my heart was set the moment I heard that Icon father asked about Yongjin. I can worry about showing my birth parents will feel once they find out and I'm their birth daughter later.
Since when have you been so independent? Does your dad know about this?
Don't you dare tell him. I'll never tell you another thing if you do.
So, you've only told me about all this?
Yep. That should be welcome information, and he's still following his brows.
Tell me everything. What else has happened? I bet there's more.
Oh. I'm moving next week. To a quiet, clean apartment in Gangdong.
You guys are moving? I thought your parents would live in Icon forever.
No, I'm the only one who'll be moving. I had to practically beg them every day until they said yes.
Hold on, you're moving out on your own?
What is with that horrified face? You can relax, I'm going to move back in if things are too hard.
Siyeon Kim. I think you've read one too many fictional stories. How can you even think about living on your own? This is beyond fearless, it's reckless. Don't you even watch the news?
I do, in fact. And you said that you'd also be moving out once you're done with military service.
Are you saying that I'm the same case as you? Listen, I'm a post-military black belt, and you're just a college girl. And why now? Why can't you move out after I'm done with my service?
I knew that he'd be surprised to hear of my moving out. But I had no idea he'd this mad. Is this really something to be so mad about?
I'm not done talking. I heard your grandmother invited Gwihyun over tonight.
There it is. This is the real reason he's mad.
I heard your grandmother in video Gwihyun over tonight.
I heard that, too.
And that you told your mother that you wanted to stay home because you weren't feeling well.
What? That's not true. I never said such a thing. It's a lie. My Icon parents never asked me to come, and never made such an excuse.
Why would your mother lie to Gwihyun?
I don't know.
Then, why do you think your grandmother invited him over?
That because I can't utter the words I know to be true. Grandmother invited Gwihyun over as her future grandson-in-law. The future made for Eunhye, not me. But Ijin no way of knowing all this. And it's only natural for him to feel disappointed that I'm continuing my relationship with Gwihyun, while keeping it a secret that I'm dating Ijin.
Siyeon. Sometimes I wonder what goes on inside your head.
My head is a mess, and my mind is blank. It makes sense, since that was my first fight with Ijin. There were no raised voice. But we parted on an even heavier silence. That ruined my day completely. Still no word from Ijin. I guess that's to be expected. All I got is a text from Dad saying they'll be staying in Hanam for the night. One way or another, this was going to happen if I were to go on dating Ijin while keeping his secret. Ijin is probably thinking that I'm two-timing him with his brother, just unable to choose between the two. I know the best thing to do is to end things with Ijin now. I can't. But I've given him too much from my heart. I don't want to break up with him now. I checked my phone as soon as I wake up, but Ijin hadn't reached out. Today's the day he returns to his base after his leave. I wonder if he'll leave without saying a word. He must really be mad. First things first, I'd better finish packing. I sorted out the things I'll be moving with for the thing I'll be throwing out. There wasn't much to take, despite my having lived here for 20 years. This is. I told you this wasn't for me. I should have forced him to take it back. The day I meet Ijin in Hanam 2 years ago. I've nearly packed everything, and it's not even noon yet. Are you still hasn't reached out? And my parents have been out since their dinner with Gwihyun in Hanam. Going back and forth between those two things, I found myself in a complete swirl. My head is reeling. I only get worse if I stay inside. I've got to go out for a walk or something. Why should I do?
Where are you off to?
That voice. It's Ijin. When did you get here? After he returned to his base today, I'll be a long while until I can see him again. The thought of that made me swell with tears all night.
I thought you might call this morning.
He's been waiting in front of my house so that we could meet up right away if I called. You should have called as soon as you come.
I might have after a while.
I may he curfew. He has to leave in an hour or two. The thoughts of the time we wasted, hurt and away from each other, made my heart ache. It's not that I got frustrated and said nothing mean to him, but I did end up making a mess of his entire break. Ijin's frozen hands, flushed red from the cold. And his frozen cheeks made me heartache all the more. It's heart. Have you eaten? Let's get lunch.
You didn't come out to have lunch with me.
You. I felt so bad.
What?
I like you. I decided to be honest about my feeling for once.
What did you say?
You said you wanted to know what I was thinking. Do you want to go get lunch, hand in hand?
What are you doing, Siyeon?
I'm making an effort to be honest with you.
Then instead of holding my hand,
Yeah?
give me a hug and coddle me. What, you don't want to?
I'd like that a lot.
There won't be a single day without this pain, but I'm lucky. I'm well enough to bear it. I'll do my part, so that you don't have a reason to hesitate. So that you never regret choosing me.
Those words swelled and set a storm raging in my heart.
You bested me for a few games now. Where's your head at? Or have you finally decided you wanted to win?
My apologies.
Ha ha ha. Are you apologizing for your winning streak? Because you usually let me win, or at least show me mercy with a play or two?
No, grandfather.
Gwihyun, did something happen when you were at the Kim's yesterday?
Not at all. Siyeon's grandmother hosted a lovely dinner for me.
Then what's with your grim face? Did your future in-laws harp on about waiting a few years?
What's a few more years? Siyeon isn't going anywhere. It seems to me from my talk with her that she knows exactly where her place is.
The nosy family elders will hurry the match for a few years, I'm sure, but you can ignore them.
Grandfather.
Yes?
Am I not worthy without Siyeon?
That came out of nowhere. What do you mean?
The family elders often talked about how it would have been better if Eunhye were the eldest son instead of me. I know that that's why you matched me with Siyeon early on. You wanted to compensate for the flaw that the elders saw in me with the legitimacy Siyeon and her family name brought with them. You've always told me to avoid deep waters, and to avoid heights and valleys, as well as anywhere where there were arguments. And you've always given me tasks that were easy to solve. But you were different with Eunhye. You left Eunhye to follow his instincts to swim depths and climb heights. You tasked him with impossible problems that made him struggle, also that I could feel superior as his older brother. You were worried that I would feel inferior to him. I know that you did all that out of your care for me.
Gwihyun.
The only thing I'm better than Eunhye at is playing the game of Go, because all those times Eunhye was gallivanting outside, you sat me down and taught me the game. When Eunhye showed an interest in Go, you were against him playing. Because you were afraid that he would surpass me in this, too.
Gwihyun, that's... I raised Gwihyun with great care, as the eldest grandson and future heir of this family. Great job. I felt for him when he lost his birth mother to an illness as a baby, and him being the eldest did make me care for him more. Thankfully, Eunhye's mother cared for Gwihyun more than she did her own son.
This present will be our little secret, okay? Don't tell Eunhye.
She always gave Gwihyun the best of everything over Eunhye, and made sure that Eunhye didn't surpass Gwihyun, the eldest grandson, in anything. The tender care was what enabled the two brothers to grow up not knowing that they were step-brothers. They only found out when Gwihyun was off to college, stumbling on the fact by accident. But despite Gwihyun having been raised with such special attention, Eunhye surpassed him in everything. It wasn't that Gwihyun was lacking in any way, but that Eunhye excelled.
And that's why you matched me with Siyeon. The oath of the forefathers of the two families didn't even mention the marriage having to do with the eldest son. You were the one who set that in stone.
I don't understand why you're bringing this up, Gwihyun.
I saw that you gifted a significant amount of stock to Siyeon.
How did you know that?
I saw her name in the revised list of shareholders.
You're learning the family business with fervor, I see.
Eunhye and I both hold 10% of the total shares at Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated. If grandfather wanted to solidify my position, he could have given me more than he gave Eunhye. But he didn't. 1% of the stocks. What you gave Siyeon was the authority to decide. I didn't understand why you gave her the stock at first, then it hit me. That's perhaps you're thinking of the possibility that Siyeon would choose Eunhye over me. That perhaps you wanted to give Eunhye a fighting chance.
Is that the last of it?
Yes. We've got all your boxes on the truck. We can get going now if you're ready.
Great, thank you.
Siyeon,
Mom.
congratulations on your independence. Come visit your mom often.
Yes, Mom. We both know that probably won't happen. And though it may look superficial, it wasn't a bad goodbye. Although it was a full package move, I didn't have many belongings. And since all of the electronics and furniture were prepared ahead of time, I was done on moving pretty quickly.
Press this button to control the temperature.
Dad came with me, and he checked the gas, heating, and other things very thoroughly.
You'll stumble upon problems as you go. Don't hesitate to call.
I will try and solve them on my own and let you know if I can't manage. Don't worry. Though everything was novel in this strange new place. My things and furniture from the old place gave me comfort. Done with the moving. Finally. Will I be okay on my own? Wait. I'm so rich. I have a 25 pyang apartment in Seoul, and since Dad sent me 5 years' worth of living expenses, I currently have more than 100 million won in my bank account. Not only that, my stock portfolio is boasting an immense amount of Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated stock.
How about this? Since my giving you money doesn't seem quite right, how do you feel about taking stocks instead?
But neither the shares from the Midnight Sun Food Incorporated or the money from Dad feel like they're truly mine. I've been up since the crack of dawn for this move. Let's take a nap. What? How long was I asleep? Hello?
Were you sleeping? Your voice sounds croaky.
Guihyun.
I heard you moved today.
How did you know? The only person I told about my move is Eunhye. How did Guihyun find out?
I heard from your dad when I was at Hanam last week.
You've gotten pretty close with my dad.
It's for the best. After all, we'll be family soon.
That's true.
That's true? Is that really what you think?
What do you mean? I heard a tinge of sarcasm from his voice as he asked me the question.
Well, you seem to be far more interested in Eunhye than me, so... I'm asking if you truly feel in agreement with the fact that you and I are becoming a family one day. So it's true. I was wondering who Eunhye was so busy seeing on every leave. All this time, it was you.
You're acting strange today.
You're not thinking of dating Eunhye and then marrying me, are you?
No, it's nothing like that.
Are you saying you're not dating Eunhye? Or are you saying that you don't intend on marrying me?
In that moment, I felt a sense of conflict that I've never felt with Guihyun before.
Are you saying that you're not dating Aijin then? Or are you trying to say you don't want to get married to me?
You can be rest assured. You're going to end up being with the person you truly like. To Eunhye, the true bloodline of Midnight Sun.
I'm so glad you're on the same page as me. It's you I want. So much to the point that I dread having to wait 5 years.
Gwihyun's changed.
When Aijin takes leave next month, it'd be nice for all three of us to meet.
It's clear that something in Gwihyun's psyche has definitely changed.
I'll see you then, Siyeon.
I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I felt uneasy. So, this is the place. After Yang Jin's supply contract with Midnight Sun Foods Inc., Yang Jin enjoyed wild growth, and their factory size more than doubled, while its part-time and full-time staff were on the increase. I kept a keen eye on their job board for part-time hires, and as soon as I saw one for a weekend position, I was quick to apply. That was all because of the thought of getting to meet my birth father. Hi. I'm a new part-timer here.
Oh, the newbie? You're early. Follow me.
But, where's the CEO?
Our boss? He'll be coming to work a bit later. But he doesn't really care about the part-timers, so you won't have to worry too much about him.
Yeah, I suppose so. I'm just a part-time employee, anyway.
I'm in charge of hiring the part-time staff and paying them. Oh, by the way, I'm Deputy Sukhui Yang. Just call me Deputy Yang. What's your name? You in high school?
Is Siyeon Kim. I start college in March.
Oh. What an age. I've been working here at Yongjin for 8 years now. I've been here so long, I practically know how many cutlery the CEO keeps in his house.
Are you close with him?
Almost all the people at our factory worked here a while, so they're all close to him. He's a nice man.
He seems like a nice CEO. Hearing her compliment my birth father like that somehow makes me feel warm inside. Does his wife come here?
Only sometimes. When we're hectic and busy, she comes out to help, but not usually. In recent years, she's been busy tending to her daughter in high school. She just got into college. You girls are the same age.
I see.
What do you want to do with your paycheck?
I just want to support my living expenses.
Living expenses, I see.
She seems to be misunderstanding me. Should I let her know?
If you do well here, I'll call you out here again when we're hiring part-timers again, so do your best. The 2 staff who were hired again this time worked here before.
I see.
Some even got full-time positions after doing part-time here. We don't pay as much as the big companies, but we don't easily lay people off. You can keep working here, just as long as the company doesn't go bankrupt.
Sure. I'll do my best.
Right, let's head in. You can put your coat in the empty cabinet here, and just wait until the others come in. I'll introduce you to everyone when they all gather up in a bit.
So this is my birth father's factory. I could see letters of Yang Jin scattered throughout the office. It's just the company name, but why do I feel this way?
Yang Nuna.
Oh, gosh.
Who are you? A part-timer?
Yeah.
Wasn't Deputy Yang in here just now?
She was, but she just left. She said she was gonna come back after gathering all the other part-time staff. Who is that guy? Does he work for Yang Jin too?
By the way, part-timer. You have any experience in packaging?
What gives? He's sitting there like an employer of a hotshot conglomerate. No, today's my first day.
It'll be rough to start, but you'll get used to it. Try your best.
Okay. I rushed over at the thought of seeing my birth father, but it looks like I got here too early. Guess I'll just browse the internet while I wait.
Hey, part-timer. No phones allowed during work.
Okay. I haven't even started work yet. How strict?
Let's see here. Did I get any texts?
But he just banned me from using mine. What? But you just said no phones allowed.
I haven't started work yet.
Who is this guy?
Eunhye.
Huh? Mansoor, you're already here? You really are ace part-timer.
Mansoor? Ace part-timer?
Mansoor Yansu Park. This is the friend I was telling you about. The one who got rehired after doing so well here. He's on leave of absence at the moment, but he goes to a good college. He even tutored the boss's daughter.
This guy tutored Eunhye?
I quit tutoring math after a few months, and I'm working part-time here now. I prefer manual labor, and the close-knit family vibes at Yongjin kept me working here.
But, hey, take that jumper off. That's Section Chief Lee's.
Ha ha. Where else are you gonna get family vibes like this?
Attention, everyone. Now that all the part-timers are here, I'm going to introduce a few things and explain the assignments.
The task was to put on our hats, masks, and sanitary gloves and sit in our designated seats, folding packing boxes and moving them into the big boxes. This is a more delicate procedure than I'd thought. Whoa, how is that guy so fast? Did they say he was the task leader? He's lightning fast.
By the way, Yunsu, you must be heading back to college, right?
Yeah, my mom told me I might as well graduate since I got accepted anyway.
Oh, definitely, you weren't thinking of dropping out of that good school, were you?
The atmosphere at the workshop was bright. I had heard so many stories about companies where people work in complete silence, but Yongjin was different.
Okay, morning shift's over. Good job, everyone. First day's tough, right? It'll be a breeze once you get the swing of things. Let's go eat.
Okay. The cafeterias within the industrial complex, which were shared with the surrounding factories, were really great. The side dishes were plentiful and they were delicious.
Where do you live, by the way, Siyeon?
Gangdong.
You came all the way here from Seoul, Gangdong.
Everyone seemed surprised at my answer. They must find it hard to accept that I come all this way to work a part-time job. They offer more hourly rates than the minimum wage, but the truth is, take away the commuting expenses and there's not much left.
Oh, Sukui. The CEO isn't here yet, right? I thought I saw Chauffeur Park's face earlier. Maybe the CEO went to see a client?
He left his place with Eunhye. Chauffeur Park mentioned that he went to the car dealership with Eunhye, and he's gonna come back after having lunch.
Maybe he's going to buy Eunhye a car.
Eunhye must have been a saint in her past life to be born into his family as an only daughter.
My appetite took a plunge all of a sudden.
All things aside, she doesn't take after her parents, not one bit. The boss and his wife are such nice people.
She was an only child. They must have spoiled her too much. She never used to be this bad. Ever since the CEO's business started booming, she thinks she rules the world and cares about no one but herself. My word, she even ran chauffeur park on her coffee errand the last time her father wasn't around.
It's an unfair world. We're out here toiling hard to make a living. And she's out there with a silver spoon living in the lap of luxury.
If you're hinting at me, I never had to work too hard, nor am I struggling to make ends meet.
Alright, I know what you're saying. You're a good kid. Yeonsu, you brought your car, right? Take Siyeon to the nearest train station on your way home.
Me?
I'll be fine.
No. That kid Yeonsu's rich and has a lot of time on his hands. You don't need to refuse. He's only working here as a hobby. You're not imposing. His dad's the CEO of the factory next to us.
His father's the CEO of a factory?
Yeah, despite how the kid looks, he's the son of the CEO of this complex's largest factory. His brief tutoring gig with Eunhye happened because the two CEOs knew each other.
I'd never have thought that he was the son of a CEO.
Hold on, Chief. Why are you trivializing my hard-earned efforts as just a hobby?
Give me a break. You have your dad's factory around the corner and you think working here is your hard-earned effort? Aren't you just working here because you like Eunhye?
He likes Eunhye.
Ha!
Don't play dumb.
He's clearly uncomfortable, yet he's not denying it. Could it be true?
You're still gonna drop Siyeon off by the subway station, right? It's right on your way anyway, so it's no biggie.
Fine, alright. I'll do it.
Let's call it a day and tidy up. Good job, everyone. Appa.
That voice. Eunhye Kim.
Did you come here with boss?
Yeah, he promised to buy me a car today. Mom was adamant that I get a license first, but I begged him to buy it for me first.
You're going to buy a car first? You don't even know when you'll get your license.
Isn't it easy? If it's that hard, you can teach me.
Now you're asking me to give you lessons?
So, is that a yes or a no?
Alright, yes. When should we?
Right now. You must have brought your car. Let's practice a little in the empty lot and go eat. I found a famous restaurant.
Then wait for a minute in the office. I'm just going to take the newbie to the subway station.
What newbie? You don't mean that girl, do you?
That girl? You've just met her. Where are your manners?
So what? She's only a part-timer.
Don't worry about me and take her out for a driving lesson. I can manage on my own.
Are you talking about me? Do I even know you?
I just meant for you to get your driving lesson without worrying about me. Isn't that what you wanted? I had thought that Eunhye could hide her true colors fairly well in the previous life, but that wasn't the case here.
What? What did you say? Newbie, do you know who I am?
Maybe it was the different environment. In this life, she had no care in the world to keep and rein on her character whatsoever. No kidding, you're the CEO's daughter. She had no one to control her as she went wild.
What was that?
Eunhye.
Yeah, you are right. My dad's the CEO here, which also means I can have a part-timer like you fired in the blink of an eye.
Do as you wish, then. From the arrogance rooted in the fact that she had no one to impress this time, her actions came to this.
Why, you?
Calm down.
Let's go. I'm gonna have to teach this girl some manners, show her how to act around here.
There are other people here, stop it.
What do I care?
Let's go eat. You said you found a good place.
If you have nothing else to say, I'll be off. I'll be leaving, now. Goodbye. I haven't even gotten to see my birth father's face yet. Getting fired on the first day is not the best idea.
Hey. Newbie. Stop right there. You're nothing but a part-time factory worker. Don't you know it's my dad who's paying you?
You don't see both sides of the story, do you? It's because of part-time factory workers like me who fold boxes all day, that you're able to get your car today.
What? Stop right there. I'll remember your face. Just you watch.
Who does Eunhye take after anyway? She takes after each of the icon parents with her looks, but who knows where she got that personality from? Or did she turn out like that because Hanum parents raised her up like a princess? Suddenly, I began to wonder what the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy would say after seeing his great-granddaughter like that.
You're nothing but a part-time factory worker. I'm gonna have to teach this girl some manners, show her how to act around here. Which means I can have a part-timer like you fired in the blink of an eye.
His proud descendant. There's nothing to eat at home. Should I stop by here?
Here's your fried tofu udon.
Thanks. I wonder if Ijin's eaten. I'll just send him a text. Oh, he's calling. Hello?
Are you famous? Why is it so hard to talk to you nowadays? Are you secretly in the army? Is that why?
Stop griping, I've had a long day at work.
That's what I'm saying. Do you really have to work at the cafe?
I told him not to worry as I'm working at my friend's cafe, and yet Ijin continued to have doubts. And hold me back on my productive lifestyle I've got going on.
Anyway, you watch out until the day I get discharged.
The warm indoors and the steamy udon. And Ijin's voice. What do you plan on doing when you do?
I'll ruin the surprise if I tell you early.
I don't think anything you'd will surprise me, but I'll wait for it anyway. My tense body began to relax a bit and I soon felt exhausted.
What are you doing? Are you still outside?
Yeah, I'm eating some udon.
You're eating dinner at this hour? And udon of all things?
Things just played out this way. But it's really delicious, I'll buy you some when you are on leave. Ijin fell silent. I know the meaning of this silence very well. If you keep doing this, I'm gonna have to lie to you or only talk to you when I'm home.
Put yourself in my shoes. If I was living by myself and was eating cup ramen for dinner, wouldn't you feel anything for me?
Eating while talking to Ijin on the phone. Stop exaggerating. I'm not eating cup noodles from a store. I'm eating at a restaurant. I wanted to eat udon. Felt just like he was right here, eating with me.
It's times like these that I get annoyed that I'm stuck in the army.
Haha. If you feel so bad about it, then why don't you hurry and get discharged? Ha! My phone beeped. Someone must have called. I'm gonna finish my food and head home. Have a good night and let's talk again.
Okay. Leave me a text when you get home.
I will. Who called? Guihyun. Thinking back to my phone conversation with Guihyun last time, I began to feel uneasy. Hello?
You were on the phone for a while. Were you talking to Eunhye?
Yeah. I hesitated for a brief second before telling him the truth. Guihyun would only catch on sooner or later if I lied.
I get jealous by the fact that you're so close to your future brother-in-law.
His words were vaguely bitter and they stung. Do you mean that?
I always mean what I say. I don't know about you, though.
I don't know what it was about, but I was sure that Guihyun had changed. But anyway, what are you doing calling me so late at night?
I'm heading up to Seoul soon. I just wanted to tell you that.
Why are you coming to Seoul? You were always at Suwon. Guihyun always chauffeured to school. It was a commutable distance from Suwon and that's what his parents wanted.
School starts in March. It was too far from home, so I bought an apartment in Seoul.
Whereabout in Seoul?
Hanam.
As soon as I heard the word, Hanam, coming out of Guihyun's lips, I was able to finally pinpoint where all these previous disharmony was leading to.
Last time I went to meet your grandmother, I took a liking to the neighborhood.
He knows Eunhye and I were switched at birth. My heart's still pounding. So my grandmother told him in the end. When I told her I'd marry Guihyun early, grandmother must have gotten nervous. She told Guihyun the truth early, I know it.
You saying that you want to date Eunhye, but want to get married to me? Or are you trying to say you don't want to get married to me?
And even though Guihyun knew the truth, he feigned ignorance.
I get jealous by the fact that you're so close to your future brother-in-law. Hanam. Last time I went to meet your grandmother, I took a liking to the neighborhood.
And what's more, after hearing the news from grandmother, Guihyun must have remembered my request to help out Yongjin. How much are you willing to help me, Guihyun? He couldn't have fathomed why I would suddenly ask him to help Yongjin. But now that he knows that the owners are my birth parents, he must have put two and two together. Not only that, but he now knows that Eunhye and I were switched at birth. And he also knows I'm seeing Eunhye. He must hate that. He must want to run off and tell his grandfather in Suwon everything, but he can't, because grandmother must have begged him not to. And it irks me that Guihyun knows I never told my icon parents or grandmother the very fact that I knew the entire truth of the switch. I wonder what he's thinking. Overthinking it by myself isn't going to solve anything. Let's meet. Tell me when's a good time. I have no choice but to face Guihyun head-on. I was supposed to meet Guihyun this evening. But falling asleep with all these thoughts ended up giving me a ringing headache.
Hi.
Hello.
Care to pour me a cup too?
I don't know how much water to pour. Why don't you pour it to your liking yourself?
It's just a tea bag.
I decided to keep a healthy distance with that guy since knowing he was close to Eunhye. Weren't you gonna go for the instant coffee? While Eunhye's running around free and wild, he just accepts that fact. And so I came to the conclusion that he is worsening Eunhye's condition.
If you don't want to pour me a cup, just say so.
I don't want to.
Huh? For real?
My boyfriend wouldn't like that.
A girl with a boyfriend works weekends too?
He's in the army, so it's fine.
Not only do you work hard, but you have a good social life too. But what was up with you yesterday?
What about yesterday?
Eunhye was a bit blunt, but if you just let it slide, there wouldn't have been a problem.
That's not being blunt. That was just being plain rude without knowing her place.
Don't provoke that girl.
Why not?
Knowing Eunhye like I do, she develops an obsession once she gets caught up in something. Whether it's something good or bad, once it catches her attention, like the events of yesterday, she won't just move on. If you just lay low, she'll lose interest in you. So if she does ever come at you again, just let it slide.
At first, I thought he was trying to side with Eunhye, but it just seemed like a simple advice. I want to ask you something, too.
Go on.
Why do you pretend to like the boss's daughter? I didn't mean to pry, but Eunhye was the daughter of my handsome father, so I had to ask.
What makes you think that?
In the beginning, it seemed like Yeonsu, with his father's big company, just came working here for Eunhye, but that doesn't seem to be the case somehow. You just stand by and watch while she does whatever she pleases. Everyone hates her, and you just let it all happen. While Deputy Yang and the task leader were chewing out Eunhye over lunch yesterday, not once did this guy give a care in the world or show anything on his face. They must have spoiled her since she was an only child. She never used to be this bad. Since the CEO's business started booming, she thinks she rules the world. She doesn't care what anyone thinks. Rather, he seemed to be enjoying everyone trash-talking his crush. My word, she even ran chauffeur park on her coffee errand the last time boss wasn't around.
Why would I pretend to like her without any feelings for her?
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
You're just imagining things. I like Eunhye. You must be tired from all the overthinking you're doing. But it's not over yet.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Eunhye just texted me. She's gonna come visit the factory. What is she doing coming here on a Sunday?
I just thought he was a scatterbrained playboy.
I'll leave you to it then.
But to my surprise, there was more to this sneaky man than meets the eye.
Good job this morning, everyone. Let's wrap up and go for lunch. How's work? You getting the hang of things?
Yeah, better than yesterday. I'm starting to get used to it.
Huh? It's Eunhye. What's she doing around here on a Sunday?
You guys should go ahead. I'll be right behind.
Okay.
Oh. How's the box folding?
She's trying to insult me. Going well. Diligent hands would suit you and your shopping list better. But you're not going to get to me with talk like that, Eunhye Kim.
Hey, you. Where have I seen you before?
You two know each other?
I only met her yesterday.
No, I've seen you somewhere before.
She must have obsessed over me all night, enough for her to realize she's seen me before. I've lived in Icon all my life, and now I'm in Gangdong. It's my first time in this town for work. Where could you have seen me? You waited all this time to ask me that?
I didn't wait.
If there's nothing else, I'm going to go eat now.
Hey. Stop right there.
Stop it, Eunhye. I thought I'd seen her before too. But after a long look, I didn't know her.
You thought the same?
Yeah. I thought she looked familiar. And I realized she looks like the boss's wife.
My mom? Are you joking? You're associating me with her?
Hearing that I looked like my birth mother, I almost stopped dead in my tracks.
It's not a big deal. So I'm just trying to say stop thinking about it.
I know we're close, but I can't accept what you just said. Apologize right now. Tasty?
You must know since you've had it before.
No, I haven't.
This place has good food even when put up against ordinary restaurants. It's good. What about it?
Only you must like cattle feed like this.
She must have had a hard time hiding that personality of hers after marrying Gwihyun in the past. Yeah, it seems so. And what's more, seeing her trying to get on my nerves on purpose. I didn't want to reply to every little thing she said.
Hey, did you know? I heard that poor people care more about money than their dignity. Are you the same? I heard that poor people care more about money than their dignity. Are you the same?
And those words, I felt a strange sense of déjà vu. As if I've heard those words before.
Poor people tend to favor money over their pride or dignity.
That's what she said on my 27th birthday. That depends, what I guess most of them prefer to keep their dignity.
How about you, then? If you apologize to me for what you did yesterday, I could easily give you 10 times more money than what you earned today.
I'm sorry.
What?
Care to give me 600,000 won right now? If you've got no cash, a bank transfer would be fine.
The great and mighty Eunhye takes a hit.
You think I wouldn't be able to give you that measly 600,000 won?
Yeah. I don't know about you, but that's a handsome sum of cash for me. I now understood why Eunhye ran over to the Icon household without thinking twice, after my Hanum dad's business went bust. A girl like her in her previous life couldn't have survived in a house that suddenly went poor. She's always been that way. She'd rather die than be poor. It was unthinkable to her.
1, 2, 3. There's an extra 100,000 one. It's fine. Consider it charity.
Fine, then.
Eunhye, we can apologize to you too.
I can even kneel.
God job again, everyone. God job, everyone. See you.
I need to rush. I'm meant to meet Gwihyun near his place, no time to dawdle. Dad. The sound of Eunhye calling out, Dad, in a cheerful voice. Could it be my birth father?
Dad, you're late.
Hey, I thought I told you not to bother Chauffeur Park on his off days. Did you bug him again?
It's 'cause you left early for an appointment. But still, I waited for you patiently to go home with you instead of Chauffeur Park.
Waited patiently? Don't you mean you were bothering Yunsu?
No. I was alone all this time in your office.
My birth father was completely different from my memory of him. Memories of him lying in bed with no strength was a thing of the past.
Oh yeah. That's my girl. You must have been bored.
He stood strong and healthy.
Huh?
Oh, you. Dad, that's the part-timer I was telling you about. The one who laughed at me for buying a car with money from boxes being folded. I gave her some money earlier for apologizing to me, and she had the gall to take it. She likes money over her pride. Isn't she a diligent one?
Newbie.
Yeah. We're the same age. She asked Yunsu to give her a ride after work yesterday. So it turns out she's as clingy as she is diligent. She latches onto any old stranger she sees.
I told you to speak nicely.
She's foul-mouthed, so why should I speak nicely? And I'm only helping her to know her place.
Hello, boss.
Oh, hi. Are you a student? It's very admirable that you're working here to make a living for yourself.
Yes. I'm going to be a freshman.
Dad, she's not earning pocket money, she's here for tuition fees and living expenses. She lives by herself.
I see.
I never told her that. She must have heard it from that Yunsu.
If you're on your way home, I'll take you to the nearest station. Let's go!
What? You want her in our car? No. I will not allow it. Never. No. She can't.
Eunhye.
Thank you for the offer, but it's okay. It's close by.
If it makes you uncomfortable, ask Yunsu to take you to the station.
Okay. I have to make a phone call on my way home. I'll be off first. Goodbye. Despite seeing my healthy birth father, my heart still felt strangely heavy. This feels just like the first time I heard my birth mother's bright voice. helplessness, or a sense of defeat. And seeing Eunhye with my dad today made me wonder how my birth parents would have felt when they heard that I was their real daughter instead of Eunhye. How would they feel having to send away a rude and spoiled, yet affectionate Eunhye, in the place of a sad and depressed daughter like me? With their difficult life, the daughter they would prefer might be the chirpy and babyish Eunhye, rather than the withering and frail person that I am. I was suddenly reminded of my birth mother who was lying on her sickbed, staring blankly toward the door in my past life. That look on her face, longing for somebody else while her real daughter was right by her side. I was thinking what a shame it had to be for my birth parents to be oblivious of their real daughter for a few more years. But for the very first time, I began to doubt whether my birth parents would really be happy once the truth go out. My icon parents in the past life left me behind to take in their real daughter Eunhye. They must have thought I would be at their beck and call, so they never cared to come find me. My birth parents who raised Eunhye could not so easily cast off their affection for her. I wonder how she's doing. They could not go to her in their ragged condition, but missed the daughter who would not visit. I had faced an important truth I was oblivious to. Or maybe it was that I chose to ignore that very truth until now. I had realized that I'd never once been their source of happiness.
I was wondering why you asked to meet so late in the evening. You must live a busy life.
I'm working, this is the only time I can spare. I'll just be blunt. Does grandfather know?
Know what?
What you heard from grandmother. Let's be honest. You have some questions you want to ask me too.
Fine. But how did you find out? Your icon parents told me they had only just found out themselves.
Grandmother has been frequenting a small Buddhist temple for a while now. I found out through a venerable there. I haven't known long. I couldn't tell him the entire truth, so I had to lie to him a little.
From what I reckon, you've already known for about 3 years and have been keeping it to yourself.
The venerable wanted me to keep it a secret for everyone's sake.
But you still wanted to help out young Jean. After all, they were your birth parents. Luckily, Yang Jin's largest client went bankrupt a few months after signing with us. If they hadn't made a deal with us, young Jean would have collapsed then. Your request for help really was a spot on.
I see. That was lucky. But they still raised that girl for so many years until now. For the sake of your real betrothed, it's better that they live in peace.
Have you ever met Eunhye Choi?
Yeah, by chance.
Chance. There's no way it was by chance.
Maybe Guihyun had thought I approached Eunhye intentionally. Whatever the case, he remained suspicious of me.
In your opinion, does she look like your icon parents?
I don't know about her personality, but her face, yes. If you're so curious, why don't you go and meet her?
I don't know where to start. There's still 5 years left. I'll take things slowly.
Have you told grandfather? Would he be so quiet if he knew? Why haven't you told him?
Telling him would only upset him. There's nothing he can do. It's best that he doesn't know until the truth gets out. Same goes with the head family.
Then why haven't you told grandmother that I might know the truth?
What, Siyeon? I think you got something wrong. I'm not siding with your grandmother.
What does that mean?
Strictly speaking, I'm the biggest victim in the grand scheme of this whole thing. All I need is to marry the real great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun legacy when the right time comes. That's all.
Did grandmother mention why that girl and I were switched?
She said she did it on purpose.
And you didn't feel anything after hearing that?
It was a big decision on her part to protect her granddaughter. Your parents might be going through a hard time, but that's better than losing their daughter forever.
This mustn't seem like such a big deal to you.
It's a shame, but I do understand. From your grandmother's point of view, I think it was the best way forward.
So ultimately, it was my sacrifice that had to be made for their real daughter.
Can you really call it a sacrifice? Compared to Eunhye, you grew up well off. You got an apartment, cash, and a huge portion of the stocks.
He even knows about the shares I got from grandfather. Grandfather pleaded with me to keep that a secret. He couldn't have leaked it. Did Gwihyun find out on his own? So what you're saying is that I've got my share, so I should just keep my mouth shut and tidy up this family business in 5 years.
Keeping your mouth shut is a given. You also have to sort things out with Eunhye.
Why?
You saying you're gonna keep seeing Eunhye secretly while still acting as the betrothed? You think that's feasible?
Why not just reveal the truth? All I need to do is refrain myself from sorting out my family relations until then.
I want to keep things as they are right now. Any gossip past this point will be a liability for Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated.
His intentions were simple. Keep a distance from any unnecessary conflict, and when things have simmered down, all he had to do was take in Eunhye his wife. If I've had my share like you say, why should I have to cooperate? The Gwihyun I knew seemed like a stranger once he found out the truth.
Yang Jin would have filed for bankruptcy ages ago if it weren't for Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated. If you want to keep in that way, you're going to have to cooperate.
The Gwihyun in front of me was a completely different person.
It'll be better off for you to be a daughter of a rich CEO rather than one from a collapsing household.
You're threatening the victim here.
The victim is the Seorae clan household, not you. Grandfather in Suwon and my parents still believe you're really family. And in the case of grandfather, he gave you a part of the stocks not knowing that you're fake. If he finds out the truth, it'll crush him. We'll be lucky if he doesn't collapse.
The Gwihyun in front of me was a totally different man to the one in my past life. With no effort at all, the quiet and reserved Gwihyun received the great-granddaughter of the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy, along with the position of the director at the company. And of course, he was presuming he would inherit the entire company. However, the situation surrounding this man was changing. The Eunhye who went to the States in my past life did not go abroad this time. This time, he entered Korea's top college. Gwihyun also attended a good university, but it didn't compare to the prestige of Eunhye's school. Also, I had liked Gwihyun in the past, but now I like Eunhye. From Gwihyun's perspective, it must not be the greatest feeling in the world. After finding out Eunhye was the true bloodline of the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy, there was no way Gwihyun would share the same feelings toward me as he did in the past. But the fact that he's still against me secretly seeing Aijin might be because of the fact that I perhaps will be revealed as the true great-granddaughter in the future. You've changed.
The world's changing. I have to keep up.
Fine. I'll do as you say. But give me some time to deal with Aijin. Breaking things off too suddenly will spark Aijin's suspicion. He's going to do all he can to find things out.
As you wish.
From the surface, it looked as though I was cooperating with Gwihyun.
And keep Eunhye's story a secret.
I hope that as well. But I didn't want any secrets getting out just as much as Gwihyun. And with this plan, I could at least secure the peace of my Hanam parents for the next 5 years.
Then let's do our best these next 5 years.
Aren't you even curious about the person you'll live with for the rest of your life?
I'm going to marry her anyway, there's no point in being curious.
Have you never even thought about dating?
Not really.
Why did I ever think the Gwihyun I knew in the past fell in love at first sight with Eunhye? She was working as the director's secretary. Maybe, just maybe, Gwihyun in my past life knew about the true identity of Eunhye but kept silent. And while making sure to keep his silence toward me, he was just waiting for time to pass. Why did that venerable think sending Eunhye away to a different family was the only way to survive? And I don't get why grandmother did as he advised. Nothing may have happened at all. If she were unlucky, Eunhye could have grown up in a poor family.
What I know is, before Eunhye was born, her mother had many miscarriages. Your grandmother visited a lot of renowned fortune tellers, but she was told her parents would not be able to give birth. From what I heard, they went through a lot of exorcism process too. Anyway, with all those complications, the nonsense coming from that venerable must have caught her ears. It's not rational, but she believed in the possibility. And I accepted grandmother's request to wait 5 years.
As the eldest great-grandson, you're being treated as a prince. And you still need the great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun legacy as a trophy?
If I were a fourth-generation only son, I may have not needed her. But I'm not.
Does Aijin bother you? But Aijin wasn't interested in your business, and he's always wanted to live in the States.
But he didn't go. And he chose to study business management, the same as me.
So what? I played innocent with that question, but I was shaken. I thought of how Aijin studied computer science in the US in the previous life. Things were very different in this life.
It may mean that Aijin is starting to get ambitious.
He would be sad to hear you say that. He's very fond of you.
But we're not real brothers.
What? They're not related? What absurdity is this? This feels like the time I first discovered Eunhye and I were switched at birth. What? What do you mean?
My birth mother had me and passed away a few months later. My father was 24 then. He was the same age as me right now. He became alone at 24. He was too young to live his entire life alone. The head family went to a fortune teller and my new mother was the one who was brought in by unanimous decision. She was from a distinguished family. As soon as she got married, she had to raise a new son, but she didn't complain. She raised me well. She's a good woman. I truly respect and like my mother.
I didn't know.
Even I found out a few years ago. You couldn't have known.
Does Aijin know too?
Well, I've never talked about it with him. It's not exactly a fairy tale.
But you've come so far without any trouble between you two.
Yeah. I almost feel bad that we've never had any issues.
Exactly, things have been good so far. So why would the fact that you're not related to become a problem now?
My father was a third-generation only son. That means he had no close relatives around him.
So,
he has no paternal relatives in the company, just maternal ones. And not only one, but two.
now I knew why Guihyun was so wary of Aijin. Even brothers who grew up as family had to face a crossroad. So that's why you didn't want to tell Eunhye was the real daughter to Aijin.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't want things to get sour between Aijin and me over that girl.
So Guihyun wanted to keep me as a shield, to hide Eunhye's true identity from Aijin. But then wouldn't it be better for you if things work out with Aijin and I? The bond that you've built with the Jong family for the last 20 years doesn't disappear overnight. Grandfather wouldn't be able to cast you out even if he finds out the truth. And your existence in our family, in whatever form it may be, would be an inconvenience for Eunhye. That means I wasn't able to build anything with you these past 20 years, seeing as how you want me to disappear completely from the scene over some girl you haven't even seen.
There's nothing I can do if you aren't the great-granddaughter of the great Donghan Kim.
But I still wanted you to marry the one you love, and live a long happy life. And that still hasn't changed. The fact that after having returned to the past, my only hope was to have my birth parents and Guihyun to live a healthy life. The fact that Guihyun wouldn't die in this life, the fact that he would marry Eunhye, whom he had fallen in love with at first sight, and live a long, happy life. Guihyun wouldn't know those things.
Don't worry. I'm satisfied with my life. I plan to cherish Eunhye and live a good life.
Then I guess we have no reason to keep seeing each other.
No, Siyeon. We must. To reassure grandfather that we are still happy seeing each other.
Here's your iced Americano. It's already been half a year since I started working part-time at my friend Eunhye's cafe.
Siyeon, the rush has died down, let's get some lunch.
Alright, let's. My high school friend, Eunhye, always knew I came from a rich family.
By the way, Siyeon, you work 3 days a week here, after school, and you work at the factory on weekends. What are you going to do with all that hard-earned money?
I don't know yet. I'll tell you once I save up enough. She never would have guessed that I was working here out of necessity.
Did you get around to writing any pieces? I didn't write a word all week.
Eunhye wanted to become a mystery detective writer. We had become close because we shared a common interest in writing. I wrote about 100,000 words. I want to know how the readers would react. I'm thinking of publishing it. Over the past 6 months, the novel I wrote occasionally helped me get over my idle thoughts, so I wrote whenever I could. When Ijin found out that I wrote, he asked for my pen name and genre, but I told him it would be a secret until I succeeded.
You've written a lot. Lucky you. But you're so busy every day. When do you have time to go see your parents?
When I get the time. I'd given a vague response, but it was a lie. I last met my icon parents for a meal before starting college. It's been months since I've seen their faces. I heard unexpectedly from Gwihyun that my icon parents left their house and pretty much started living at Hanam where Eunhye was.
You're still gonna work part-time after your boyfriend gets discharged from the military, right? When are you going to have time to date?
When I have time to spare.
I bet your boyfriend's gonna hate that.
I know. He will. Who knows? He might come find me at the cafe and place camp here. So, before that happens, I had planned to sort things out with Ijin once he got discharged. Grandfather in Siyeon called me a few days ago.
I heard your parents are taking good care of Gwihyun. Gwihyun has a maid helping out around the house, but I'm thankful and relieved he's being taken care of.
With what I had just heard, I knew that grandmother and my icon mother were frequently calling Gwihyun over.
Don't just keep seeing Gwihyun. Why don't you take a visit to Siyeon sometime? Siyeon?
From that phone call, I found out that while Gwihyun was seeing Eunhye, he was pretending to see me too. That was when I came to my senses.
Are you thinking that you can keep acting as my betrothed while seeing Ijin? You think that's possible?
Even after Gwihyun's warning, I had thought nothing of it. But for the first time, I had realized that I couldn't keep seeing Ijin the way I was doing now. I'm going to break up with him.
What? You've been waiting for him all this time in the army, and now you're gonna break up with him?
Gwihyun has Eunhye. So can't I keep seeing Ijin? What I had thought previously seemed foolish now. The thought of breaking up with Ijin in 2 months tore my heart. Every time we talked on the phone, there were more tears on my face than smiles. I wasn't waiting for him. The time just passed by.
He didn't cheat on you while he was in the army, did he?
Him? Not a chance. I knew that our relationship was star-crossed from the start, but as I faced the end of that relationship, I began to get scared. Because I liked the way he gave me his affection. Without a second thought, I found myself holding on to him. So that he wouldn't regret choosing me. Because Ijin was the only ray of sunshine left in my life.
Don't break up if you can help it. You seemed so happy when you were on the phone with him.
I don't want to either.
Then what's the problem?
There is one reason among hundreds that I must break up with Ijin.
Siyeon Kim. What are you doing out here?
Just spacing out.
Then maybe I'll join you before I start work.
Those drinks over there, Deputy Yang told us we can drink them. Mansoor.
What?
Why do you keep working here? Eunhye doesn't come here anymore. Ever since Eunhye met Gwihyun, she doesn't frequent the factory anymore. Rumor goes among the people at the factory that it was a rendezvous of fate, just like in the dramas.
I told you, It's just a hobby.
That's some nasty hobby. Aren't you upset that Eunhye is seeing someone else?
Of course I am. I was sincere about her, but another guy took her. But seeing who I was up against, I could understand.
You didn't like her that much. Why did you pour so much effort on her?
I like the boss. I like this work. And the people at this factory. I was planning to become the boss's son-in-law and inherit this business. But the dream's long gone now, don't you think?
You're the son of the owner of a bigger factory. Why are you after Yang Jin?
I have 5 brothers, and I'm the youngest.
Oh. That's a shame.
Anyway, did you know this parasol was bought for you?
Deputy Yang bought this? I never asked for one.
Deputy Yang doesn't just buy things. She always gets the boss's permission.
The boss. I suddenly remembered seeing my birth father here 2 weeks ago. The factory door was closed, so I was leaning against the wall, waiting for Deputy Yang. And that's when I ran into my birth father coming to work.
What are you doing out here? The office inside is nice and cool.
I like it here. I didn't think much as I spoke those words, but maybe he remembered. When I came to Yang Jin last week, a parasol was already installed in place.
The CEO complained to Deputy Yang about why she'd have her part-timers standing out in the sun. Anyway, thanks to you, we got some shade. And we have nice, cool drinks stocked up in the fridge.
Is it really because of me?
Yeah, the CEO seems to have you on his mind since you're the same age as his daughter.
My father.
Anywho,
What?
you really look like the boss's wife. Enough for someone to mistake you as her real daughter instead of Eunhye.
Just play dumb. Just play dumb here. Maybe his wife is quite the looker like me. Eunhye is pretty too, actually.
She is, but she looks nothing like the boss's wife.
Then maybe she takes after her father.
If you have eyes, you'd know that's not true.
What is it that you want to say? I can't get caught now.
I don't know. I don't have a clue what I'm saying to you. Oh, here comes the tiger.
The tiger?
The car that Eunhye drives. But who's that next to her?
Guihyun. He saw me.
It's been a while, Yunsu.
Seeing how Guihyun wasn't surprised and didn't give a second glance at me. He probably came here knowing I worked here. I didn't want to pretend to know him either.
H. Hi, Siyeon.
Hi. She always called me part-timer before. Maybe she's watching her mouth since Guihyun's around.
Hello.
Hi.
Yunsu, this is Guihyun Jong of Midnight Sun Foods Inc.
Nice to meet you. I'm Yunsu Park.
Hello. Eunhye's told me about you a few times.
It's getting hot out here. Let's go inside and talk in the cool office.
Right, okay.
You two, go ahead. I'll be right behind you.
Alright.
Hey, part-timer. Do you know who that man is?
Not interested.
He's my boyfriend. You've heard of Midnight Sun Foods Inc., right? Yang Jin's largest client. He's the grandson of that company's CEO. He's attending school while working at the office.
How on earth did you get to date a guy like that? She must have come here with Gwihyun to brag.
An old lady living next door said she'd introduce me to someone. I wasn't expecting much, but it turns out to be him. That old lady and my grandfather's family know each other very well.
Were you into guys like him?
I don't know about you, but us highbrows have different priorities. We all have reasons to meet people who grew up in similar surroundings. It'll probably take you more than a lifetime to realize that.
How are Yang Jin and Midnight Sun Foods Inc. alike? Once Midnight Sun Foods Inc. ditches Yang Jin, they'd be nothing.
Yeah, it's just as you say. We can't be compared to them. But a girl like you wouldn't ever be able to even get near a guy like him, in this life, or the next.
So, is that all you wanted to say me?
No, there's one more thing. Stop dreaming. I'm saying. Don't think you're on the same level as Yunsu just 'cause you work here. You're out of his league. Oh, Gwihyun. It's hot out here. You should have waited inside, I was just on my way in.
I was feeling claustrophobic in there.
Yeah, you're right. The size of our offices are nothing compared to your company.
I'll show you once I graduate and officially join the company.
We should get working.
Does that girl work here?
You know how I told you about all the weekend part-timers? She's one of them.
Is that her? The one who hasn't given up on her dream despite being poor and having lost her parents?
Yeah. You remember all that? You don't have to remember that kind of thing.
How much do you earn here?
So he wasn't going to ignore me? I didn't know what he was doing by talking to me. 10,000 won by the hour. 60,000 won a day.
So, 120,000 won every 2 days. That's a little tight for living expenses. Isn't the work hard?
But I knew that ultimately, he had ulterior motives. No.
That's good.
In any case, this situation is unbearable right now. It's time to work. I'll be going then.
Oh, already? I'll be off too then. Feel free to look around with Eunhye.
Everyone went off to work. Gwihyun, where should we go now?
Home.
Already? I want to hang out with you longer. I get bored at home.
If you get so bored, then it might not be a bad idea to do some part-time work like that girl. You two are the same age, and she works.
Gwihyun. I'm not on the same level as her just because we're the same age.
Well, I guess not.
And it might be nosy of me to talk about someone else's private life, but she has other motives for working here.
Other motives?
Dae Song Inc. Over there? Eunhye is the son of the CEO there.
Why is the son of Dae Song working for Eunhye?
He has a quirky personality. But anyway, Siyeon is really interested in him. She knows Eunhye is rich. So she asks him for a ride when she goes home. I get that she's poor, but to throw away her dignity so obviously over money. It's unimaginable. She really offended me one time. And when I asked for an apology, she asked me for money. I had no choice but to give it to her, and she just took it straight away and put it in her pocket. I was a bit upset at first because it felt like I was being robbed. But it became fine after I considered it as charity. After all, people like us should help out people like her. Right, Gui-hyun?
Yeah. That was nice of you.
The grandmother next door tells me you and I are a match made in heaven. I think she really was right. My father works at your company, and that grandmother knows your family well. She's so nice to me that it makes me wish she was my real grandmother sometimes.
Her son and daughter are nice people too.
Yeah, but I pity them. They lost their daughter when they were younger. I heard that she was the same age as me. So the mother cries whenever she sees me. She says I remind her of her daughter. Her husband is a professor and they're well off. But I still feel bad for them.
I see. Should we get going then?
Yeah, thanks.
I heard CEO Choi takes good care of his staff and part-time workers.
That's right. Did Eunhye tell you? That's why the factory workers all like my father. But I don't like that. No one respects him. And the same goes for me, calling me by name like I'm their friend. Only the staff at Yongjin would treat their CEO like that.
It's a good trait for a boss to keep good relations with his staff.
But that's all because my family wasn't always rich.
What does that mean?
My great-grandfather used to be very poor. He worked at a small factory during the day and attended night school. I heard he was good with his hands and was also a very good writer. But he passed away through unfortunate circumstances, and my grandfather had a hard time growing up. So my father has sympathy for the factory people. When he sees them, it reminds him of his father and grandfather.
Was it your father that made Yongjin what it is today?
No, my grandfather did. He wanted to treat factory workers well, so he established this place. And after my father graduated college, he continued to work for his father.
Are you interested in the business at all?
I don't like working at a factory, and when the factory's short-handed. I don't like seeing my father working together with the factory people either.
What do you think about reading books or writing in your spare time?
I neither like nor dislike books. And my only experience with writing is with book reports from high school.
Have you ever heard of the poem called Midnight Sun? It's a famous poem by the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy.
I know it. It's a celebrated poem written during the occupation of Korea by Imperial Japan. Something about waiting for the midnight sun or whatnot.
So you do know.
Very well. Because my father.
What about your father?
I was about to say that I've seen it many times in the anthology my father bought me for my college entrance exams.
Oh, was that it? It'll be easier to remember since it's related to Midnight Sun Foods Inc.'s mission.
Is it that important for me to have to remember it?
There will come a time when you'll have to face it closely. Once you really become a part of the Midnight Sun family.
I published the first episode of my first novel to a famous web novel website yesterday. To exaggerate just a little, I visited the site more than 100 times today. I read it so many times while walking home that I memorized every nickname and comment. Up Dragon's Wings. Fantasy free series, all free stories published, catalog episode 1. A reaction like this for the first episode isn't too bad. I'll upload the second episode right away and keep writing. The title of the second episode will be Dragon's Heart, and the party that accompanies the main character is. The moment I saw the name on my phone screen, it felt like there was a hot lump stuck in my throat. Hello?
You're beginning to slack off cause my discharge is just around the corner, Siyeon. You used to pick up right away. Now you're getting slow.
Just be calm. As if nothing happened.
Spare some time for your boyfriend, will you? If you knew just how bored this soldier about to get out was, you'd want to spend some time with him.
So that's why I heard you've been reading a lot of books.
Yeah, I'm reading all sorts of genres.
Keep yourself busy after you get out too. Don't waste away your time just because you have time to spare until the new semester next year.
I'm gonna get myself a house and a driver's license as soon as I get out. That way I'll be able to be your chauffeur.
I get around fine without you. I'm busy every day, you know.
Did you have a bad day today?
No, I didn't. Oh, right. When was your last break going to be again?
This would be the third time I'm telling you. You should try to remember. I'll text you so you don't forget.
It's just that I forget because I'm so busy. I'll keep my schedule free that day. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, have a good night.
I tried to keep it casual throughout the call, but my fingertips began to shake as soon as I hung up. I had been set on breaking up with him once he got discharged. But as that day grew closer, I started to get dizzy for no reason, and my heart was constantly pounding inside of me.
If it's okay with you, care to follow me? Siyeon Kim.
Would I be able to live a normal life after sending Eunhye away? I had tried to convince myself that it was okay since we hadn't shared any deep emotions. And that it would only be a light breakup following a brief relationship. But it was no use. Because I had already given too much of my heart to Eunhye. I knew that there would be an end to this relationship from the start. But just the thought of a life without Eunhye devastated me. 2 months later. With school life, writing novels, and my part-time job, it became fall before I even realized. When Eunhye came out for his last break, I asked him to break up with me. Let's break up. He just stood there listening to what I had to say. He asked to talk about it again after his discharge, then walked away.
Hey, Siyeon.
That voice. I couldn't stop the track of time. Eunhye. And it became my last day with Eunhye.
You're gonna regret that, Siyeon Kim. So think it through once more.
I have thought it through. The conclusion is the same. I've had this on my mind for a while now, and I didn't want to tell you until you were discharged.
You expect me to believe that you like my brother?
While you were in the army, we even went on many dates together. My parents and grandfather know too.
So you took me for a fool all this time while seeing my brother?
I wasn't trying to trick you on purpose. I just didn't have the chance to tell you.
Siyeon. Do you like my brother? Do you like Gwihyun Jong?
I couldn't say yes. I couldn't hide it any longer that I liked Eunhye. Because I had already told him I liked him. The lie that I liked Gwihyun over Eunhye on an emotional level. I want him. I want Gwihyun Jong, the eldest son of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. Was a lie I couldn't bring myself to tell. You know what Gwihyun means within the head family. He's going to be the chief director of strategy straight after his graduation. He'll most likely make it to CEO.
So you're saying that you just want to become the wife of the CEO of Midnight Sun Foods Inc.?
Yes. Eunhye's cold stare toward me gave me a strange sense of relief. I'd rather he hated me than be sad. Grandfather even gave me a huge amount of stocks for me to use to my liking. And he asked me to take good care of Gwihyun. My parents couldn't wait a single day and invited him over for a meal. It was like we were already a family. Do you get it now? It's clear that you have no place in that family, and our relationship cannot go on any further.
Siyeon. I haven't even started yet. If I can give you something bigger than what Gwihyun offers, would you come to me?
I didn't know what he was thinking, but I did know that he was being serious. But I mustn't react to it. Why should I when there's already a safe and comfortable road up ahead of me?
After you marry my brother, do you think you could just look at my face as if everything were fine?
What did we do? I didn't do anything with you to feel guilty over. I knew fully well how ugly and brazen my behavior was, but I held my head up high. Because if not, breaking up with Eunhye would become impossible.
And what would make you feel guilty? Just because you didn't go to bed with him, you think you're innocent? Just what did you do with him to make you feel so shameless?
I don't want to tell you about my private life. Just carrying on this conversation alone was suffocating and exhausting. And I had no time to consider what I would actually sound like right now to Eunhye's ears.
Siyeon Kim. I didn't go to the States because of you, because I wanted to be with you. Because you said that Gwihyun wasn't the only man available in my family.
Gwihyun's not the only available man in the Seo Jong clan. Once I got another chance with a new life, my new choices, the different directions I took. And maybe the hope I had stored up for myself.
No matter how bored you were, you shouldn't have played that sort of game with me. This is too much.
had all dragged Aijin to this point.
Why don't you answer me?
And unlike my past life, I eventually found myself in this dangerous situation. Don't blame me for your choices. And finally ended things with Aijin.
Yeah, I only have myself to blame for being an idiot.
I didn't quite remember what Aijin said in the last moment of our breakup. I only had the look of his bloodshot eyes etched in my memory. I couldn't think anymore. And after that, I couldn't bear to see him again. 5 years later.
What is she doing out here sleeping again?
Huh.
Hey, honorable part-timer. Get up.
Oh, Mansoor. What are you doing there?
Section Chief Yan called you in to eat, so I'm here to get you.
I'm not that hungry.
Be quiet and come at once. Be thankful. Where else on earth would still provide meals to a part-timer like you who quit years ago?
All right. I'm coming. Should I buy some ice cream on the way, Mansoor? There's Section Chief Yang and the task leader. Who else?
Enough. I'm not gonna scrounge ice cream off of someone jobless like you.
Yunsu eventually entered a big company after graduating. But every once in a while, on weekday evenings and some weekends, he would always show his face at Yongjin. And Eunhye seemed to have given up on the succession to her father's factory a long time ago. How many times have I told you? I'm not jobless. I'm a freelancer.
Yeah. You're always out there on that yard. Ha!
Ah.
I thought you were diligent at first, but you get lazier by the day. If I hadn't come to get you, you would probably lay there all day until sundown. You live close enough. Why don't you start working part-time instead?
Oh, stop it. My body clock got messed up, and I've been a night owl for the last few years now. I couldn't do anything about Mansoor thinking I was jobless. After becoming a professional novel writer, it had been a long time since I quit my part-time jobs. After publishing my first novel online, I had developed quite a reputation among readers. The web novel, Dragon's Wings, reaches 100 million views. #1 in overseas webtoon sales, game and movie adaptations to be lined up simultaneously. I had made a contract with publishers, and my second novel was a massive hit. Thanks to that novel, the money from selling my apartment, along with the money in my account, I was able to generously give to my icon parents. Take this. As I handed them my bank book before I left Seoul, they looked at me with pale faces.
What is the meaning of this?
The thought that they caught on to the fact that I knew the whole truth crossed my mind in that moment. This just means I'm doing well enough to live on my own now. And that's how I tidied up my relationship with the two of them in my heart. And last spring, I moved to a new place within walking distance to Yongjin. I didn't know about the place's investment value, but I really liked the house for its large yard. I could write better while hearing the grass bugs during the silent nights, and it felt good. And before I knew it, my body clock got switched around and I usually sleep during the day.
Oh yeah. Did you hear about that story? I heard Eunhye's marrying that chief director of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. next spring.
Is she doing all right at work?
Against all advice, she entered as his secretary, so she has no other choice but to do her best.
As soon as Eunhye graduated, she entered the secretary office of Midnight Sun Foods Inc.'s chief director of strategy. But it's ironic that it was Gwihyun who was the one against her having a job there.
I don't want to watch Eunhye suffer from the sideline because of me.
I heard he had no choice but to accept her with all her crying and whatnot.
Haha. I can imagine. The boss will be lonely once Eunhye gets married.
I bet he already is. He talks about how he barely talks to her inside the house, when she hasn't even moved out yet. I heard she practically lives with the chief director day and night.
Even though news about their passionate romance spread like wildfire all the way to the factories of Yongjin, Gwihyun still didn't introduce Eunhye to the parents or grandfather in Suwon. Maybe he was thinking of keeping silent until the situation was solved before going ahead and telling them. The truth remained a secret, so grandfather continued to contact me. And I obviously had to go visit Suwon multiple times against my wishes.
The head house feels so empty without Gwihyun or Ijin.
I couldn't dare say anything about the secret I was keeping.
I'll park the car, you go ahead first.
K. As soon as I opened the restaurant door, the now promoted section chief Yang and the ever so energetic task leader greeted me warmly.
Welcome. Over here, Siyeon.
Don't forget the food dishes in the fridge for you on your way home again.
Okay, thank you. Since I moved to this neighborhood, the task leader prepared food for me weekly. They were prepared with so much care and given to me every week. I had politely declined, considering it was too much trouble for her, but she always insisted.
Are you refusing this because you think I'm poorer than you? I'm only working here because I want to keep my health in check while making some extra pocket money. I'm not a starving hobo, you know. And when an adult gives you something, you say thank you and accept without all the mumbling.
Sorry. After the scary chastising, I always ended up taking her food quietly home.
Oh, Siyeon. If you're not busy, why don't you visit the office after we eat?
Including section chief Yang, the two dearly took care of me like family, like an older sister or an auntie. And I had now decided to accept their kindness. I will. But aren't you busy with work, Sukwi? Busy?
Having too much time on her hands is the issue.
Ever since Yongjin lost the contract renewal with Midnight Sun Foods Inc. last spring, the company's been on the decline. That brat Eunhye didn't even consider helping out her father's business with Midnight Sun. It would have been the perfect chance for her to coax her boyfriend and help us out.
As was mentioned, the Yongjin that failed to renew their contract with Midnight Sun Foods Inc. took a hard fall in their business. And now they were barely surviving. The CEO took lump sums out of his own private property to support his staff until the very end.
I'll try my best to get us out of this mess, so everyone hang in there. I'm so sorry and thankful.
But they didn't have enough work and couldn't survive. Most of the staff had quit, and now all those left were the ones who had shared the longest history with the company. When I first heard of the unfortunate news of the failed contract between Yongjin and Midnight Sun Foods Inc., I couldn't help but suspect Gwihyun. Midnight Sun Food Incorporated's criteria for making new partnerships now solely relied on transparent competition between potential firms. Although Yang Jin participated in the bid, they could not secure a contract. At first, I had thought it was Gwihyun's doing for changing up the bidding process.
Yang Jin lost the bid?
But at the sight of his helpless face after hearing about Yang Jin, I couldn't speak any further on the matter. And there was no reason to place Yang Jin in more of a sticky situation, disturbing its peace at this point.
What are we gonna do about Yang Jin falling out of competition? We did actually survive all these years, thanks to Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated, so it's not like we lost out hugely.
But we did lose out. We built more factories and hired new people. Also, those new machines. Half of those machines aren't even being used and just gathering dust.
That's true. Of the 3 factories, only one is in full operation. We're suffering substantial losses. It'd be good if we could sell 2 of the spare factories, machines included. Or at least one of the factories. We should do that and run just one factory, then think about re-expansion. I just wish some rich millionaire would. Hey, Mansoor. Have you ever considered starting a business?
Huh? What are you talking about?
How about you partner up with CEO Choi at this chance? How about it? Mansoor, the son of Dae Sung Inc., raking in money for us.
You seriously expect me to answer that?
Gosh. Things are just looking so desperate, honestly. The CEO sold a building and a piece of land of his for dirt cheap. And now, he's planning on selling his house in Hanam.
He's planning to sell his house in Hanam?
Yeah. But the real estate market's a mess nowadays, so I'm not sure if it'll sell so quickly.
Then where's he gonna live?
Once the place is sold, I think he'll find a house nearby. With Eunhye now with her husband-to-be in Hanam, he must not be so worried.
I knew that the business here was on the decline, but I didn't know that Yang Jin was suffering this badly. How much would those be?
Would what be?
You just said that they'd like to sell the 2 factories. Including the machines, how much would one factory cost?
Oh, come on, Siyeon. Stop your nonsense and let's eat.
I'm being serious.
You're losing your mind in all this summer heat. Stop it. Ha ha ha. Hey, Mansoor. Buy Siyeon some ice cream on the way home.
No one's telling me. So I guess I'll just have to look for myself. Gwihyun's calling. What now?
I told your parents and grandfather that I'm going to get married next spring. Should they call and ask, just play along. Ijin isn't even around anymore. Why don't you be honest with all the adults now?
Last spring, against all the wishes of his parents and grandfather, he left for the States after graduating college. I bet Gwihyun was able to breathe easy after seeing Ijin leave. The day Gwihyun told me of Ijin's departure, I went out to the second-floor balcony and stayed there without moving an inch until sunrise. Until all these waves filled with emotions that I could not describe had subsided. I could not do anything but stand still.
Siyeon Kim. These are the affairs of your 2 families, not mine. Up until now, all I've been trying to do was lessen the shock and confusion that the head family and Suwon will face. They're the victims of fraud here. This is a problem for both families. But it's only the CEO of Eunhye, his wife, and I who are suffering right now. I've done all I could for Eunhye. The decision to go for open bidding with the company was the chairman. If you want to make it clear who is to blame for all of this, go ask your grandfather.
You of all people should know that I'm not in the position to ask him that.
Or maybe Eunhye had something to do with it?
Why are you bringing up Eunhye at this point?
I'm telling you this now, but it was Eunhye who asked to have Eunhye taken good care of, not me. Eunhye's the only one who would be able to ask grandfather for such a request. Eunhye had sacrificed going to the States and attended college in Korea because of the request that he made. So it may be that grandfather went back on his promise after seeing Eunhye leave to the States as soon as he graduated.
No way. When I first visited the house in Hanam and ran into Eunhye, he told me he had just happened to hear the story of Eunhye's CEO from his brother.
So, yeah. I told grandfather and everything was taken care of today.
Thank you so much, Gwihyun. Gwihyun had spoken as if it was he who had made the request to grandfather. Every time I was angry at Gwihyun, I calmed down by reminding myself that he helped out Eunhye. But it was a lie. Every time I was angry at Gwihyun, I calmed down by reminding myself that he helped out Eunhye. But it was a lie. Why are you telling me this now?
I'm the one who should be asking. What's so important about knowing who took care of it now?
I couldn't refute him. In the end, Eunhye had left for the States, and Eunhye was in a dire situation. Everything had come full circle back to their original places. What have I done until now? For what? For who? No, Siyeon. Not everything turned out exactly the same as the past. Unlike the past, my birth parents are healthy and I'm able to support them now. My efforts have not been wasted, nor am I repeating the events of my previous life. When are you going to tell them that Eunhye from your office is going to be your wife?
Once everything gets sorted. I'll introduce her sometime before the marriage.
And when are you going to say you found out about Eunhye and me being switched? I should know, so I can act accordingly.
Let's say I found out about it 2 weeks after your birthday. Your icon father is set to visit the CEO of Eunhye. The families will have resolved the issue through mutual agreement, and that'll be the end of that. But keep it a secret that the parents who raised Eunhye was the CEO of Eunhye. As you may already know, things could get complicated otherwise.
All right. If that's the case, the adults on Gwihyun's side of the family will begin to wonder why Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated made a contract with Eunhye. And the person to find themselves in the stickiest situation would be me. Eunhye knows, right?
Yeah, she knows. She was pretty shocked.
I see. The scene was perfectly laid out, down to the setting and actor that would reveal the truth. The long, exhausting act was finally coming to a close. The leaves were thick enough to act as shade in the summer. But now that it's winter, the sight is bleak after the wind blew them all away. Monsieur. It's gotten cold. Huh?
Here.
Is it my birthday present?
Isn't it usually normal for people to say, Oh, what is it? Out of politeness? Or at least try acting as if you're surprised I bought you something.
Today is my 25th birthday. And I'm on the way to a party my close colleagues are throwing for me. How did you know? I've never told anyone about my birthday.
I took care of the part-timer's admin work. I was sorting through the papers and found out that it was your birthday today. I couldn't just let that pass. I'll send Mansour to pick you up in the evening, so all you have to do is come.
Open it up.
Huh. This is expensive.
It's not expensive, it's useful. They say having a nice wallet will bring in money.
Did the three of you chip in for this? Even so, I can't accept a thing like this.
What? Chip in? Ha! What exactly do you take me for?
Then is this fake?
Hey! Get out the car. You can walk to the factory.
Even if you are such a big shot, you shouldn't be splurging on me with stuff like this. This may not seem like anything to you, but others will probably think that you have a crush on me.
What's with you drawing the line on me like that? And if I did like you, you should be honored. I'm appalled.
You can't like me. I forbid it. But I'll accept this gift. Thank you, Master Mansour.
How foolish of me. I should have just gotten you a coupon for fried chicken or something.
No thanks, if you're talking coupons, I'll take ones for coffee.
No to chicken? We're having chicken and pork trotters for your birthday party today. Since it's your birthday, I'll even leave the drumsticks for you.
Upon hearing that,
I heard that saving the drumstick for someone is a true sign of love.
it had reminded me of that special someone in my distant past. Anyway, I'm definitely not having the drumstick.
Geez,
They're here, hurry.
1, 2. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Siyeon.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Sukwi and Chief. Thank you.
enough thanking. Blow out the candle. Who?
Oh, right. Who?
Your mother must have had a hard time giving birth to you in the cold during winter.
She was in the hospital. She should have been fine. Haha.
You said last time that you lived in Gangdong, so you must have been born in Seoul, no? You lived all your life in Gangdong?
No. I was born in Songbuk. Arium Hospital in Songbuk. I lived there, then moved to Icon, where I spent most of my life.
Who on earth remembers the hospital they were born in?
Oh. When did you arrive?
It had never occurred to me that those careless words
Boss.
would be heard by my birth father.
When did you arrive, boss?
Weren't you going to go home after the meeting?
I remembered I left some papers behind.
I think my birth father heard what I had said. What do I do now? After that, my birth father silently staggered out of the room with a look of shock on his face.
I think the boss is worn out from all the factory work. He's so confused at times.
Yeah. We should understand.
Even though that's what Sukwi and the chief had said, the anxiety from whether my identity had been exposed or not did not fade. The fact that the commute was far for a part-time job and I spent a lot of time around Yongjin, and having been born on the same day and in the same hospital as Eunhye, has to be suspicious from the perspective of my birth father. I was anxious, but I had no one to tell. I spent a sleepless night with my eyes wide open. A week had passed, yet my birth father had not said a word. By this point, I had convinced myself that I was just overthinking the whole situation. How's the factory been doing?
We had an ordeal, but you must not have heard. The CEO got admitted to the hospital.
When did that happen? All of a sudden? Is he all right? How about his wife?
He went to meet someone yesterday and collapsed as soon as he got home. Gosh, his wife was so shaken, she was crying on the phone.
Which hospital? Did she tell you the ward and room number?
Yeah, she did. But he needs rest now, so she told us not to think about visiting. All she asked us was to take good care of the factory. She knows what condition the factory's in.
Do you know who he met that day? Did she say anything?
No, I didn't hear anything about that.
Could he have met Guihyun? Or my icon parents? Or my grandmother? If I knew this was going to happen, I should have told him first. No. Could you tell me the name of the hospital?
No. She told us no one should be visiting.
I have a lot of spare time on my hands. I'll just go and see his face from a distance. And don't you also want to know how he's doing? I'll go see him and tell you if he's okay. That should be fine, Sukwi.
You're really putting me on the spot.
Oh no. I can't get a glimpse of his face from here. Excuse me, nurse.
Yes?
One day Choi, the patient in room 608. Is he okay? He's not very ill or hurt, is he?
Are you related to him? His daughter, perhaps?
Yes.
Like the doctor told your mother earlier, his test results do not show any major complications. But your mother asked for a full-scale checkup while he's here. Don't worry. Just consider it a few days of rest for him as we run his tests.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank goodness he's not suffering from anything major.
You there. Wait. Who are you? Why did you say you were related to my husband?
My birth mother. I'm just a part-timer who worked at Yongjin. The mother in my past life who apologized to me for her shortcomings.
I clearly told Section Chief Young that no one should visit. Seems like she sent you, though.
Had a much prettier face than I'd remembered.
Please tell her that he's doing much better, that there's no need to worry. He's awake now, you can go inside and say hello.
In my past, the mother that left this world with me all alone. Mom, no. Don't leave me by myself, Mom. Was the last trace of pain that was etched onto my miserable life.
Young lady, take this handkerchief.
Thank you. But I'm glad she looks so healthy now.
He's really doing okay. Not even our daughter's crying, so why are you, dear?
Was Eunhye here?
You know her? She came when he was unconscious. I think she's going to come again this evening after work.
I was uneasy about running into Eunhye while my dad was in there, but I was finally relieved at my mother's words. I'll be off now.
You're going to leave without seeing him?
Yeah, he's awake now and doing well. I'll deliver the good news to the factory. Oh, and Section Chief Yang asked me to tell you, not to worry about the factory.
You must have been busy. Thanks for your concern and taking your time to come all this way. Have a safe trip back. Honey. There are many who are worried for you, so let's get your strength back and leave soon. A young lady who used to work part-time at the factory just came by. She was worried about you. Who was it? She was a pretty young lady. I met her in front of the room. She was crying so dearly, asking if you were okay. It was even making me cry. I asked her to step inside and say hello, but she said she'd be leaving. Wait. What's wrong, honey?
Ah! It was that girl. Siyeon Kim. I cannot forget the first moment I had run into that part-time girl in front of the factory that day. She was the same age as Eunhye. I was shocked because she looked just like my wife in her youth. Ever since I heard that she was struggling to make a living for herself, it constantly bothered me. From her gaze that followed me around in my memory, I could sense the emotions of a young girl who was longing for her parents. Maybe that's why, on the day I saw her standing in the yard with rosy cheeks from the scorching summer heat, it had me in low spirits all day. It had bothered me that she was living alone after moving into the neighborhood. But with the condition the factory was in, I couldn't afford to take better care of her. But one day, I had coincidentally heard that the chief made food for her. And since then, I gave the chief a handsome sum of money and asked her to keep providing care for Siyeon.
Boss. I'm just making food for Siyeon because I want to. I can't take this money from you.
I'm on the same page as you. She's struggling and living by herself. I just feel bad for her. To the chief, who was adamant to refuse my offer, I added a share of money to her paycheck anyway. But please don't tell the girl. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstanding going around that I'm going out of my way to look after her. I'm old enough to be her dad. Once I heard that she mostly spends her time alone without a proper job, I asked Section Chief Yang to call Siyeon out to the factory every lunch and give her something to eat.
Boss, can I really do that?
Seeing Section Chief Yang's face beaming with joy at the thought relieved me. I was relieved that Siyeon wouldn't be alone every day, at the least. Whenever I'd missed Eunhye, whom became ever so hard to see, I would sometimes recollect that girl's face, the face of Siyeon. I myself couldn't understand the reason why. I kept thinking of a part-timer at the factory who had quit. And the moment that my heart anxiously began to beat without real reason.
Boss, doesn't Siyeon look a lot like your wife?
Was the time Eunhye threw out that comment in passing.
Boss, doesn't Siyeon look a lot like your wife?
What?
Someone may mistake her for your daughter, instead of Eunhye.
I had just laughed it off on the spot, but a strange lingering thought didn't leave my mind. And one late evening last week, I went back to the office to get some important papers I left behind.
Enough thanking. Blow out the candles. Who?
Oh, right. Who?
In what I had thought would be an empty office, some of the staff were still here, and they were throwing a party for that kid.
You said last time that you lived in Gangdong, so you must have been born in Seoul, no? You lived all your life in Gangdong?
I'd known that she was born on the same day as Eunhye, but as soon as I heard what came out of her mouth, my world turned upside down.
No. I was born in Songbuk. Arium Hospital in Songbuk.
The girl who was born in Arium Hospital on the same day as Eunhye, that looks just like my wife. The unimaginable thoughts that I had in my head gave me chills.
When did you arrive?
The moment the girl's look of horror pierced me, everything in front of me started to go dark. I left the girl behind and leapt as if to run away.
Hi, my name is Siyeon Kim.
Yes, please come this way.
Maybe it was because I had called Gwihyun in advance. I was led by the receptionist without delay.
This is the director's office of the 9th floor.
Long time no see. You've been robbing me all this time and had a good life, haven't you? Money, honor, men, the whole works.
Get it straight. Your grandmother is the one who robbed me of my life. And because of that, you've also been reaping the rewards.
You can't compare being the daughter of a tiny business owner and being the daughter-in-law of Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated. You knew you were fake all along, and yet you still tried to snatch it all away from me.
She used to take pride in the fact that she was the daughter of a respectable small business owner. But now, she must really like her new title better, for gaining the eldest son of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. In trying to insult me, she had belittled the one who had raised her all her life.
You're just the daughter of a small-time salesman, no wonder you were so conniving.
I felt a strong sense of disgust at her remark of calling her father a small-time salesman. Your father collapsed. Do you even know why? Or how he's doing?
Oh, I know it well, all right. He barged into my grandmother's place yesterday evening. Thanks to that, my side of the family are practically in mourning too.
Your side of the family?
You can hear the rest from Gwihyun. All we have to do is return back to our rightful places. Then there'll be no reason to run into each other anymore.
Are you glad now that you're 25? You come to terms with the fact that you survived all this time without dying?
No. The fact that I've lost these 25 years to a girl like you kills me inside. Anyway, the director's waiting, so head on inside, Miss Siyeon Kim.
Guess there wasn't much traffic. You're here early.
Did the CEO of Yongjin meet grandmother yesterday?
Yeah, he came looking for her yesterday. They live nearby.
Were you there too?
The family was having dinner, and he came in such an agitated state. He wasted no time taking a DNA test with Eunhye. It is hereby disclosed that the test subject 1, One-Day Choi, is not biologically related to test subject 2, Eunhye Choi. He even looked through the records of the hospital you were born in, and looked for the nurse of the infant unit who was there at the time. That nurse probably told your father grandmother's name and her previous address. And he went to the local municipality and found out that grandmother lived right in front of him.
Poor dad. I wonder how shocked he must have been. He must have been speechless to find out that his daughter was switched at birth. But to find out that the culprit of that atrocity lived in the very next house. Something must have been flaring inside my birth father's heart. But you seem totally fine with this whole thing.
I told you. This is between you and your icon father. And I'll tell you again, it's not me who you should be angry with or getting revenge at, but your grandmother and the parents who raised you.
Does the boss know? Why grandmother had Eunhye and me switched? The whole story?
There's no way she would have told him that. She just told him that she wanted Eunhye to grow up in a better home. But of course, the CEO Choi wouldn't take that for a reason. It's not like he's the head of a poor family.
So, did grandmother ask for forgiveness?
My children took in Siyeon and raised her as their own. Siyeon grew up without any worries, so I ask that you be not angry.
Of course she did, to the best of her ability. So much to the point that it seemed like she was begging. But he didn't accept it. He got angry.
And you let that precious daughter of yours live off by herself?
And so grandmother replied that she got you the apartment that you wanted. And that you got a handsome sum of cash, which could be confirmed with evidence.
And Eunhye? Was Eunhye there when that conversation happened? My father didn't say anything after seeing Eunhye.
He asked about when Eunhye found out the truth. And when she couldn't answer, he understood. I honestly didn't think that he'd collapse. He seemed to remain composed throughout the whole conversation.
I wonder how hurt and disturbed my father was, facing those selfish people by himself. I cannot even imagine how he must have felt.
Your father said the men should meet separately to solve this whole thing, and took my business card. After taking it, he didn't say anything and just left. That's all that happened yesterday. And I plan to visit the head house in Siyeon after work today. I'm going to tell them that I found out the truth only yesterday. That's what we'll go with.
What if I won't allow it? What if I go myself and tell them the whole truth?
Then I'm going to have to tell them that you knew the truth all along before anyone else. And if that were the case, wouldn't people be suspicious that you and the CEO of Eunhye were in cahoots since the beginning? And that he was leeching off Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated? That would be their logical reasoning. And perhaps, they'd think that you were using Eunhye.
Yeah. I guess. I can't put my father or Eunhye in that situation.
Your position in this situation doesn't change once everyone finds out. So, if grandfather calls you over, be wise about how you answer him.
I'll be off.
Oh, wait. One last thing. Eunhye's doing well for himself in the States. In case you were curious. See you, then. Siyeon.
It was as if the ambassador of death swept through the streets with an eerie noise. And the biting wind shook the windows hard. The blindingly bright moon was a chilling blue. It was like that night. I thought of what I had to do, one by one. My first priority was making sure that my birth father was discharged from the hospital. And it was important that my birth mother didn't suffer such heartache again. Was the next step to figure out where the two of them would live? They decided to put their house in Hanam up for sale. Besides, they wouldn't want to live next to grandmother anyway. If my parents don't refuse, I can perhaps buy them an apartment, or they could even live with me. I didn't have anything in my previous life. But this time, it's different. I'm at least able to buy them a house. And Eunhye was also just as important. Within that company lies my father's life. And the lives of all those at the factory. If push comes to shove, I could sell a part of my Midnight Sun shares. And use it to revive the factory. I'd feel bad doing that to my grandfather in Siyeon, but the most important thing for me to do right now is protect the ones I care about. Disclosing the whole truth and settling family issues is a second priority. Gwihyun's father is calling me. I had gotten his number ages ago, but I've never actually spoke with him. Gwihyeon did mention that he was going to Suwon to tell the adults there about the truth, so maybe he's calling about that. Hello.
Siyeon, there's been a terrible accident.
He sounded calm on the phone, but there was still something shaky about his voice. My heart began to pound at this sense of peril. A terrible accident?
Gwihyeon was in an accident on his way home.
What? How could this happen? He's not even married to Eunhye yet, but why? Ijin eventually ended up leaving, and my father has collapsed, and now Gwihyeon has gotten into an accident.
I just thought you should know, Siyeon. That's why I called. He's undergoing surgery right now, but he's in critical condition.
The chains of fate did not seem to have changed. Ever since that night, things took a complicated turn. Gwihyeon got into an accident before he could even mention anything about Eunhye. Even after surgery, he remained in a coma. He was fortunate to have survived, but the feeling of despair that the family suffered was a heavy load to bear.
Father!
Grandfather, I'm here. As soon as grandfather and Suwon heard the news, he was in shock and collapsed. And he's been admitted to the VIP ward of a university hospital ever since. And starting the next day, I found myself half-willingly visiting his ward constantly. Thinking about what happened with Gwihyeon, I shouldn't be here.
Siyeon.
Have you had something to eat? Grandfather would only have strength to take his meals and his medication when I was around, so I had no choice but to visit him.
I felt weak and didn't have an appetite, so I skipped my meal.
He would be the one most upset about Gwihyeon's accident, and I felt I had to do what I could for him in his weakened state. You should really eat something. That's the only way you'll be able to take your medication and get lip, grandfather. It's a little late, but you should still eat.
My Gwihyeon, he won't die like that. Would he, Siyeon? He wouldn't die leaving you alone. He was going to marry you in the spring.
Grandfather held my hand tightly, as if he was holding his very own life.
He'll be awake before the spring, right?
In a stroke of sympathy, I felt like crying. Of course. He won't die. So you have to regain your strength too, okay?
That doesn't mean you should be in bed as well, grandfather.
This voice. At the low, subdued voice behind me, my breathing momentarily stopped, and my world came to a stop.
Ha! Ijin. Why, you? It took you long enough to get here. Your brother was in an accident, and now here you are. Your brother will wake up soon, won't he? That kid has to get married in a few months, and he's lying there like that. And I can barely breathe at the thought of that. Ijin.
As soon as Ijin came next to me, I wanted to get up and leave, but my body wouldn't listen.
Eat your meals unless you want to make my brother attend a funeral as soon as he wakes up.
He was right next to me. Yet I couldn't even turn my head.
Ijin, Gwihyeon will be okay, right?
Yes, grandfather. He'll be okay.
Okay, that's how it'll be since you say so. I believe you, I do. Have you taken care of everything before coming in?
Yes.
I'm so glad I have you, so glad. If it weren't for you, I would have died right there and then already.
You're the 16th eldest grandson of the Siyeon clan. You shouldn't be saying things like that.
I've lived long enough. Long enough to have to witness such ridiculous events.
You should live long enough to see your great-grandchildren. You always wish for a whole litter of them at your side.
What about you? Are you seeing anyone?
You sound well enough already, it seems. Well enough to get discharged.
Why, you? By the way, Eunhye. Get Siyeon something to eat while you're here.
What?
I've kept her here for too long.
No. Grandfather. I must get going.
You'll only make me feel bad having you leave on an empty stomach.
Grandfather, I'm really all right.
If you're not busy, why don't we grab a meal? It's been 5 years. How have you been?
Good.
Let's go. I haven't eaten either.
The monotonous voice of Eunhye, lacking any form of emotion. I could feel that he was trying to act casually, all the while keeping his distance. As if nothing had happened between us in the past.
You.
Huh?
You're visiting here at this hour? Are you that free to move around at work?
If I knew I'd run into him here, I should have worn something a little more proper. I work from home.
Oh. I see.
Yeah. I once told Eunhye that I wanted to become a civil servant. He probably thinks I haven't realized that dream. When are you going back to the States?
I'm staying here for now. I should stay at least until Gwihyun's able to work again.
Then are you going to work at the company?
I'm the acting chief director of strategy. As soon as I got on the plane, my father made me this director's business card.
If he's the acting chief director of strategy, he must be doing Gwihyun's work. It must be hard working a new job at the office all of a sudden.
I'll need the help of the employees until I get the hang of things.
That was the last exchange of words between us as we concentrated on our meals. Thanks for the meal. I'll be going.
Wait. You're not gonna see Gwihyun?
I'm busy.
Alright. Goodbye then.
At the sight of Eunhye's stately stride, who refused to look back, a single thought had occurred to me. This 5-year reunion, without a hint of amiability, was a perfect meeting of strangers.
Siyeon, good news. The boss is gonna get discharged next week.
Really, Sukwi? Is he completely well now?
He hasn't fully recovered, and his wife hasn't said much else. But anyway, she asked me to look for a small, nearby vacation cabin, so I'm busy at the moment.
What's up with the cabin?
The boss said he'd never return back to his house.
As soon as I heard that news about my birth father, my heart felt heavy.
He said if all else fails, he'd go stay at a hotel, but those hotel fees are quite expensive, as you know. He's in a difficult situation as he is.
My father wouldn't want to return to a house that faces grandmother.
But I don't know whether I'd be able to find a nearby cabin.
Now's the change. How about my place?
Huh? The place you're at now? I thought you said it belongs to your family who lives abroad. And besides, finding the boss a new home won't be quick. How are you going to live with him until then?
I can use the second floor, and he and his wife can use the first. And it's close to the factory. He wouldn't have any trouble commuting.
That sounds real nice, but I'm just worried it might be uncomfortable for you. They're nice people, but you guys are strangers, you know? How are you gonna share the same house?
I'll be fine, and besides, I'll be less scared than living alone. I was thinking about putting it out on lease to share with other tenants anyway. It's too big to live on my own.
But are you allowed to rent out your family's apartment like that?
What? Yeah, it's fine. We'll just be sharing one house, that's all. Sometimes, Sukwi has a keen eye for these things.
Okay? Tren until the CEO finds a new home, no deposit, and utilities including gas, water, and electricity. How about 300,000 won per month? About $300.
Isn't that too expensive?
I knew you'd say that. You dummy. With no deposit, at 300,000 won with all utilities included? They're gonna use the whole floor, and you say that's expensive? Heck, I'd live at your place at that price.
It's not like I'm trying to make money off of them.
I know you're trying to do this for the boss. But that's not right. If it was someone else, I would have stopped them. But it's the boss and his wife we're talking about. So I feel rather bad for you.
I am fine.
But thankfully, Eunhye is commuting, and asked to stay at her Hanam house.
That probably means she's going to stay at grandmother's place, and not my father's. And if that's not the case, then it'd be the house in Icon.
Okay, including the gas, water, and electricity, let's settle for 500,000 won a month. About 500 USD. His wife said something around 1.0000001 a month. So this is a nice middle ground. About 1,000 US dollars. His wife said something around 10 million won a month. So this is a nice middle ground. About 1,000 US dollars. His wife said something around 10 million won a month. So, this is a nice middle ground. About 1,000 US dollars.
Okay.
And anyway, it was the boss who asked us to always make sure you had something to eat. So just consider this an opportunity to thank him for that.
He did that.
Yeah, ever since you moved into the neighborhood, he asked me to take good care of you. Maybe he was worried seeing a young girl like you struggling to make a living on your own.
Every day at lunch, Sukwi would call me up to eat with her. And every weekend, Yeonsu would come pick me up. And Chief would always pack me food for the week. Thanks to these people, I never once felt lonely even though I was alone in a new town. And then there's my father. I had always thought I was the only one who was longing for him. But I never thought he'd be thinking of me during all this time and taking care of me.
Let's cut the phone conversation out. If you're not busy, then make your way over here. You're about to have new guests in your house, so you should buy some stuff you might need.
One positive thing I got out of being switched at birth with Eunhye was that I became close with these people.
Oh, and don't worry about the money. If I mention that you were buying stuff you need for the boss, Mansour will probably give you his card. And while you're at it, you might as well get a little something for yourself, hehe.
What is that itch in my ear?
If everyone found out that I was the boss's birth daughter, they'd all be very surprised. But they'd all treat me the same as they do now. Unlike the people that left me, they'd stay by my side. Sure. Oh, and Sukwi, if it's alright, do you and the others want to come by my place and have dinner? And to celebrate the boss's discharge, we can all discuss some things.
Great. Then should Chief and I get some pork belly and lettuce on the way? I'll tell Yeonsu to get the alcohol.
Yeah, that sounds good. Today is the day I say goodbye to Siyeon Kim.
So all we have to do today is move the things the boss's wife packed in advance?
Yeah, my house isn't that big, so they're gonna leave the furniture and large belongings, and they agreed to move only their essentials.
Oh, and she asked us to tell Eunhye to visit the hospital if she was around the house.
Aren't they able to reach her?
They said it's hard for them to get in contact with her or see her face. The only time Eunhye texts them is to say that she's busy. So the boss's wife is really frustrated. All they want is to see Eunhye's face before they move, but that brat just isn't cooperating. Isn't Eunhye concerned about her father in the hospital at all?
Even for Eunhye, it must be a big shock. Gwihyun, who is to marry her in a few months, is lying unconscious in the hospital. We're at the boss's place.
Let's head on up. Was it apartment 301?
Have you been here before?
Didn't you hear that I used to tutor Eunhye? These fingers still memorize the door passcode.
Aha.
I know no one's here, but hello.
The house my parents have lived in until now.
Gosh, it's so dark even though it's daytime.
This is the house that I could only look at from a distance from beyond the fence. It's strange how I could only come to this place when they had no choice but to leave.
Stay here and look after the boxes. I'll do the loading back and forth.
I'll help.
No. The boss's wife was concerned about moving without saying goodbye to their neighbors. She asked us to tell them that she and the boss would say goodbye later. While I move these boxes, you can go and tell them.
Tell me if you need help, I'll give you a hand.
Don't be absurd. I was discharged as an army sergeant with full honors. I'll see you later.
The place where my mother asked us to deliver their message was none other than Eunhye's grandmother's place. The door only opened a long while after multiple ringings of the bell.
What are you doing here?
Hello, grandmother. Would you let me inside for a moment? I have something to say to you.
Don't you know what all is plaguing our household? What are you doing? Are you here to add fuel to the fire?
You're brazen enough to talk, having stolen an innocent girl away from her family just to save your granddaughter. You shouldn't talk to me like that, you should be apologizing, grandmother.
What did you say? Don't you know that you grew up so pristinely, thanks to us? And yet, you still hold a grudge against me?
I'm not from around here, so it doesn't matter to me. But you've lived here long enough, tell me. Should you be shouting so loudly around this neighborhood?
That's...
I'll be off then.
Siyeon.
I had something to say, and since you're both here, it's for the better. Why haven't you told grandfather in Siyeon that we were switched at birth?
We know fully well about the situation in the head house in Siyeon. How could we tell them now? We were going to tell him as soon as Gwihyun wakes up.
And what if he doesn't wake up?
Siyeon.
It's already been weeks since Gwihyun's accident. Grandfather comes to me worrying every day about the wedding. How we should get it done as soon as possible. How long must I hear his vain wishes?
We are always really sorry to you. But considering the old man's health, we don't want to shock him too much.
You must have heard the news from the hospital, father. News that we might have to give up Gwihyun in that state. I'll give you 1 week. Within the week, I expect you to tell grandfather in Siyeon and his family the truth. If you don't do that, I'm thinking of telling them from my perspective.
No. No. You can't do that.
So they hadn't yet told the family in Siyeon the truth, knowing fully well about Gwihyun's condition.
Don't you even feel sorry for Eunhye? She's just about to begin her life and be happy. Do you feel better by blocking out her future?
I felt a greater sense of disappointment toward the ones I once trusted and followed. And how am I blocking out her future?
You can just pretend like you don't know anything for a moment. Is that so hard? The truth will get out once Gwihyun wakes up, anyway. What's the rush?
So, about this truth that will get out once Gwihyun wakes up. Aren't you hoping that he doesn't get better, so the truth doesn't have to be exposed? Immediately after Gwihyun's accident, the Siyeon parents and grandfather made Eunhye return back to the country. But Gwihyun's condition couldn't have been the sole reason to have called Eunhye in. They knew that Eunhye would eventually take the place of Gwihyun in the head family. This is something even I had caught on to. I'm sure they knew this too. And if Gwihyun doesn't wake up, Eunhye is the next in line in the Jong family, meaning he will get to be the owner of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. Gwihyun got into such a big accident, and I heard Eunhye doesn't even bother going anywhere near his hospital. And you too have gone there only once or twice. At first I thought it might have been due to your shock, but it turns out I was wrong.
What are you implying?
I heard Eunhye's back in the country. I hear he's going to take over the role of the chief director of strategy. Did you have Eunhye in mind, in case Gwihyun wouldn't make it? And that's why Eunhye never visited the hospital once. She probably didn't want the fact to get out that she was in a relationship with Gwihyun.
What does that have anything to do with you? That's between us and the Siyeon household, an agreement made since long ago. Who Eunhye gets to settle down with has nothing to do with you, a stranger. Mind your own business.
At the sight of my Siyeon parents, who didn't even bother hiding their true faces, I felt a deep disgust. As if I was hung upside down in a cesspool. As you said, it's none of my business. But one thing's for sure, you have to tell grandfather and Siyeon that Eunhye and I were switched at birth. As I said earlier, you have 1 week. I hope everything will be taken care of by then.
Siyeon.
I don't want to live as Siyeon Kim anymore. I felt as if I was assaulted from head to toe, and my entire body ached. I'll be off.
Wait, Siyeon. Eunhye already liked Eunhye. She met Eunhye way before she met Gwihyun. And she liked Eunhye first. Those two were talking since the beginning. For a few years, contacting each other regularly.
At those words, a memory long past came to mind. The first day I met Eunhye in Hanam. The way I felt a strange sense of anxiety at the sight of Eunhye's face as she looked at Eunhye.
When Eunhye first heard about Gwihyun's accident, she was in such a bad state. Do you know how sick she got? She couldn't go to work for a week. That's why she couldn't visit him in the hospital. Do you think she was really fine? And after that, I told her not to go to the hospital. Yeah. You're right. There's a big chance Gwihyun might not wake up from this. So how could I send Eunhye to go visit him? She might not be able to get married and be left with a scar. So why would I? But Eunhye was telling me about Eunhye after having met him at the office. It was the first time in a while her face lit up. I was so happy.
Hey, Mom. Guess who it met at the office today?
Eunhye liked Eunhye since long ago. And Eunhye is a rightful bloodline of the Jongs. So why not?
And what if Gwihyun wakes up? What if June returns back to the States and Gwihyun takes over everything again? Then what are you going to do?
So I'm saying, let's wait a little. It's not that hard. All you have to do is stay still, Siyeon.
No, I can't do that.
Siyeon, think about us, the ones who raised you. Couldn't you do that for us? I'm begging you like this.
The more I talked with them, the more empty I felt inside. Where's Eunhye now?
She's at Gwihyun's house. Ijin came back to the country in a rush with no time to prepare a place to stay, so he decided to stay at Gwihyun's.
Ijin and Eunhye are at Gwihyun's house.
We live close by, so we can take care of food for them, and Eunhye's been working at the director's office for a while. Eunhye can help out Ijin with the work. So I think that's how they came to that decision.
Eunhye, being together with Ijin on a Saturday morning will come with its own reasons. Other than just work. I remembered the Ijin who cold-heartedly turned his back on me. And the thought of him being with Eunhye was hard to grasp. Knowing Ijin, if Eunhye was annoying, or if he didn't like her, he would have never agreed to live with her. Even if she came to stay, he would have sent her away. Can you go find Eunhye? Tell her to call me. Goodbye. No. It doesn't matter to me who Ijin meets or loves now. Even if that person was Eunhye.
Siyeon, couldn't you please help? So that Eunhye would be happy?
I have no intention to reveal Eunhye and Gwihyun's relationship. And neither does it matter who Eunhye chooses to spend her time with or be with. Get the documents sorted, and don't embarrass me any further. Do those two things and I don't care what you do.
We just moved these boxes into your place, right?
Yeah, on the first floor. My agent?
You can take that call. I'll move the boxes, don't worry about me.
Alright, thanks. Hi, Ms. Jang, what is this about?
How have you been? Would you be able to check your email as soon as possible? Due to the sudden hiatus of your work, there are lots of questions and complaints from readers pouring into our platform.
Everything was so hectic, I forgot all about that. As soon as my father collapsed, I paused my novel publishing citing personal reasons. At first, I was only going to stop for a week, but Gwihyun got into his accident. And I couldn't bring myself to write anything with all the uneasiness around me. And a week went by just like that. This is my first time hearing Ms. Jang so anxious. Let me quickly check my mail.
Wait, Siyeon. I wasn't trying to listen in. I just happened to overhear the conversation. But weren't you jobless?
No, I am not. How many times have I told you?
Then what do you do for a living? You're always stuck inside your house, and your body clock's all over the place. What's this about an agent?
I work on my computer. We good work now? Work emails have been flooding in while I haven't checked. I'll reply quickly and get it over with. Mail list. Dear Drumstick, please check your email. Please give me a reply. I am asking about your Hyatt. This email. Dear Drumstick, as long as it's not life-threatening for you, it would be great if you could please start publishing your novel again. I'm one of your most dedicated readers, who's been reading your work since your first episode. So I think I have the right to ask this of you. What is this? They're a dedicated reader, so they have the right to order me around? And anyway, how did they know my email address? My publisher has been keeping my identity a secret since the beginning. My name, gender, age, along with everything else was a secret. Drumstick, web novel writer. Occupation, web novel writer, fantasy. Date of birth, unknown. Gender, unknown. Famous works, Dragon's Wings, Dragon's Heart. As my work got developed into a game and made a hit, many users wanted to know the identity of the original author. And interview requests started pouring into my publisher's desk, but I never responded to any of them. I didn't even give away my social media, let alone any other details. But this so-called dedicated reader found my email address? I'm quite confounded. Miss Jang, a particular dedicated reader emailed me. How did they find my email address? The only place who knows my drumstick email address is the publisher.
As you said, only the CEO of the publishing company, and I know your email. That's really strange. You know our CEO wouldn't do anything to disclose information.
Yes, but...
I guess nothing's happened yet, so I'll just keep an eye out. A simple email won't be a legal issue. I'll bring this up with the CEO.
Alright, I'll keep an eye out too. It's quite odd, but there's no solid solution. As the agent said, I'm not in danger or anything, so I can't take any action. Ah. You scared me. Make some noise when you move.
I've been sweating silly in the middle of winter moving all those boxes, and that's all you have to say to me? Even if you were jobless, I still retain my right to let you get me some beef today. So that's that.
I knew you were gonna say that, so I asked Sukwi and Chief to come too. I bought a lot of meat. I'll cook you prime beef.
Beef? And prime quality at that? Am I dreaming? I could just die tomorrow.
It would be a waste to die after having beef.
Anyway, how much did you spend? I was born rich, and I work at a big company. I couldn't live with myself for mooching off beef from a part-timer that works from home.
Just eat. And don't come nagging at me later saying that you paid for the beef. Thanks a lot for today.
It was for our boss. Why are you thanking me?
I'm thanking you as the owner of this house.
It's not even your house. Stop the big talk. But I really am exhausted.
You worked hard. Get some shut-eye on the sofa. I'll wake you when Sukwi and the chief arrive.
Aren't you lonely?
Huh.
If you are, then I'll be here to hang out.
I like being alone.
You have no idea how fun it is hanging out with another person.
I've never had fun hanging out with another person. Come to think of it. When it was the two of us, I've never laughed out loud before. I was always shaking with uneasiness. Or sad and afraid. At odd times, those emotions creep up to bother me.
Siyeon. If you keep that up and anything goes wrong, you're gonna end up like Sukwi.
Excuse me. If you're wide awake, why don't you get up and start helping with the ingredients?
You always want to put me to work.
But now, those affairs are all a thing of the past. Today is the day my real parents start living in my house. I thought all I had to do was move their stuff and greet them inside, but something unexpected happened.
Mr. Choi was discharged and we brought him here from the hospital, but he won't budge from the car no matter what we say.
My father refused to come inside my house.
He knew we were going to stay here for a while. I don't understand why he's acting like this. I wonder what the problem is.
Excuse me. Can you open the door so we can talk? Have you been well? My father started crying. The second our eyes met. His sobs were filled with such sorrow I was afraid he would pass out. And it took all I had to suppress the lump in my throat. I know it may be uncomfortable, but please stay here until you find a new place to stay. I'll do my best to make you feel at home. Even though he was right in front of me. There's so much I want to tell you. I had to beat around the bush. Because I couldn't call my own father, nor Mr. Choi. And there's a lot you have to take care of from now on. I know it's tough, but please keep your spirits up for me. He nodded as if he understood what I was saying. And grabbed my hand.
Wait. Mr. Choi, watch your step.
Dear, are you crying again?
Mansoor took the day off to help my father with the discharge.
I'll stay with Mr. Choi. You go help Mrs. Choi unpack.
Okay, I will, thanks. He said not to bother with it because it was for Mr. Choi, but I can't help feeling more indebted to him. It's confusing where I put what because the boxes all look similar. Do you want some help?
Will you? I'd gladly accept it.
Please don't be so formal. I'm young enough to be your daughter.
You don't mind?
No, of course not. By the way, I'm sorry my house is so small.
Oh, don't be. I like that we came to a house with a yard.
I think you'd like it if we planted some flowers or a tree in the spring. Or maybe some vegetables. Oh, and there's a backyard too, although it's a bit small.
Really?
You can even bury a few crocks for things like red pepper paste or soybean paste.
How does someone so young know that you should bury a crock?
I know a house where there are dozens of crocks in their garden.
I see. It must be hard to manage all of them. You should never marry into such a household. You've got a lifetime of hardship waiting for you.
Haha. I agree. I barely got to talk with my mother in my previous life. But it's great to be able to pour my heart out like this. How did you meet Mr. Choi?
We grew up together in the same neighborhood. Our parents were also close.
A picture of my parents when they were young. I've never seen it. Wow.
And before I knew it, we'd set a date and were reading vows.
Mr. Choi didn't propose to you?
No, he proposed. But he didn't do it with flowers or a ring. It may not be cool for youngsters these days, but... Oh, why don't you take a look while we're at it?
What are you looking for?
I put my valuables here. I know it's here somewhere. Oh, here it is.
Wow, what a beautiful jewelry box made of nacre.
Yes, it's quite beautiful, isn't it? Eunhye's great-grandfather made it himself.
Oh. He must have been good with his hands.
He proposed to his wife with this. And it's been passed down to Mr. Choi, that's why I have it. It would have been passed down to my daughter-in-law if I'd had a son, but I'm thinking of giving it to my grandchild since there's only Eunhye.
How precious. It's a one-of-a-kind item.
It's not one of a kind, but it's true that it's a precious item with a lot of stories to tell.
This is it. Hold on, this wooden comb is.
Here, take this.
It looks exactly like the one Ijin gave me.
There were actually two of them. I heard Eunhye's great-grandfather gifted one to his night school teacher who had taught him.
Night school teacher?
Teacher? As if.
I wanted to hear more about the comb, but I didn't press my mother after seeing the shadows envelop her face. Excuse me, I need the bathroom.
Sure, take your time.
What's going on? Am I mistaking things because it happened so long ago? Just as I suspected. It looks exactly like the one mother showed me. This comb was given to the great-grandmother from the great-grandfather of the Jong family when he proposed to her. I'm currently safekeeping it after Ijin refused to take it back when I tried to give it to him.
Just keep it. I gave it to you.
Huh. But this is... My mother wouldn't be lying. So why did Ijin have something my great-grandfather made? From what my mother said, my great-grandfather gave one of the combs to his night school teacher. But the great-grandfather of the Jong family wasn't a night school teacher. What in the world is going on? Wait, it can't be. What happened? I heard a loud noise.
Oh, it's nothing. The bottom of the box that held my husband's company materials fell out.
Thank God you weren't hurt. I'll help you unpack the other boxes. Oh, and a maid will be coming and going starting tomorrow. She'll do the cooking, laundry, and the cleaning of the first and second floor, so you don't have to worry about any household chores.
You hired a maid? But isn't it quite expensive to have a maid work all day long?
It's not surprising my mother thinks I'm having trouble getting by. She knows I worked part-time at the factory. And there's also the possibility Mansoor told her about my job from a completely subjective perspective.
She works at night and sleeps during the day, but she's doing something that can be done remotely on a computer.
Oh.
It's obvious what he told her. I get paid much better than before and I have enough saved up to get by without working for a few years. It's not an inheritance or anything. I earned all of it. I don't care how others think of me, but I don't want my mother to pity me or be uncomfortable around me.
Oh, how admirable. What do you do to be so successful at such a young age?
I'm a freelancer. It's a promising line of work. I wanted my mother to see me as a successful person who was raised very well.
Your parents must be so proud of you. Can I ask what your parents do? Seeing as how you're alone, are they living somewhere far in the countryside?
Oh. What should I say?
Mrs. Choi. Are you finished? Mr. Choi is asking for you.
He is? I'll have to go find him.
Okay. And Jessica, let's go have lunch outside. There's a great duck place nearby.
Who's Jessica?
You don't know Jessica Alba? That's you, Alba. Since you hate it when I call you Alba, you're Jessica.
Play on words. Alba in Korean means part-timer.
Are you serious? This is so embarrassing. I was doing good in front of my mother. Now I'm going to lose face.
Jessica and Alba. That's really funny.
It's my first time hearing my mother's laughter. She had on a smile in front of others today, but I knew the truth. Her face gaunt, I saw her sighing deeply in a corner time and time again. My father is currently diagnosed with mutism where he can't talk. And Eunhye isn't answering her calls on time. It's a difficult time for my mother. Since my mother had severe depression in my previous life, I can't help but be worried for her as much as I am for my father.
I don't mean to offend you, Siyeon, but I can't remember the last time I laughed like this. I'll have to tell my husband.
But the second I saw my mother's wide smile, I couldn't care less about saving face.
Do you mind if I come in for a second?
Oh, come in. Make yourself at home. I wonder why she came here at this hour.
Drink this. I made some extra when I was blending some fruits and vegetables for my husband. He told me to give it to you first.
Father was thinking of me. The truth is, my father rarely meets my eyes. His eyes get teary often, like he can't control his emotions. And his breathing gets faster. I was going to quietly wait until my father calmed down enough to tell my mother the truth, but my heart can't help but waver whenever I hear things like this. Thank you. Oh, and I get up late in the morning since I work until dawn. And I always eat lunch outside. I'm telling you just in case you look for me.
You work until dawn? Just what do you do? Working like that must be straining.
I'm a novelist. I work mostly at night because I can focus more when it's quiet.
Oh my, really? That sounds interesting. I wonder what kind of book it is. I'd like to read it. Does it come up if I search your name?
It's a fantasy novel, but you probably won't be able to find it since I use a pen name. And not even Eunhye knows about this. I've never told anyone before.
Say no more. Your secret is safe with me.
When I saw her smile like that, I felt so proud of myself that I almost told her everything.
Dragon's Wings Fantasy MMORPG.
I wanted to boast that my story was made into a famous game with ads running on TV. And that it was translated into Chinese, so I was making a bunch of money. I wanted to tell her how successful I'd become and that I was doing great. So she didn't need to be sad or cry like she had in my previous life even after she found out the truth. Yes, I'm sorry. Please don't tell anyone else.
Don't be sorry. I'm so glad I was the first one you told. But do you mind if I tell my husband? He'll be so happy to hear this.
Oh, then can you give me a second? I think it's best you give him this instead of just telling him.
What is all this? Don't tell me these are all the books she wrote?
Yes. There's more, but these are the most popular. Mr. Choi can read it if he gets bored. Oh no. I'm getting self-conscious after seeing her reaction. You can use it as a pillow if you pile it up. It's kind of handy. You can keep it if you like. I mean, I'm not saying you have to keep it. No matter how popular my books may be, people around my parents' age might not like sci-fi. I was careless.
I should be buying your books, not getting them from you. If you tell me the title, I'll go buy it.
Oh, it's nothing. This is the first book that's been published, and if you go buy it now, it's not the first edition, so.
Thank you. I never knew it held such significance. My husband would love this. Can you also sign it while you're at it?
Of course. Come to think of it, this is the second time I'm signing a book. The first time was when the publishing house's CEO unexpectedly asked for one. I hope Father will see this message that I'm happy and doing good so he won't be so grief-stricken. Living every day full of happiness, Drumst. There, all done.
Thank you. To think you were a novelist. I'm so glad and amazed. Since you and Eunhye are the same age, it would have been nice to see you two become friends. Oh, don't worry. I won't tell her. I'll keep it between my husband and me.
Thank you.
The truth is, Eunhye's great-grandfather had a talent for writing. He wrote when he could between working at a factory during the day and studying at night school after work. Her grandfather took after his father in writing, so he had a talent for it as well. Looking at you, I think I would have liked seeing our Eunhye write as well. But she doesn't show any interest at all, even though it wouldn't have been completely impossible since she's a descendant.
I see.
I won't tell anyone else since you don't want people to know. And I understand fully where you're coming from.
My heart started to heat up and race as she spoke. My heartbeat wasn't too fast or too slow. It's not a family history I'm too proud of to share, so I can't get into the details, but we know how an author's work can sometimes be more important than himself. But it was heavy and strong enough that it hurt. A few days later, I got a call from my icon father. My threat must have worked because he said he had visited the grandfather in Siyeon as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. He probably told him himself because he was afraid I would say something he wouldn't want the grandfather in Siyeon to know. What did he say after you told him the truth?
Well,
What he told grandfather in Siyeon was nothing but lies. He said it was a coincidence that they recently found out their daughter was switched at birth, and that they told Gwihyun about this first. Also surprisingly, their biological daughter Eunhye was, coincidentally, working in the same office as him.
I told him you two accepted the situation with resilience, and that I'd take care of the papers this week.
As I suspected, he only disclosed information that was favorable to Eunhye and them. You told him about grandmother, right? She's the one who caused this whole thing.
The thing is, I didn't tell him because he'd find out anyway when Gwihyun regains consciousness. Try to understand. He'd just gotten out of the hospital, and I didn't want to say anything that would send him back.
We both knew Siyeon grandfather's health wasn't the real reason why he didn't disclose the fact. Wow, this is my first time seeing this much snow since living here. It's like the whole world is painted white. I can't tell what's what. Did it snow all night? This sound. Father. Wait, stop. Please don't sweep away the snow. I like it when my yard is piled up with snow. I even made a snowman last year. Maybe it's because I was born in winter. My eyes are welling up just because I talked to him. Huh? What does that mean? Does he want me to come down? I should hurry so I don't make him wait.
Siyeon, are you up already?
Yes. Good morning.
Where are you going in such a hurry?
To the front yard. What are you doing? I observed my father wordlessly for a while. He was forming a ball of snow into shape. And soon, the small ball of snow in his hands became so big he had to put it down. He was making a snowman. For none other than me. He did this even though it was something I said in passing. I tried to put up a confident, successful facade. Because I knew my father would have a hard time if he saw me in despair. But everything came crashing down when I saw him make a snowball so effortlessly. My heart hurt so much I couldn't breathe. I feel like everything is my fault. From how my father can't talk right now, to his company falling into hard times, and for causing the disappearance of the daughter that he raised for 25 years. I make a lot of money, I'm healthy, and I'm doing great. What I'm saying is, I'm fine, so I couldn't dare fathom the despair he must have felt. So don't worry about me. If you want to see Eunhye, I'll try to reach her. And this is all I can do for my father. I heard you were worried that she doesn't answer even though you call her every day. If all else fails, I'll bring her to you myself. So please.
NNGH. NGH.
After shaking his head vehemently as if to deny my words, he eventually broke down sobbing.
HNGH.
He brought me to his chest and bawled in sorrow. Father. And in hearing such pain, I couldn't do anything to stop the tears from falling. My father and I cried for a long time in each other's arms.
Dear, I came out because I heard you cry, but Siyeon called you her father. What is the meaning of this?
Looking back on this day some time later, my mother told me it felt like her heart was being torn to shreds. It was a few days later, when I got a call from Gwihyun's father, Mr. Jong.
My father was hospitalized again the day after Professor Kim and his wife stopped by. He's become weak, let alone being lethargic. His eldest grandson is still in a coma. And to make things worse, his will to live has been sucked dry after learning about your situation.
Grandfather.
I know you're having a rough time, but can you take the time to visit him?
Siyeon. Good morning. Your father's here, so why don't we have breakfast now?
After my mother found out the truth, I've been trying my best to have my meals with both my parents. Sometimes my mother stops eating and suddenly sheds a tear and looks uneasy.
Oh dear, is this menopause or something?
But my father no longer cries, and has slowly started to regain his old vigor. He's gotten better enough that he took a short visit to the factory.
But Siyeon, who were you talking to so early in the morning? It looked serious.
The CEO of Midnight Sun Foods, Mr. Jong. I've been told the CEO wasn't doing well, so I'm thinking of paying a visit today. I think he was shocked to learn Eunhye and I were switched at birth. I've been meaning to thank him for everything he did for me, anyhow. He was one of the people who really cared for me. I'm quite worried to hear he's not doing well.
Siyeon. Is the eldest son of Midnight Sun Foods the one you were seeing?
Since the CEO of Midnight Sun Foods specially cared for me, it was only logical of my mother to assume this as Eunhye suddenly started to date his grandson with marriage in mind.
Is the eldest son of Midnight Sun Foods the one you were seeing? Since the CEO of Midnight Sun Foods specially cared for me, it was only logical of my mother to assume this as Eunhye suddenly started to date his grandson with marriage in mind.
No, he's not the one I've been seeing, but it's true that the CEO had me in mind as his granddaughter-in-law.
I don't quite grasp the situation right now, Siyeon. Eunhye has been seeing the eldest son of Midnight Sun Foods for a while now. She got a job as a secretary at the office of the chief director and was planning on getting married in the spring. Then does this mean Eunhye knew the truth this whole time? She knew and hid it from us this whole time?
Probably. And I also knew the truth for a long time now. In all honesty, I was the first to know.
What?
There's a reason why I couldn't tell you right away, but I'll tell you when the time is right. Talking about the past all at once during breakfast was both mentally and physically straining. And there was nothing between the eldest son and me. So you don't have to worry about me getting hurt over this. All I wish is for Eunhye and I to go back to our rightful places as soon as possible. It worried me to think about grandfather in the hospital. But on the other hand, I felt a sense of relief that I didn't have to lie anymore. Grandfather, it's Siyeon. I'm here. I know it's been difficult with everything going on, and I'm sorry I had to add to your pile of worries. You must be flustered and shocked, but please try to get your strength back. Gwihyun would be sad to see you like this. He's asleep right now, but he probably knows what's happening subconsciously. Grandfather.
My baby. It must have pained him to hear the truth. How shocked he must have been to learn it wasn't you. That's probably why the accident occurred. Whenever I think of Gwihyun, my heart aches so much it hurts to breathe.
Grandfather was speculating that Gwihyun was writhing in pain before the accident took place. No, grandfather. To lessen his pain from the misunderstanding. Gwihyun knew long before it happened. I knew I had to set this straight.
What are you saying? Gwihyun knew. From what Professor Kim told
Grandfather. You know better than anyone Gwihyun isn't someone who would be swayed by the atmosphere or his emotions. Even if Gwihyun was shocked after hearing the truth, he's not someone who would get mentally tarnished by it. Rather, He would stay calm and find a way to solve the problem by thinking rationally. So what happened was just an unfortunate incident. Gwihyun is still struggling to fight and hasn't given up. So grandfather, don't give in either. And greet Gwihyun in good health when he wakes up. Ijin.
What are you doing here?
I was just about to leave. I'll be back, grandfather. Promise that you'll be in a healthier state the next time we meet.
Siyeon.
I heard Ijin's blunt words as,
You have no right to come here anymore.
Mr. Jong.
Eunhye.
How are you feeling? Are you okay?
I was told the two of them visited grandfather every day, but to think I'd run into them now.
Sir, I'm here. It's Eunhye Kim. Did you have something to eat?
Yes.
The director and I went to the factory in Siyeon and just came in from having lunch. We stopped by to see how you were doing before we went back to work.
Hearing Eunhye's bright voice beyond the door made my insides boil with anger. The parents who had raised her all her life were crying every day in betrayal and longing. Yet here she was acting excited, on top of being as normal as ever.
I'd like to talk to him alone for a moment.
Yes, sir. Excuse me.
Eunhye.
You're still here?
I want to talk to you. It won't take long. According to my icon mother, Eunhye was miserable. But judging from her healthy complexion, clothes, makeup, and hairstyle, she seemed to be perfectly fine.
Why should I?
Her ability to change to the situation at hand like a chameleon doesn't even surprise me anymore. It's about my parents. We might be overheard if we talk here. Let's take it somewhere else.
Now that we're alone, talk. What about your parents?
They really miss you. Even if the papers are set, it's been hard for them to fully move on. They still love you and miss you.
So?
Stop avoiding their calls and find it in your heart to visit the two of them as soon as possible.
Why should I do that?
Because I've been doing you a favor. I'm not as tight-lipped as you'd like, so who knows what I might let slip.
Are you threatening me?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. I was going to ask you nicely, but seeing you act like this, it seems a threat would be more effective.
You stole my life. Now you're threatening me on top of it?
Wow, the power of science is amazing. I guess being despicable and shameless is genetic.
Are you done? Apologize to me right this instant.
Did you already forget? I'll apologize when you hand me the money. But guess what? It'll take more than the dime you gave me back then for me to apologize now.
Then how much will it take?
Ijin Appa? Director. Siyeon suddenly took me aside and...
Siyeon Choi, I asked you how much your apology is worth.
Standing by Eunhye's side, Aijin looked at me with contempt. It's none of your concern.
It does concern me. She's important to me. Cooperate so that I can buy your apology for her instead.
The second I heard those words, I knew I couldn't call him Aijin Appa anymore.
I'm fine, sir. You don't have to do this.
Most people either mature or become kinder when they get older. But it seems that some people stay the same, just like you.
It hurts. He was always on my side when everyone in my life had turned their backs on me. But his words, filled with hostility, were like poison. It hurt. 3,000,000 won. About $3,000. You asked me how much my apology is worth. It's 3,000,000 won. Well? You said she was important to you. Are you suddenly getting cold feet?
Of course not. Here. For your apology.
Eunhye.
What?
I'm sorry I stole your life as the great-granddaughter of the great Donghan Kim of the Midnight Sun legacy. And basked in everything you should have enjoyed. I'm also sorry I insulted you for being as despicable and shameless as your grandmother and birth parents.
What?
I also apologize for praying that your family get what they deserve. And...
Stop. Stop it. I've had enough.
I'm so glad to see my apology is already enough for you. You see, I was just getting started.
Sir.
Aijin called me Siyeon Choi, not Siyeon Kim. As if he was telling me to disappear from his life now that he knew I was a fake, Aijin knew the ways to hurt me best.
It does concern me. She's important to me.
Maybe he found traces of the feelings I still had left for him and the longing toward him in my eyes. And was reminding me that I could never mean anything to him anymore. But like an idiot, why am I suddenly reminded of the Aijin Appa of the past who was kind and caring? Aijin was the only one who stayed by my side and everyone had left.
I'll work hard so you don't have second thoughts. And so you don't regret choosing me.
There was a time when my heart bloomed with warmth with just his affection. And he was the one thing in my life that always stayed true. Even though I was the one who let go of his hand first, it was distressing to see how cold he had become. I tried to forget him, but it was useless. I had always missed him when he was out of the country. But to think I miss him even more now that he'd come back. I felt pathetic for still not being able to walk with my head held high.
You have a 3 o'clock meeting with the team leaders. Due to the department reform, Deputy General Manager Gang-suk Lee of Sales Support Team 1 was reassigned as the team leader of the Operation Division in China. And Mr. Sujil Yoon, the Deputy General Manager of Store Developments Team 2, was reassigned to Sales Support Team 1. Next Monday at 10 a.m., you have a meeting with the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Affairs. Sir?
I'm listening.
You don't look good, sir. I can postpone the meeting an hour if you wish.
There's no need.
What's on your mind?
3,000,000 won.
3,000,000 won. You asked me how much my apology is worth. It's 3,000,000 won. You said she was important to you. Are you suddenly getting cold feet?
Those eyes. Ha! Damn it.
Time flew by and it soon became fall. Grandfather in Siyeon returned to running his company after he was discharged. Time flew by and it soon became fall. Grandfather in Siyeon returned to running his company after he was discharged. 56 executives of Midnight Sun Foods Inc. promoted 3 directors in their 30s. Journalist Eunhye Park. Subscribe, Director Jong. Provided by Midnight Sun Foods Incorporated. When I saw the news that Ijin was getting promoted to executive director during the regular fall personnel management, I felt that the Jong family were getting ready to say their goodbyes to Gwihyun. Meanwhile, my novel went viral in China and started to sell like crazy. I poured everything I'd earned from my novels into Yongjin Foods. I was able to solve most of the problems Yongjin Foods was facing thanks to this without having to sell any of Midnight Sun Foods shares. My parents were sorry, but I couldn't feel any better. During that time, Yunsu quit the conglomerate he was working at and came back to Yongjin Foods. The company quickly became stable as he started to help my father. Since my father had plans to have Yunsu take over the company, I guess you could say at least half of his dream had been realized. I tried to give back the Midnight Sun Foods shares to grandfather in Siyeon but failed.
Siyeon, are you trying to cut off your ties with me by giving it back? If you must insist, then at least wait until Gwihyun wakes up.
It was clearly a rejection since there was no word of Gwihyun regaining any consciousness. I didn't hear anything about my icon parents or grandmother. But it was by chance I came upon the fact from grandfather in Siyeon that Eunhye was still working alongside Ijin. I should stop thinking about such things. Anyway, the autumn sunshine is really warm. I should take a nap.
Some things never change. Are you still sleeping outside like you have no parents?
I have parents. And can you move? You're blocking the sun.
I can't believe you're almost 27. Don't you ever work?
Says the person who's supposed to be on duty. You must have a lot of time on your hands.
As if. I'm just coming back from a business trip and dropping Mr. Choi off.
Haha. You're so much more reliable than their own daughter. Why don't you ask them to adopt you when you have the chance? Since you have a lot of brothers, your family can spare a son.
Since we're on the topic of becoming family with Mr. Choi, how about I become his son-in-law? How about I become his son-in-law?
No.
But people in the neighborhood already think I'm the son-in-law of the family.
Really? I didn't know that. Haha.
You?
Yeah?
You don't see me as a man, do you?
That's
I'll make sure you can take a nap every day without any worries. So think about it.
After I got my driver's license in the summer, the place I drove to the most was probably Suwon, after Yongjin and my house. Grandfather in Suwon often called and said things that weakened my resolve. And I always went to Suwon unless I had something else on my schedule. Just 2 days ago, he called me up.
I've seen plenty now that I've reached this age. I have no regrets if I pass on now.
I'll come see you soon, so please don't say things like that. I know he's just saying these things because he misses me, so I don't complain.
Siyeon, you're here.
Good morning.
Father's been lingering at the garden, so I knew you would come today. I'm always grateful. As well as being sorry.
Please don't be. I'll go see him now. Grandfather, it's Siyeon.
Welcome, Siyeon. Wasn't it cold on the way here?
Not at all. I came by car, so it was really warm.
That's good. So how are you doing with work?
It's doing great for now.
Are you still keeping what you do a secret? Even to me?
Sorry, grandfather. I was hesitant to tell him I was a novelist. Because I'm not a descendant of the great Donghan Kim. It's probably just my inferiority complex talking.
Moving on, Professor Kim and his wife dropped by last weekend. They brought up Ijin. Since we have no way of knowing when Gwihyun will wake up, they asked me if it was okay that Ijin gets married first. It seems that the child has taken quite a liking to Ijin. I sent them back saying that I don't plan on marrying Ijin off before Gwihyun, but
it's been a year since Gwihyun's accident. And no one speaks of any hope for him. The reason why the icon parents started making a move after staying quiet for a year probably has to do with the fact that they decided there was no chance for Gwihyun ever waking up again.
But seeing Gwihyun like that for the past year, I couldn't help but think Ijin should hurry and start a family of his own. What do you think, Siyeon?
A stranger like me couldn't possibly say anything about something so important. I think you should ask Ijin's opinion first.
Siyeon, I'm asking for yours right now.
Grandfather.
I want you to consider becoming Ijin's partner. If Gwihyun was here, I would put Eunhye at his side. And you with Ijin. If it weren't for the accident, I'm sure Gwihyun would have chosen Eunhye instead of you. He's my grandson, so I know him best. So for Gwihyun, I won't allow Eunhye to end up with Ijin. If Gwihyun doesn't wake up, there will be no need to think about my ancestors or the promises they made. I'll just wait for death to come find me.
I could only imagine how oppressed with pain and worry he must have been before finally coming to this conclusion. Grandfather.
Speak freely, child.
Please make it so. That Ijin can marry whoever he wants.
Siyeon, you told me long ago that you had feelings for him.
You didn't ask Ijin's opinion on the matter.
There's no need for that.
No, grandfather. Please ask him. And if he says no, Please don't force the decision on him. Please, grandfather, do this for me.
Okay, Siyeon. If that's what you really want.
This was what I told him. But I was surprised at how much I wanted to accept his offer more than anything. And was disgusted at myself for feeling so.
I heard something very strange yesterday. I probably don't have to tell you who I heard it from, as you'll already know. You should be the one to decline. You have the right. If it weren't for Gwihyun's accident, we would have already gotten married. No matter how much my family wants this, you shouldn't have gotten involved in this insane affair.
Didn't you already say no? What's the problem?
The problem? Listen to me carefully, Siyeon Choi. My grandfather was fine just last night. Then he suddenly admitted himself to the VIP ward of the hospital this morning. He said he was going to give the chairman position to my father. Then told me to get ready to take his place. Now he's refusing to eat anything. If you don't see what the problem is, you should get your head checked.
He's refusing to eat? I didn't realize he'd go this far.
I knew you liked to draw, but I didn't know you would paint a picture this large.
His suppressed voice.
And I knew you were greedy, but I didn't know you were shameless enough to bring up marriage with me when you have Gwihyun. I mean, the audacity.
And what I saw in his furious gaze was nothing other than pure hostility toward me. I was surprised to hear it, too. I knew it was crazy. I thought you would reject me at once. Which was why I asked him to ask for your opinion first. I didn't know he would go this far.
No, you knew that my father and I could never decline grandfather's favor in the first place. You thought you could gracefully get what you wanted without getting your hands dirty, but you're wrong. I'm not Gwihyun. Gwihyun's old clothes or some of his things were sometimes handed down to me. But marrying the girl he had wrapped around his finger is taking it too far. He knew too well which buttons to push to hurt me, and didn't hesitate to do it.
He knew too well which buttons to push to hurt me, and didn't hesitate to do it.
So it's only right you tell grandfather that you have no intention of marrying someone you only thought of as your brother-in-law.
I understand. You want me to tell him that it's impossible for you to marry someone who used to leech on his older brother.
That's right. That's exactly what I'm saying.
The night I came back from meeting Eunhye, my body burned up all night like it was on fire. I took a painkiller, but my fever didn't drop.
Siyeon, what's going on? Oh my, you're burning up. Dear, Siyeon has a terrible fever. She doesn't look good.
Let's take her to the hospital right away.
While I was struggling through the fever, all I could think about was telling grandfather That I had no intention of marrying Eunhye as soon as possible. It's so bright.
Siyeon.
Mom.
How are you feeling?
Better, thanks. But this isn't the hospital room I was admitted to yesterday. What's going on?
The CEO of Midnight Sun Foods somehow knew you were sick and moved you here.
After hearing that, I suddenly remembered I had called him between slips of sanity at the emergency room. Grandfather, I'll come see you in a few days, so please make sure you eat and...
Siyeon, are you not well? You sound very strange.
Did he move me here out of concern after hearing my voice? I thought the room looked familiar. I must be in the same ward he stayed in.
He called out of the blue and asked me to change the hospital you were at, but personally, I wanted to decline.
From my parents' perspective, they wouldn't have so easily jumped on the offer made by a complete stranger.
But I was afraid you would get worse.
She probably accepted grandfather's offer because she was worried my condition would get worse. And there would be little that could be done at a tiny hospital.
Oh, you must be hungry. It's a bit early, but what do you say to some porridge? Or is there anything else you want?
No, it's fine. I'll eat lunch when they serve it.
But you should really eat something before then.
You two sure are getting along. So this is why you were so eager to see me go.
Eunhye.
Mom, people might think you actually cared and loved me.
Don't say that. You don't know how worried I was. Do you know how worried and hurt I was because you haven't been returning my calls?
No, you don't care about me at all. You only care about your real daughter. Your daughter stole everything that belonged to me. And she's still trying to take them away.
How did you even know I was here?
I took the morning off because I was worried about the chairman when I saw a familiar name on the door. I had my doubts, but to think it was actually you. What are you doing here?
Judging by how Eunhye was behaving, I assumed she didn't come here just to say hello. My instincts told me things were going to get ugly. Mom, I'd like some porridge, thanks. Can you get one with vegetables?
Okay, Siyeon. I'll be right back. Eunhye, don't leave, okay? Wait for me.
I didn't want my mother to hear what was about to go down. So I had no choice but to send her away for a moment with an excuse. Did you go see Guihyun?
Why are you talking about him with me?
Because he's the only person we can talk about. Just because you're keeping your mouth shut, it doesn't change what's already happened. I'm not the only one who knows you were seeing Guihyun for over 5 years.
So what? We could have broken up because we didn't get along in the end. Is that so horrible? I was going to break up with him anyway.
Don't lie to me. He was going to tell everyone in Siyeon the truth about you. He was going to tell them you were the one he was going to marry in the spring. And that you were the real great-granddaughter of the Midnight Sun legacy, so he was going to ask for permission to marry you, not me.
Well, he didn't get the chance to say any of that, did he? And I didn't get to marry Guihyun after all. I like Eunhye. My feelings for him are real. I liked him since I first saw him in front of the house in Hanam. Things fell off track after meeting Gwihyun, but I originally had feelings for Ijin. If I knew Ijin was Gwihyun's younger brother, I never would have dated Gwihyun in the first place.
Ha. Why are you telling me these things? My brain was on the verge of exploding with the things I had to take care of.
Because you're trying to pull something with the chairman at your back.
But seeing Eunhye made my insides boil with anger again.
But it's too early to start celebrating, Siyeon Choi. My grandma said she was going to go see the chairman and tell him to keep his promise.
Great. You won't have to be worried now that your grandmother is going to persuade the chairman.
I'm not worried at all. In fact, Venerable Jongseon also said I was fated to end up with Ijin.
Venerable Jongseon.
Yeah, Venerable Jongseon. You know who he is. The person who allowed us to be switched. Grandma met him recently and he told her Midnight Sun Foods would return to its original owner soon.
That can't be the whole story.
What's that supposed to mean?
There must be a reason why your grandmother is suddenly sure of the decision to send you off to Ijin's side. Did Venerable Jongseon say Gwihyun had no chance of waking up? Aside from how I personally felt about Gwihyun, I never wanted him to die or get hurt. It was because I knew the people who loved him would be in pain if he were to get into an accident. If the Icon family heard there was no hope for Gwihyun now, and so was trying to marry Eunhye off to Ijin, then answer me. I asked you if you're abandoning Gwihyun for Ijin after hearing there would be no chance for Gwihyun to wake up. Then I won't treat these animals as people.
Then I won't treat these animals as people. Yeah, you're right. Venerable Jongseon said an angry ghost of our ancestors has latched onto Gwihyun and won't let go. He also said he could only feel the energy of Midnight Sun's air from one person. And that there would only be one person from now on. And that's Ijin.
Unfortunately, Eunhye confirmed the suspicions I had with these words.
Ijin hates you. You know this. So you should be the one to persuade the chairman because the place next to Ijin is mine.
Nothing is absolute.
Have you lost it?
No. I couldn't be more sane. I won't sit by and let you do this.
Then why don't you get yourself discharged?
I won't sit by and let you do this. Then why don't you get yourself discharged? Mom.
I left my phone and...
Forget it. I forgot to tell you how grateful I was for raising me. So thank you. Stay healthy.
Mom. Mom, are you okay? Empty eyes like she lost the will to live. I knew those eyes. It was the last expression I saw of her in my previous life. No. Don't leave me this time. I can't lose her again. Then I'm going to be all alone again. Please don't end your life as Eunhye Kim's mom again. I lied when I said my days were full of happiness. It was so hard, so painful, that I wanted to die when I opened my eyes in the morning. Because you and Dad were gone, I couldn't take it anymore. So please. While the daughter you raised were surrounded by people who loved her, the daughter you brought into the world was living in hell. So this time, I beg of you, take care of me the best you can so I won't have to live through that again. Please live as Siyeon Kim's mother in this life.
Are you sure you got everything?
I was able to get discharged the next morning after getting a full day of rest. Yes. I'll meet you at the car. I want to say goodbye to grandfather.
Okay. Go ahead.
Grandfather, it's Siyeon.
Siyeon, how do you feel? I was worried sick when I heard you had a high fever.
I'm fine now. I just got discharged. What about you?
I'm fine too. Why don't you have a seat?
No, it's okay. My parents are waiting in the car, so I just dropped by to tell you something important.
Something important.
Grandfather, I want to marry Eunhye. A few days later on Saturday morning, I was summoned to a cafe in a hotel.
I underestimated you.
The person who wanted to see me was the very person who refused to accept the marriage, Eunhye. I underestimated you. The person who wanted to see me was the very person who refused to accept the marriage, Eunhye.
I never thought you were capable of going behind my back like this. Grandfather discharged himself right after your visit and told my father to quickly start preparing for my marriage.
I thought he would insult me or get angry the moment he saw me, but he was unexpectedly calm.
I don't know why you told grandfather those things. But take it back. If you disapprove, this marriage won't happen.
I've made up my mind. I'm sorry, but I want to go through with this marriage.
Ha!
You look tired. Did you get any sleep?
No. Thanks to someone, my father and grandfather both kept summoning me to persuade me into this marriage.
But it didn't work.
Of course it didn't work. They want me to throw my life away in the gutters. I couldn't take it lying down.
We can make this work if we cooperate. Think of it as an arranged marriage.
If it was going to be an arranged marriage, it wouldn't be with you. I was planning on marrying the person I love. But it looks like I won't be able to anymore.
Is that so? That's too bad.
Siyeon.
My heart skipped a beat when he said my name intimately like he had all those years ago.
Gwihyun called me before the accident. To tell the truth, I didn't want to take it. I had a feeling I knew what he was going to talk about. He told me out of the blue that he was going to get married in the spring.
I'm on my way to tell our parents and grandfather. I'm sorry, Eunhye.
Congratulations, Gwihyun. I didn't mean it when I wished him all the best. Because I didn't want him to be happy with you. I wanted him to be miserable. It was only an hour later when I heard about the accident. So how could you expect me to marry you just like that?
As I watched him writhe in guilt about Gwihyun's accident, he reminded me of myself years ago. My wish is that you'll be as miserable as I am. No more, no less. Exactly as miserable as I am, Eunhye. I remembered that Gwihyun had the accident in the past. Right after I said those words, my life fell into ruin. From the guilt and sense of debt I felt due to the accident. It wasn't me. The person that Gwihyun was going to marry was Eunhye. Ijin doesn't need to carry the same guilt and debt that I felt. The reason why I hadn't told anyone of this fact was because Gwihyun didn't want to disclose it. I didn't want to say anything while he was still unconscious, lying in a hospital bed. But I never imagined Ijin would be in this much pain from that misunderstanding.
What?
If I had known, would have told him sooner.
You're saying he was going to marry Eunhye, who no one knew about before the accident.
I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Gwihyun knew she was the real one way before anyone else.
That means he was hiding the truth from his own family for a long time. Why would he do that? Fine, let's say what you're saying is true. Then why would he apologize to me? Why is that something to be sorry for?
Well, because Gwihyun was holding Ijin in check. And wanted the two of us to break up more than anything. Moreover, he was afraid Ijin would take not only Eunhye but Midnight Sun Foods as well. So he deceived his grandfather, his parents, and Ijin. But I couldn't tell Ijin this. Even if I had told him, there was no way Ijin would believe Gwihyun was capable of such things.
Then tell me this. When I was discharged from the military, you told me you were seeing Gwihyun behind my back during my service in the army. You said Professor Kim's family also knew along with my parents. Then you told me you wanted to be the wife of the future CEO of Midnight Sun Foods.
I want Gwihyun Jong, the eldest son of Midnight Sun Foods Inc.
Was that also one of your lies?
His words were like a long sigh and my heart ached to hear it. But what pained me more was how he was trying to persuade me out of the marriage. By touching upon my conscience instead of getting mad at me. However, I'm sorry. I'm going through with the marriage. Nothing could change my mind.
How could you do this? How? How could you bring that fake into your family when you have our Eunhye? My granddaughter is Eunhye. Eunhye Kim. She's the last of our bloodline of the great Donghan Kim.
I know.
I know how much you care for Siyeon. No one can easily cut someone off when you've known them your whole life. But our Eunhye likes Ijin. And Ijin doesn't want this marriage to happen either. So I don't understand why you insist on making this marriage happen. If you give Ijin to that brat, then who do you expect the last of our real bloodline to marry?
I paired Gwihyun up with Professor Kim's daughter when he had her 25 years ago. You know this just as well as I. That decision has never changed. The descendant of the great Donghan Kim is to be paired with Gwihyun, the eldest son of our family.
But the situation has changed. Our Eunhye has nowhere to go if Gwihyun passes on.
What did you just say? If Gwihyun what?
That's...
Gwihyun is going to wake up. But we don't know what will happen. It's already been over a year. Gwihyun will wake up. But if he doesn't, then the promise between our ancestors is pointless. It will mean nothing to me.
Then what about our Eunhye? Do you want her to grow old and die alone?
Ma'am, I no longer plan on following the intentions of my father anymore. So you can do whatever you want with your granddaughter, regardless of our family.
Sir,
I'm saying there will be no need to wait for our Gwihyun.
sir,
I have nothing more to say. I understand if you don't want to attend my grandson's wedding, as you may find it uncomfortable.
Despite Ijin's objections, wedding plans proceeded. And the day our two families met arrived. It was an informal meeting held in a quiet and empty restaurant that was rented out. The discussion of marriage was held in a relatively calm and pleasant atmosphere. There's something I've been meaning to bring up.
Yes, go on.
For Gwihyun, who's still in the hospital, is it okay if we keep the size of the marriage small and quiet?
Well, I understand where you're coming from, Siyeon. But this is a marriage of the Jong family. We cannot have a wedding that goes under the radar. I hope you two understand as well.
We do.
Ijin, you too.
Yes, sir.
On the way home, my parents expressed their worries about how Ijin was very quiet during their meeting. Don't worry. He's a reserved person.
Okay. If you say so.
When I saw how much Ijin's parents and his grandfather cared about you, I couldn't help but be relieved.
I agree. They're wonderful people.
I worried so much before the meeting, but it was nice to see how satisfied my parents were with how things ended.
Siyeon. Be happy. To find happiness in a loveless marriage with Ijin.
To find happiness in a loveless marriage with Ijin. I will. Preparations for the wedding proceeded quickly soon after the meeting. We were to live in a neighborhood that was close to the headquarters of Midnight Sun Foods. Nearly everything, including the furniture and other electronics, was already installed and waiting for us. All that was left was for us to move in. Ijin's father asked a famous designer to make my wedding dress. It was the middle of winter as the new year came. And I turned 27 amidst the hectic wedding preparations. And just when the cold couldn't get any worse, the day of my wedding arrived.
the groom is late. Sheesh. I'm the one getting anxious when the bride is so calm.
I may have looked calm in Eunhye's eyes, but my hands were quivering ever so slightly under the bouquet. The truth was, Ijin wasn't late to the wedding. He had run away. Sensing that something was wrong, Ijin's parents belatedly started to look for him through their connections. I can't do anything but wait right now.
Siyeon.
Eunhye.
They found the groom.
Really? Where did they find him?
They barely caught him at the airport. He was on the verge of taking off. I can't believe he was trying to leave the country without letting his family know.
What in the world is up with him? So are they bringing him here?
Yeah. The groom's father is furious. He threatened to bring him here by force if he had to. A security team was sent to pick him up, so I'm sure he'll show up.
But it'll take at least an hour and a half to come here from the airport. What about the wedding?
They're going to delay the wedding by 2 hours by saying something inevitable came up. They're going to serve the guests lunch first. Will the guests just accept that?
Of course they will. It's the wedding of the Midnight Sun Food's youngest son. And I overheard some guests on the groom's side whispering among themselves that this was actually the wedding of the eldest son. That was why the wedding was so fancy and huge despite the eldest son still lying in the hospital. The main hall is already packed with people from the Jong family.
Eunhye is right. Even though there's a patient in the family, grandfather wanted the wedding to be big and extravagant. And he wanted the people who received the invitations to bless the future of the bride and groom. I know. Grandfather did all this for me. When I'd be an obvious eyesore to the other members of the Jong family, he wanted me to hold my head high despite not being the great-granddaughter of the great Donghan Kim. And even though there was an uproar among relatives when they found out I was the one Ijin was marrying, they couldn't actually say anything in the face of grandfather's firm decision.
I'm not going against my forefather's promise, as the eldest son, Siyeon, technically already has the real great-granddaughter of the great Donghan Kim by his side. I won't put off Ijin's wedding as we wait for Siyeon to wake up any longer.
I heard the people who were first opposed to the wedding slowly accepted it. Unless a miracle happened and Siyeon woke up, everyone knew Ijin had to someday take the place as the eldest son of the Jong family.
But why would Ijin do such a thing? Maybe there's someone else? Why would he go so far on the day of his own wedding?
Don't be absurd. Siyeon, men can also get cold feet before a wedding. I'm sure he acted on impulse because he was nervous. Don't be upset, okay?
Okay. But I never imagined he would try to flee the country on the day of the wedding no matter how much he didn't want this to happen. Oh, can you see how my parents are doing? I suspect they must be very surprised with everything going on.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll go see them right away.
Siyeon, try not to worry too much. Huh?
Siyeon, do you have a minute?
Mr. Jong.
Siyeon, I'm going to go check on the hall.
Okay. I'll see you later. How is grandfather doing?
Don't worry. His doctor is constantly checking him. I told the guests that Ijin was in a fender bender on the way here. That's also what I told the other members of the family, so if they find out the truth in the future, please try to ease it into them so they aren't too shocked.
Okay, I will. Thank you. I could hear the exhaustion in his voice.
Siyeon, I'm so sorry.
Mr. Jong.
I don't know how I should go about apologizing to you.
Though it was his son's wedding, he was tense and worried. When he should be laughing and celebrating. Ijin Appa.
You're excused. Good work. Make sure the ceremony can start in 40 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Ijin, you. Explain yourself.
I can't, sir.
I told our guests that you were in a minor accident, which was why the wedding had to be delayed. So unless you want this day to be the day of your grandfather's funeral, you better not do anything else to make the situation worse.
It was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Jong get so mad.
I've told you time and time again, but you're the one who ignored it.
And I've also told you countless times not to use Gwihyun as an excuse. I know he's your brother, but he's my son. What you and I feel are two different things. Ijin, what you did today to your wife. You are going to make it up to her for the rest of your life.
Episode 43.
You said 40 minutes? I'll start getting ready.
I'm warning you, you better not take it out on the security detail.
Oh, I wouldn't dare. They're the saviors who brought me here to prevent me from having my grandfather's funeral today, after all. My whole body aches. I'm not one to fall short on stamina, but
The wounds on his body. Did he get into a fistfight with security?
you. Are you glad I'm here?
I thought something more important than the wedding had come up. Where were you planning to go?
A 2-week business trip overseas. You know how busy I am.
You could have at least had our wedding first, no matter how busy you were.
I never knew you could be so frightening.
I am.
Yeah. You're also a bore. It's me. I couldn't get on the plane and I'm at the wedding. Cancel my schedule. Yeah, I know. I called to let you know I'm going to the office on Monday.
Who was that?
Ms. Kim.
By Ms. Kim, don't tell me it's... Eunhye knew you were going to set off today.
I don't know about anyone else, but it's crucial that she knows.
What were you going to do when after the 2 weeks?
Why are you asking me that?
Out of curiosity.
I found out my father-in-law is the CEO of Yangjin Foods, Midnight Sun Foods' former subcontractor. It must have been, 10 years since I begged my grandfather to help Eunhye in foods because you asked for the favor? I won't ask about your dirty laundry, so you shouldn't pry into mine.
I didn't expect him to bring up Eunhye foods here. I could fully see what Eunhye must have thought of the situation. Since the person I begged for help saying that he was my savior ended up being my birth father. He must have thought my father and I were messing with Midnight Sun foods. I know whatever I say now may seem like an excuse, but...
Go on.
I died in the winter when I was 27. And I don't know why, but when I woke up, I was 17 again. That's why I knew the CEO of Eunhye Foods.
27 years old in the winter isn't too far away now.
What are you talking about?
There's nothing to prevent it from happening again.
I never thought about that, but it may be a possibility. A thought I once had resurfaced. I thought that since I was collateral for Eunhye's life, maybe my lifespan was cut in exchange. That was why I ultimately met such a pointless end. Eunhye and I were raised under the wrong family in this life as well. Would that mean I wouldn't get to see myself turn 28 in this life as well? I remembered what Eunhye said to me at the hospital a few days ago.
Grandma met Venerable Jongseon recently, and he told her Midnight Sun Foods will return to its original owner.
She was sure she would marry Eunhye. And I couldn't ignore Venerable Jongseon's take on the matter.
Everything will go according to the flow.
But I wanted to deny his words that everything is already decided. I didn't want to believe that Gwihyun would no longer be with us. And Eunhye would end up with Eunhye. So I decided to change that future. I wanted to show that at least one of the Venerable's prophecies was wrong by marrying Eunhye. But if I die before I turn 28 even after all this, then...
You sure like to take your nonsense seriously.
Please, excuse us. We're in charge of the groom's hair and suit. We have to hurry. Can you take off your jacket and have a seat here, please?
He's getting his hair and makeup done at the same time. They're quick. Anyhow, I never thought I'd see Eunhye get his makeup done right in front of me.
Sir, we can cover up the bruise, but it won't be so easy with this cut here.
We wouldn't want the cut to get infected. What do you want us to do?
Leave my face as is. I'm a descendant from a prestigious family, as they tell me. I can't have the cut get infected.
But it might stir up the guests, sir. What do you think, ma'am?
I'll need to get a closer look. If we do as Eunhye wants, I'll have to walk down the aisle with someone who blatantly just had a fight. Let's save both the prestigious descendant's health and face. Please cover up the redness and don't touch the cut so we can get it looked at later.
Okay, we'll do as you say. You're very lucky, sir, to have such a beautiful bride.
She was always beautiful. Since she was young.
Like a fool, my heart started to race after his haphazard comment. I'm an idiot.
We have 10 minutes until the ceremony starts. Help the groom get changed.
Okay. If I can help you with your shirt, sir.
I can do that on my own, thank you. I'll be ready in 8 minutes.
Oh my. Oh, what's this? You have a scar on your back, sir.
A scar on his back? It's my first time hearing this. Oh, he's already changed. Exactly 8 minutes later, Eunhye looked like the perfect groom.
May the bride and groom please hurry. The ceremony is about to start.
And 2 minutes later, my arms were locked with Eunhye's as we stood at the entrance to the main hall.
You're going to regret this.
I've already had my fair share of regrets. Whatever happens, I won't regret it as much as I regretted my previous life. This life is different. Gwihyun isn't dead yet, and my parents are waiting for me behind that door, alive and well. And the person marrying Eunhye today is not Eunhye, but me. I'm done with regretting. And that was how. Announcing the bride and groom. The two of us became husband and wife with everyone's blessings except Eunhye's.